Bleda is no more. When Attila returns to camp, he alone will rule the Huns.
Alright, hello everyone. Welcome in. Looks like... Oh, they started and we had a restart. I did not miss the first game while I was getting my coffee. There's a stream delay on YouTube of around 20 seconds. And hello, Kai World. I don't know why that didn't show up on the Twitch overlay, but hello. Good thing we're here just to watch me cast. Yeah, I did the thing where I start the stream early so I can get the Twitch ads done and not during the games. But I saw they were in the lobby and hadn't started. I went to get my coffee and I came back and I saw they had a restart. But that's okay, that's okay. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. I should have set the team names while I was in Capture Age. But we're just about to get started. And thank you so much, Old Man Willow AoE, for the sub. Remember, for every 100 subs we get, we're going to increase the prize pool by another $100. So thank you so much. I think we, at the very least, we'll hit that first goal. We'll see if we get a good push next week if we can hit the second one. I really need to get some YouTube videos edited. What about the other match, TeMo and Mihai? We are going to cast matches as Rex if we don't get to them live. I think how the schedule will work out today, we'll do Barles Ganji, and then we'll do Viper set afterwards, and then we'll do Rex of the other sets after that. I think that's how the schedule will work out, but you never know how with Rage Forest. The games could take 10 hours, and the schedule might get all out of whack. So Matt's team, wait, this is Team Barles, and this is Team Ganji. There. All right. I need to turn my headphones on. Now I have sound. Great. So we have Ganji versus Nerfkex here. Blue versus Orange. Turks versus Shu in the southwest. The northeast, the Vil fight will be between Nolo as the Grey Byzantines and Barles as the Red Portuguese. Nolo YOLO in those Vils forward with no Loom. Loom's on the way. Barles does not have Loom himself. And Nolo's going to get a very forward wall. Well done from Nolo. Some diagonals there where Barles could do gates. Looking good so far. We'll have Vils fighting scouts down here in the passage. As the palisades behind that start getting deleted. And Nerfkex is going to go for the kill here. One more hit and down goes the Vil. And Nerfkex keeps the scout alive on 3 HP for the moment. Purple and green still fighting it out. Green wants to get the kill on Nerfkex, but will take another hit from purple and trying to do so. Got a bit greedy there, I think. And now Nerfkex will have to get back. Oh, actually, never mind. He does lose the scout. Can green beast and kill purple too? No, he's going to pull back. Took an extra hit, and blue's Vils will force purple back. House doesn't go up in time for Nerfkex. And this passage now, Ganji will push down the passage. And let's look at the Vil KD. Ganji did lose a Vil to Nerfkex, but Nerfkex lost the scout. And then over here, it looks like it's just a peaceful wall off with a very forward wall from Nolo. So here, Ganji will get his Vils forward, and he will get his wall off. So, no, he won't. Goes down, but he walls behind it. He needs another tile of wall, and he gets it. So nicely done from Ganji to finish his walls. And both flanks on Team Ganji have forward walls. But now, here comes the walling in the middle. This is a very open, many passage type of map. There are at least 5 passages that need walls in them. And oh, look at that, deleting the wall to unleash the bear on Nolo's Vil. Barles. Letting the bear loose. And he only has 1 Vil here. Still no Loom, Barles. No Loom in the Dark Age. It has a long time not to have Loom. We'll have Bullet here as the pocket, sending a few Vils forward. So Aten also coming on to join Ganji's team, and he'll be blessed with a pond on this game. Pond will be for Matt in the pocket, and giving Matt a pond is just absolutely wild. Matt is a scary, scary pocket. Scout goes down from Nolo. And it looks like Barles will think about walling up, but Nolo has other ideas, doesn't want to have a peaceful wall. Wants to send the Vils to fight. Aten bringing his scout back, actually. A bit of greed there from Nolo to keep fighting. He had the wall, but is choosing to go forward. He sees how weak the scouts are. But double palisade there from Bullet. Maybe he just wants to go a few more tiles forward. But, oh, what is this? Imperio has the Burgundians double bit axe. So, what are the civs? Portuguese, Shu, Burgundians, and Slavs for Barles' team. Turks, Lithuanians, Byzantines, and Sicilians for Bullet's team. Feels like they all have good civs. So that's Siege Onagers, Cataphracts, Lecha, and Turk gunpowder for Ganji in the late game. It's Portuguese gunpowder, Slav Drazina Halbs, and Siege Onagers. Burgundians and Shu may be a bit weaker late game, though. Imperio or Edgar Davids? I'll have to let the Rage Forest community answer that. So, Barles still here with only one Vil. And Barles finally doing Loom, 3 Vils forward. And if Nolo sees the Loom, I think that's his sign to fall back. Let's see if he was maybe a bit too late. Can he get some fancy quick walls around the outpost? Both players trying to block with their scouts. And thank you, Smurf, for using your Prime sub.
Venison.
And one Vil, a villager, will be caught behind the walls for Barles. And ooh, almost saved himself. He's not going to delete and try to risk getting the Vil back. So it'll simply be a double palisade here for Nolo. And I think all the passages are walled. There's a bit of another wall war. There are Vil wars everywhere. During Ganji and Nerfkex here in this other passage. This is a more forward wall for Nerfkex. So Ganji with 1 passage forward, Nerfkex with 1 passage forward, and triple Borlore time for Bullet. So we'll have a couple of, lovely mill between the deer and the berries along with the dock for Aiton. He's going to have a smooth boom. And looking at the Dark Age idle time, Ganji idled quite a bit. Nolo idled a bit. Barles 1 second of idle time without Loom. So this is tricky for him. That is a very forward wall for Nolo. But Barles also managed to get walls in this pocket passage where he needed them. This little opening here that's probably a bit too wide to wall, but he, with houses there, could even get a double wall behind it later. So standard boom from Imperio as the Burgundians. His deer will be close to the middle too. Well, good if you see that, you can use your scout a bit more aggressively, knowing you don't need to push anything. Vils on the lumber camp 2 from Ganji. Walling in the bear is this Vil from Nolo. And we'll have another triple Borlore. This one kind of far. Ooh, oh, de-aggro's the boar. De-aggro's it again. This one has to go around the gold on the boar, walking back at the wrong moment. I think he has to be careful not to get too far from the boar. Oh, the bird! The bird flying by might just save him. Yeah, the bird has a ton of line of sight. If you see there's a bird nearby, especially if you see there's a bear nearby, you can run super far away from the boars. They share that line of sight. Yeah, on some maps I, change the bird line of sight to 0 so it doesn't affect the Borlores randomly. But I didn't change that on Rage Forest. This is just standard. So deer now pushed in from Ganji, and he is up despite all that idle time he had. Hello, Tanky Tank. Will we see the Burgundians with the purple pocket paladins? We might. They are the paladin civ here, unless the Slavs want to go boyars. But I think Matt, the way I've seen him play, is pretty much going Halb Siege no matter what. And okay, both pockets sharing a pond. Let's go, share the pond. I like this. I mean, Slavs have a farming bonus. They might not want to go full 50 fishing ship fish boom. Maybe they just go, 25 fishing ships. Imperio gets 25 fishing ships, and then both civs can start farming. And Slavs still get their farming boost. No sharing of the pond here for Bullet. He's just going to boom himself. Sergeants against Drazina Champions might be our matchup as we start looking at we'll go to the res panel now. And everyone will be up to the next stage. Look at all those castle ages. Not the flanks on Ganji's team, but everyone on Barles' team up. And Barles now is the Portuguese. He has a lovely, lovely mining camp between the gold and the stone. So if he wanted to go for a castle drop, he might be able to. But can't really push this past. There's lots of rooms to wall behind it. This could be interesting. It is fairly wide, but still could be walled. And here, there's a very easy wall right in the back. So I don't see an obvious castle drop spot from Barles. And a castle drop, I think, would be more defensive. Putting it maybe between the gold and the stone would let him push the walls back in this passage. Not necessarily let him do aggression immediately, but there are lots of forward resources there for Nolo. And it would give him his gold and his stone back. So pockets here will be booming. There's a TC. There are 2 TCs. And Nerve Tech's even going to start booming with the TC. Now, despite having a forward wall there, he's not going to pressure that. I don't think Barles will castle drop. I mean, castle drop in here could be cool, but Barles isn't going to walk to the opposite flank, I don't think. And more TCs for the pockets there for Ganji's team. So, gill nets also for Aten. And as the Lithuanians, his team will want to give him the relics. And he should have an easy 1, 2, 3 relics to pick up himself. And then 4, 5, and 6 easily accessible for his team. So he should have no problem getting to the Lithuanian 4 relic Latus or Paladin, whoever he wants. Well, Chrissy Boo, Leighton with the Lith responsibility. What result do these teams need? I don't think Barles needs any result. He's 3-0 so far with the top overall seed. I think he might just be playing for the number 1 seed over ACCM's team. Ganji, I think, actually does need a win to ensure he qualifies. I think he's 2-1, if I recall. So he'd rather be 3-1 and not have to deal with a tiebreaker situation at 2-2. Oh, he's 1-2? Okay, then he absolutely needs a win then. I thought he was 2-1. Nope, he's 1-2. I transposed the numbers in my mind. He's 1-2, and then desperately needs the win then. By only 4, because the bonus stops at 4. It's capped. I think a win does do it for him, just. This is the difficult thing about Swiss stages, is that you get to the final day, and there are a whole bunch of different possibilities. And it's hard to know exactly what's going to happen, because there are so many possible combinations of outcomes. So lots of booming everywhere. No one going for castle drops or workshops or pressure. Just boom. Booming everywhere. Stone walls. This is the calm version of Black Forest. This is like Game Ranger No Rush 40 Black Forest. You think Ganji has the better late game? I think so too. I think so too. I mean, Burgundians are interesting. They have good gunpowder late game, but the lack of range, I think, can extremely hurt against the Turks, who have extra range, since the Burgundians lack siege engineers. And I still think I prefer artillery over arquebus in terms of a direct matchup, even though they are on the opposite flanks. So for cannon, I do like the Turks. And for siege onagers, yeah, I probably prefer the Slavs over the Sicilians. And I think that's what maybe one of the keys there. Slavs against Sicilians with Drazina champions. I think they would beat sergeants. But then they might run into cataphracts from Nolo. And cataphracts are extra scary when you're an infantry civ. And cataphracts should also be pretty good against Burgundian paladins without the bloodlines. I think maybe one of the worst matchups for the Byzantines here being just against Barles as the Portuguese that can go Arbalest plus gunpowder. I think it's one of the harder matchups for Byzantines, unless they get some type of crazy imp timing. The Sicilians do get donjons. That's true. And let's see, so the pond mostly being taken by Imperio. Not that much of a boom from Matt, and Matt as the Slavs will just be enjoying his farming bonus. That is a mining camp. He's eating behind Slavs, not fully fish booming. I think Matt is just a beast. I think Matt's just an absolute beast at booming. And actual villagers, what are we, 64 to 80. And it's 3 TCs to 5. I think that explains it. 3 TCs to 5 TCs. Matt's already on 5 TCs. Man, that is crazy. And Loom. Yeah, just doing Loom. Finishing Handcart. Slav Eco is insane. So, university here in the middle of Imperial's base. As he doesn't have a single farm, he is doing the full fish boom. And also not a single farm here for Aten. University there for him. He won the boom to 200 pop show match 3 years ago? Wasn't that the one where people determined that it was just fish boom plus Kuman's 2 TC feudal and that was the ideal? Yeah, that one. I don't think that is representative of a normal boom, though. Oh man, look at that. 40 fish traps, and still room for another dock for Imperio, should he want it. So, Imp for both pockets on Barles' team. Imp for Aten. And Imp for Bullet. So all the pockets up to Imp. That gives us Sicilians and Lithuanians against Burgundians and Slavs. So Bear goes down to Vils. Matt will head over to the right. And I think this is their farthest pushed passage where they're going to look to fight at the start. Now I wonder what Barles is going to do about this. We have more stone walls from Nolo. There's a couple of markets are up in the corner now for Barles, getting ready to think about trade as he's up to Imp. Fairly far to the back of the base, though. Although one's also over here. But I think they're going to want the trade going in this area. And the Vils will be coming down here. Going for some more stone walls. Coffee's still hot. Oh, hello, Scout. Nolo, you walled in Aten's Scout. I guess Aten can delete his house if he wants. So, alright, stables there, so it will indeed be the Purple Pocket Paladins, the pretty Purple Pocket Paladins from the Burgundian. And then for Matt, Palbaso. Nothing surprising here. Led by a forward castle from Nervkex, who is almost up, but will be going traction tribs as the shoe, as he has to start walling. That is the forward market. What are the rams like for this shoe? They do have siege ram with siege engineers, so they have good rams. They want to ram push through walls, and these will be fortified walls for Ganji. On the other side, we will see Byzantine fortified walls from Nolo. Look at that, 3,900 HP. And I'll go to 4,200 once he gets him. So those are some mighty walls. Look at that, they have 1,200 more HP than the Turk ones. Yeah, Byzantine walls are crazy. But onager cut time, everything will be walled. They can, like, onager cut to the middle and maybe get a bit of a forward advantage. You know what they could do? They could onager cut here and then try to push up this passage. But Halbs for Bullet, Lechai for Aten, where's his monastery? He has 2 relics collected. He'll be on his way towards 4. And the onager cut commences while the Shu have Arbalests. And still the situation where I think Barles' team needs to get a good early imp advantage. I still think I'd give the edge to Ganji's Civ's late game. But not entirely sure about that. And we'll look for more traction tribes now from Nervkex. And Ganji will just keep walling. He'll eventually get to a Sicilian castle. At some point, they might just delete the walls and destroy the onager, right? Or at some point, wait. I think what you do, you delete a wall here, or you don't even delete the wall. You just build the gate, and then you wall it off at no risk, and the onager is just trapped forward. Yeah, castle in the clearing then from Imperio. Don't think he's gonna go Castilier, but we'll have some vision in case cuts come through there. And this passage will be walled off. Why is that? Oh, there's a vill in the gate. So nothing really happening on the west, just lots and lots of walls from Nolo. Doesn't want to have to deal with Barles. Barles, they're happy just to keep booming. He's starting to make bombard cannon. He's got 134 vills and some monks. Nervkek still missing the Arbalest upgrade. There's Siege Onager from Matt. And so far they have gotten the early pressure I think they would have wanted. Paladins have to be careful. They will not win this fight. The Paladin here is definitely the weaker unit. Ganji right now still holding. Onager hits some of the halbs. Okay, Arbs start picking off bills. As the Arbs start pouring forward, bombard cannon miss a couple of shots. And the Onager shots will start raining down upon the Lechai. Siege Onager almost in. We'll have Bolt Magazine for the Chukonu Arbs there for Nervkex. Castle trying to go up for Ganji, but there are Paladins killing the vills. The castle at 95%. He should finish it. But he's lost quite a few vills in this push now, down to 85. And Ganji is struggling now. He's going to take his vills and he will run them. He's going to run them over to Bullet. Bullet just now doing Siege Onagers, and despite all the walling from Ganji, Barles' team is pushing right on through, getting into Ganji's eco, killing what remains of his vills, down to 83 vills, and Ganji might be out of this game right now. And he's the Turks, he's the player who needs the bombard cannon to deal with all the siege. This is too much. Barles here, the full rainbow of Barles' team. All in one spot. Barles said, okay, you know what? Nolo is just going to be the walling player. Nolo's going to do 52 tiles of fortified wall in one spot. I'm not going to push that. And he's probably not going to push me because he's walling so much. I'll just send my cannon to the right. And now, how do you stop this? It's got cannon, Siege Onager, Arb, Halb, Paladin, and Petards. Don't forget about the Petards. As Ganji is isolated, he did at least manage to run his vills, and he might need to run farther. At least he has some trade carts on the side. And CHZ Pablo CBA, thank you for the follow. Man, insane push from Barles' team. Absolutely insane. And now on the back foot is Bullet. As these Onagers are even going down to the Chukonu Arbs. Yeah, this is a total and brutal domination. They have some defensive donjons up for Bullet, but there's too much siege here. Barles now. 11 cannon. I think the only thing that could threaten Barles would be a push on the right, but Barles is going to keep walling. He lost the castle to the Trebs. This is going to take a while for Nolo to push. Fortified wall from Barles. With a couple of monks, Nolo wants to convert the walling vills. Barles might need a couple of hand cannoneers behind to pick them off when they're converted. Ornlu, hello Ornlu. Good morning to you, as it's still morning for you. So Trebs pick off vills, vills going down. And oh, there we go, there's a cannon fire to pick off the converted vills. Forward castle from Nolo, but Barles might have the siege to deal with that. And we'll have Ganji. Ganji's vills, they've got nowhere to hide. He's down to 32 villagers and 8 trade carts. He has 1 bombard cannon in that workshop. Two bombard cannon now that they've trained. And Ganji is not going to contribute to this game. The pockets are basically playing a 2v4. I was wondering how would Burgundian Slavs versus Lithuanian Sicilians fare. But really, it's Lithuanians, Sicilians versus Portuguese, Shu, Burgundians, and Slavs. Every unit possible here for Barles' team being used, and that's when Barles didn't even have the forward walls. Barles was safe. Hope just relied on the fact Nolo wouldn't be pushing him. That's crazy against a Byzantine player. A civ that's one of the best at early fast imp pushes just left Barles there to send the cannon to the right side. Ganji did not have the timing he needed, even with the Turks. I don't even know what happened there. All the cav just melted. Sensar calling the GG here. And the onagers now can attack the TC. Ganji with a couple of cannon, but it's a good thing Ganji doesn't have Vils to pay attention to. All he has to do is micro the cannon. But it also means all he has to do is watch as they die to the Castilier. Oh no. Ganji, he doesn't have any units! He doesn't have any units! This will be his last military unit. I don't think he has any production buildings left. He made a dock. He's gonna try to fish boom his way back into the game. He might be dead, but he is fish. But there are the GGs and Barles' team with an easy Game 1 win. They just boomed and pushed. And Ganji was obliterated. Only had 39 kills. Nolo only 18. I mean, maybe if Nolo is pushing more, then Barles can't go over and help the other side. That might slow down their push a bit. But every type of unit in the game for Barles pushed at once. And good job, Barles, of defending the flank. Ganji's Vils melted. They were walling like crazy, but that was not enough. Alright, so that is a win in Game 1 for Team Barles. And if that doesn't guarantee they're the top seed, whatever comes next probably should, if they win one more. That was Shu, Slavs, Portuguese, and Burgundians against Sicilians, Lithuanians, Turks, and Byzantines. Wow, look at those civs. Well, thank you very much, Simo, for using your Prime
Let us
sub.
give the infidel dogs of the West a sight the likes of which no son of Europe has ever seen.
Alright, so in the lobby for the next game. Let me grab a towel real quick for my coffee so I don't spill it everywhere. Alright, so Game 2, Ganji's team still has the Japanese, and if they use them, they'll be hoping for pawns. And Lewis, thank you very much for the raid. We're here watching Barles Ganji. We got 4 sets of Rage Forest to cast today. I believe Lewis's set is tomorrow against Jordan. If I recall, Lewis has a chance with a 3-0 win still to make the playoffs. So thank you everyone, welcome in from Lewis's stream. We just saw one of the smoothest wins you'll ever see from Barles' team. And that's when Ganji used most of his top picks. Barles still has Ethiopians as the #1 overall pick. Interesting, but also Persians and Teutons. And let me check out the standings. Oh, to answer Lewis's question in the Discord, yes, you can cast. There's no requirement or anything. I just saw that. Where is brackets? There you go. Yeah, so entering the day here. We're waiting for the next game. We would have had... Barles now gets one single game win. So if he gets one more win, he is guaranteed for first. He will be 4-0. Ganji here was 1-2, and he needs to win the next two games to be 2-2 and have a chance to be in the tiebreak situation with the rest of the teams. And if he wins 2 games, that would give him more wins than TaToH has. So that would put him ahead. So Lewis, meanwhile, is rooting for Barles to sweep Ganji, or at least win the set 2-1, because that would mean Lewis with a 3-0 win has a chance of finishing 6th, or with 6 points, and finishing 4th and making the playoffs. And Jordan is bottom. Yes, Jordan is bottom. So, into the next game we go. How does it get organized? Sensar messages me about streaming it, and then does his magic to organize it. Oh, I have the wrong capture age open. My Brazilian Dynasty capture age. Windows autocompletes in a weird way. So here we go. Ganji is the pocket this time, as we will have Bullet versus Nervkex Vil fighting on the flank, and Nolo versus Barles to the northwest, Vil fighting again. But we'll have a scout going down for Bullet, as the Vils keep dancing back and forth. And forward wall attempted from Barles, but didn't go up. Barles doesn't have Loom. Barles, out of everyone who Vil fights, is the player who never gets Loom. He never gets Loom. He'll try not to engage with the Vils if he doesn't have to, but he doesn't go for the Loom. As we'll have the forward Vils over here for Bullet, trying to push Nervkex back. Bullet almost got a very forward wall, a couple tiles away, and still has both his scout and his pocket scout from Edgar David. So Edgar David's coming on for Barles' team, replacing Imperio. And he'll be a pocket, and it will be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pond map, 3 per team. 2 pawns by Bullet is the Burmese flank then. And Japanese for Ganji. So if he and Aiton each get a safe fish boom, that'd be great for the team, but Ganji's pond is kind of far forward. And no Siege Onager Civ for Ganji's team, actually. Aztecs will have them for Matt, so Matt will be the Aztecs pocket. So, scout fight here between Ganji and Edgar Davids. And very, very far forward wall for Nervkex. His Bullet had to fall back. It was a couple of tiles away. Honestly, 2 houses away, but you don't really want to use houses as these walls these days. Too weak in the Dark Age, -2 melee armor. They go down very quickly, only 550 HP. So, Xing over here. A hill bonus there for Edgar Davids over Ganji. Bullet will get a fairly forward wall in this passageway and maybe give his team an opportunity to try to push Matt's pond. We've seen how scary of a boomer Matt can be. I mean, Bullet could try to go send a Vil forward and dock the pond right now if he wanted to. He has the Vils in position. Ganji's the Japanese will be walling in a crocodile and taking this pond. As up, I think the boar lore or a triple tapir lore was just interrupted by Barles, who does have now a forward Vil. Aiden doing what he can with the scout to stop that Vil from being able to wall. And trying to use the Vil too. Oh, the scout pathing around the tree. And, yeah, the Vil will be walled. Vil will be walled for Barles, no problem. And he'll even get a barracks. Barles going for the forward barracks. That was kind of low HP. Actually, kind of a risk the Vil might have one-hit it, but Barles gets the walls up. And we'll get a forward barracks, and the barracks is going to give him militia because he would love to dock this pond. If you're a flank, you love to dock the pocket pond and disrupt the pocket. Right now, that does leave Barles completely open, though, to Nolo. Guanacos are forward for him. He's going to long distance take them, but I don't think he can afford a mill at this point. Doesn't have the wood for it. Check the Eco KD. Barles has lost 1 Vil. Nolo's 1-1. And also, Nolo must have lost a Vil to a boar then. Oh, Nolo. Anyway, no idle time for Barles, a player who doesn't like to do loom. And, oh, what is that? He escapes, he escapes! And he's getting a house and a wall, and he is doing another house. He has a militia out. With the militia, he'll distract the scout and the Vil, and I mean, Barles, he's ready to dock that pond. And Aiden has to react, he has to send more Vils. And this is now a disaster for the pocket. Needing to Vil fight a Drush just to keep your pond safe. And he loses the scout. Barles is beasting with that Vil. He is loom now. And, ooh, nice gate. Nice gate from Aiden. And he's almost got the Vil. 0 HP, the Vil dies. And importantly, he keeps the pond safe. Now he still has to worry about the militia. He'll do what he can to wall in the barracks. But he's stopped the dock. If those militia had gotten a dock, that would have been devastating for Aiden. At least now he can recover a bit with a fish boom. Even though he will probably be a bit behind Matt, who now Matt has 5 fishing ships. Working smoothly in the pond compared to, well, I guess 4 is a good number early on. Right next to the shorefish, so they've been efficient in the Dark Age. But we'll have 1 player on feudal, Nolo for up to feudal, Nolo for Ganji's team, against 3 players, everyone but Barles for Barles' team, already up. And Ganji not taking the pond here. We do have Nervkex taking the pond himself, as the Italians, he'll have a decent fish boom on the flank. Cheaper fishing ships for the Italians. And low HP scout just attacking the wall diagonally. As the militia from Barles... oh, they're still annoying. They're trying to annoy Aiden as the pocket. Fighting the Vils. The barracks wasn't walled in. I think there's a tile or 2 of wall missing. And now needs to get to the back. And there are 4 militia here. At least Barles will be a while from upgrading them to men-at-arms. But he is the woo. He got some food when he made that barracks. And if he ever does get feudal, the militia will start healing. And he can lame the Guanacos by the mill. Yeah, in general, flank delaying pocket is always worth it. And up that Vil, not going to die to a Zood crocodile. Yeah, now it's up to Nola, right? Remember, last game, Barles fully walled and relied in early imp on Nolo just walling himself and not pressuring. Here, maybe the counter to this would be if Nolo could pressure Barles and do more damage to Barles while he's in the Dark Age. But so far, it looks like Nolo... There he goes, there he goes. Alright, not going for the tower rush, but we will add an archery range. And where is he going? Outposting just to see where this is walled. That is walled. And now I can start trying to get archers into Barles' base. And will Matt... Well, he's the Aztecs. Not like he can go scouts or knights early to help out the flank. Eagles would probably have to wait until the Castle Age, realistically. And more walls from Barles, so he'll have to worry about the forward berries. As Nolo is there now with an archer. No fletching yet, though. We'll have the man-at-arms upgrade here from Bullet as the Burmese. He's going for a tower rush, and we have a pause. What is the pause? Paused by our Persians, our purple Persian pocket player by Edgar Davids. Don't see a reason for the pause. But I'm sure Sensar is on it. All the idle time for the pocket. Yeah, 8 in a minute 8 idle time. Matt, 0 seconds idle time. Matt was spamming that HCCCC as he was loading into the game, or whatever his hotkeys are for the TC. How long has Matt been around? Would Matt use original AOK hotkeys like I do, or would he have started with the HD or DE hotkeys? The walls all go down. I mean, he's won Rage Forest a couple times, but Rage Forest has been going on since DE, right? So players go way back before that. So some players are newer. Some players are kind of DE era players now. So Men-at-Arms attack that palisade. I'll break through as the tower takes it down. Vil here attacking the wall for Barles, and he's gonna get some forward, or for Nolo, sorry, attacking Vil from Nolo attacking Barles' palisade, and that'll force a couple of houses from Edgar Davids. Yeah, I think Edgar Davids could come forward and do a more forward wall, but he just wants the houses, doesn't want the idle time. And Nolo now with forward stone walls surrounding Barles will have good map control, but hasn't really been able to do too much damage to Barles with just a couple of feudal archers. He's fletching now. Barles still walling up using the TC as part of the wall. And what is Matt doing? Matt is doing a 3 TC boom. Is he on gold? No, he is not. He is not on gold anywhere. He does have a stone TC, so that might mean Jaguar Warriors. How did he go up to the Castle Age? I don't even see what he did. I mean, you can sell 100 wood as the Aztecs and not mine any gold if you don't do loom. And he has not done loom. If I can click a Vil, yeah, no loom for him. So Men-at-Arms and Vils trying to push through the walls. As Vils continue farming. And the Tapir here will be taken underneath the TC for bullet. You hate it when Aztecs don't go monks. And what do we have here for... Oh, 9 militia. What the heck? Okay, so Barles continued, even though his barracks was walled in. He continued training militia, and now the militia will all just be walled in. He'll have a couple of llamas lamed here and there. He'll be looking around Ganji's base to see if he can do anything with his militia, but because he lost the barracks, he can't upgrade them to men-at-arms, so they will simply be militia, but they heal 10 HP per minute. So with only 40 HP, I guess that means they get back to full health in 4 minutes. Oh man, the less HP you have, the more percentage per minute you heal, I guess. So militia trying to push through the wall. They can, I mean, there's stone walls on both sides, but if they can then destroy this stone wall, they give a much more forward opportunity eventually to attack. Well, Vils clear one of those militia on the berries. And Nolo will add in a tower rush. So we'll have a mangonel push from Ganji. So while Ganji's dealing with militia in his base, he's going to delete a wall and fight the militia. Barles will be annoying. Ganji also has to micro the mangonels on the front, as Nerftex is trying to wall and wall and wall. He'll have several layers of stone walls, and he is castle, so they have extra HP. And he's going to do everything he can to protect Matt's fish boom. He'll have arson on the way. Wait, man-at-arms. Okay, Barles, he'd made another barracks at home. He's doing the man-at-arms upgrade, so that these men-at-arms on the wood line now can devastate the Vils. Ganji wanted to fight the militia while they were militia, but he deleted the house, and now the men-at-arms are in on his wood line. He has to wall them out. He'll kill one of them. Now, that is annoying. He's been losing some Vils there. Yeah, he's lost 2 Vils now to those men-at-arms. He's the Japanese. He's usually the man-at-arms player. But look at that Vil difference. 234 to 170 Team Varls versus Team Ganji right now. That is insane. The pockets have only 2 TCs each for Ganji's team. Edgar Davids is on 3 as the Persians. So Mangonels attacking the watchtower. Mangonels clearing each other. Or actually, no, just one Mangonel down for Ganji. Can he get the Repairville? Gets the Repairville, at least. Urvkex can send more Vills, though. He's not too far from home. Let's see, those men-at-arms still causing trouble for Barles. And Nolo can't quite even clear these men-at-arms at home for Barles. He can do more towers, take out some farming area, but that's about it. Mangonel's going for the wall. Mangonel cleared. And Purple Parasite AoE, thank you for the follow. Now Mangonel's going down on both sides. Mangonel gets hit there, less HP. Bills might go to repair it. I'll have a couple of men-at-arms attacking a stone wall here. And wall down as archers can pour forward for Nolo. And Castle Age almost in for Barles. As nice garrison in the tower, he can hop out the sides if he wants to. For Nolo. And chase the men-at-arms. Nolo is up, but Barles is up before Nolo is. Nolo, the player who needed to be pressuring Barles with all the forward walls he got. And he still hasn't cleared the men-at-arms. Squire is the first upgrade for the faster men-at-arms. That means they'll be faster than the archers, and can actually catch them. So they heal. They'll be speedy. They'll zoom. And the archers, what? They're gonna open the gate and let the other men-at-arms through. Is that good? I don't think so. I guess next we need armor and longswords. Is there gambesons? Does the Civ get gambesons? Okay, they don't get gambesons. Okay, so he's gonna open the gate here. The speedy men-at-arms still will chase. 1.06. I guess. Yeah. I think actually if he'd done the armor, that would have been a really crazy play. But he's going for a castle drop. Barles is going for a castle drop. He's the woo, so he will have access to fire archers. Nolo wants to stop the castle with a tower. His Vills are trying to pathfind to the tower. He does at least have Bodkin, so that actually might have some merit for killing enemy Vills. He has some Vills of his own on the other side and a Cav Archer. A couple of Cav Archers through. And yes, there are some Jin swordsmen there. Wait a minute, this tower might actually work. Barles needs to delete a wall and run his Vills. So the tower goes up, and let's see, can he hit Vills? You do kind of need ballistics for the tower to work, which he doesn't have. And he can focus the weak Vills of Barles, and might actually get a Vill or two here. Barles will try to dodge. There, he gets a Vill. I mean, tower to get a Vill, probably worth it. He's slowed the castle down quite a bit. He'll kill a couple Vills with Cav Archers. So I think he can maybe try to hit low HP Vills, and then has to run himself so he doesn't lose his own Vills. But honestly, that tower gets another Vill. If he runs now and doesn't lose Vills, I think it was totally worth it. He's going to be greedy and go for another couple of Vills. They're weak, but now they all garrison. And he needs to time his ungarrison after the volley flies, and then he can run back. He just needs to time it properly. And if he'll have a trapped Vill, she'll go down immediately, but the other Vills will escape. So lost one Vill, killed several, had a bit of idle time, but that'll go up. And he's castle, so he can do a workshop and try to stop the ram push with Mangonel's. On the other side, we'll have forward castles from Bullet now. And, oh wait, what is this TC from Nerfkex? How does that TC go up? Well, it's going to be castle dropped immediately. You can maybe kill some archers with it. Okay, so Nerfkex under a lot of pressure here. Bullet pushing forward. Ganji here too, so Bullet and Ganji trying to do damage here. And look at all these walls. Look at all this walling from Barles' team, ensuring that Matt has that wonderful pond. And Matt is imp. Both pockets now, Matt and Edgar Davids are imp. They have had insane booms, Persian and Aztecs, with ponds. And Ganji doing what he can. I mean, Nerfkex here. I mean, he is still kind of ahead of Bullet, though, in Vills. I guess he's about to lose the fish, unless those Cavaliers can stop the Mangonels, which, I mean, that sounds like something that should happen. Cavaliers should stop Mangonels. But the fishing ships are going down. I have an X over here. Is that saying, Aten, hey, I can get my llamas back, finally? as the ram push continues, but with a mangonel and a tower to defend. They should be well defended from Nolo, as he's trying to get the ram. Pushes the ram back. We'll have a few trebs now pushing the castle. The mangonel will hit some trees. Trebs will be going for this castle. This castle will go down. And down it goes. Mangonel hitting the trees and pushing forward. Blue John. And yeah, where are the Jaguars? Elite Jaguar warriors right there. I need to get used to looking at them when they're elite. They look a bit weird, but there we go. Elite Jaguar warriors now. They have their little, like, flags they carry on their backs. I don't know how to describe it. The samurai have flags. The Jaguar warriors have, like, a similar thing. Their shields have these feathers on them, which is pretty cool. Now, they'll be pouring forward. We have... This castle will destroy TCs there from Nerfkex. Nerfkex is struggling. He's just going to go monks. But it's okay for him to struggle, because Bullet's going to be struggling more now the Jaguar warriors are in his eco. We'll have an X over here from Ganji. He's just Xing Barles. I don't know what he's Xing. And another forward castle from Barles. Mangonel there from Nolo. Needs to go forward a bit more and he can deny it. Is Nolo paying attention to that? He doesn't have much else to pay attention to. He's at 66 fills. He needs to delete some walls in Lumber Camp. And he noticed a bit too late. Will he kill those vills? He gets. Nicely done, nicely done. Gets the vills. And gets another vill. The ram goes forward. And we'll have some Jin swordsmen in the ram. Vil goes down to the mangonel and castle not stopped, but the Vils go down. He doesn't garrison, and now this should be open. And, well, the fish boom stopped from Ganji. And if Lewis was rooting that Ganji does not get 6 points total, I think he's going to be happy. I think he's going to be very happy, because that means Lewis is still alive. And honestly, 3-0 over Jordan, who's the bottom team, is a possibility for Lewis. So Jaguar warriors take down the castle. I'll push into the barracks, and the Savaros keep on rolling forward. They are beautiful. Are they actually playing anything for game 3? I think Ganji is eliminated and Barles has locked up the top seed for game 3, so I think game 3 will be... I don't... Censor can correct me. Yeah, no, just honor. Yeah, game 3 will not affect the positioning in the standings. So fish traps going down. All fishing ships. A Nerfkex saying, you mangonelled my fish, I'll mangonel your fish. I'll get some revenge. Oh, well, what an absolute beast Barles was here. With that barracks and those militia. That was insane. Jaguar warriors destroying some farms. No, Matt, don't destroy the farms. You're about to steal them. You're about to steal them. Oh, wait, no, that's a castle. Never mind. I thought that was a TC. I looked in the middle of the farms and was like, oh, it's a TC spot. But no, it's a castle. I was like, Nerfkex can steal the farms. So... Oh, the trebbing fish traps. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, almost. There we go. Now he gets it. And onager cut here from Matt. He'll be cutting into these walls. So Ganji now also faces the situation that late game, his team does not have siege onager. So that's going to be rough for them. 18 is up. 18 is going to go Magyar, Cyan, Pocket, Paladins. Those will be fully upgraded by the looks of it. So has an opportunity. Maybe he can run forward and get into Barles' base. The walls are in the back, but is there a hole somewhere? Well, the Paladins are actually in. However they got there. You can steal fish traps the same as farms, yes. So this Palisade Gate might go down. It also replenishes the food on them when you steal them. So it's a crazy little trick you can do if you and an ally fish boom in the same pond. More of like it's like a farming thing on Lombardy or more when you're next to each other. But you can actually swap back and forth and never need to rebuild them if you micro properly. Barles building more TCs. Yeah, Barles just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 TCs. He's gonna have a firmly established economy. Everything his villagers could ever need, they'll have. Well, they'll be raided soon, though. I'll be raided soon. That castle, still being trebbed, will go down. And up there's a cut. There's a cut leading to the middle. And now Onager is on the next pond. And the conclusion has been foregone for a while. As Barles wins 2-0, he will be the top seed in his group. And I believe the top seed overall come playoffs. His team has beasted through this tournament. That's a 62-7 KD for Matt. How the heck did Barles get Matt as a pocket on his team? That's, just shy of 69,000 resources collected was Matt as the Aztecs. Aztecs' pocket has been pretty darn good so far in Rage Forest. The Jaguar Warriors are honestly a great unit these days. With all the infantry civs we've seen, Jaguar Warriors, I think, get a bit more play now. So there we go. Easy win for Barles, who still has Teutons and Ethiopians. So Persians, Aztecs, Persians, Aztecs, Italians, and Wu winning against Japanese, Magyars, Burmese, and Vietnamese. Oh no, Ganji, what civs do you have for the final game? Armenians, Khitans, Gajurs, and Muisca against Ethiopians, Teutons, Tupi, and Chinese. I think Barles' team might have some better civs. Who's MVP? I mean, Barles beasted on the flank that game. That was crazy. But also, I mean, everyone plays a role there. Nerf Kex for getting the walls to protect Matt's fish boom. Survived against 2 players pushing while the pockets were able to boom. That was a smooth game of Rage Forest again. The first game was smooth. That game was messy, but messy, they never felt like they were out of control. They felt like as much as the other team was trying to cause chaos, it just backfired. So let's see, it will still be Edgar Davids for Barles' team. Yep, and looking at the timing, there are a couple of other sets going on right now. Mihai versus TeMo and TaToH versus Valas are both happening now or soon. And then Kingstone versus Viper is happening in 1 hour. So we'll see how long the third game takes and then make a call on what we cast next. I think we'll cast game 3, and if that's like, because we have 50 minutes until Kingstone Viper, that probably puts us in a good timing to take a short break and then cast Kingstone versus Viper. But it's a game of Rage Forest. Someone could rage quit after losing a Vil fight in a meaningless game, or it could be a game that lasts 2 hours. You never know. Yeah, TaToH Valas would be better, but they're also starting right now, so we'd miss a game. And I'd rather cast a live set and do that as Rex. But TaToH Valas, I think, will cast after Kingstone Viper, and then end the day with the Rex of Mihai TeMo, I think. We'll see how my stamina goes, too, because we have one set tomorrow, and if we get through 6 hours of Rage Forest, maybe I just save Mihai TeMo for tomorrow after Lewis Jordan. Or before Lewis Jordan. We have to do it before, because I have a meeting after. Can we have a look at the tables so far? We'll look at the tables after this game because we are just about to launch. And then we'll check the tables before the next match. So here we are. Barles will be in the purple this time. Barles will be the pocket. He'll be the Ethiopian pocket. That'll leave Edgar Davids as the orange flank. He'll be playing Chinese against Bullet as the Armenians in the blue. On the other side, it'll be Ganji as the Muisca on the flank in the gray against Matt as the Tupi. So Matt playing flank, Imperio coming on as the pocket. I think Barles' team knows that this game doesn't count, so they're going to swap their roles around, maybe give their players some experience in different positions. Yeah, so Edgar Davids is a flank. It's a Chinese flank, too. A tricky flank to play. If you play it well, you have a great eco. If you play it poorly, you lose a Vil fight. And lose it hard. They do have heavy rocket carts now, so maybe a bit more utility late game. They do have some options going Great Wall for extra HP on Bombard Towers. And heavy rocket cart and Fire Lancer now. So I think they're better than they were on Black Forest before the Three Kingdoms rework of them. That's where I feel like on some maps, having camels was better than having Fire Lancers. Like African Clearing, where they were pretty good. But in general, the Fire Lancer is a much stronger unit. Yeah, Ganji's not messing around with the positions. Also, Nolo as the pocket, too. Now, move in Bullet to the flank. So, forward-ish wall from Edgar Davids, who will have to realize there is a one-hole gap in the forest over there. And we'll have an X here on the capybaras. Camel Scout against the Scout Cav, Nolo versus Imperio. The Camel Scout, remember, does not get an attack bonus against Cav until the Feudal Age. So I think this is an equal fight in the Dark Age. More HP, but less attack for the Camel Scout. It's Feudal where the Camel Scout starts to shine. Could try to lame the Capybaras. Oh, there's a Champy. Hello, Champy. So no one wall on this side. There are 6 Tapirs in the middle. No one's fighting over them. Oh, and this is an 8-pond game. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ponds. Oh, that is amazing. So Tapir will chase this hunter under the TC. And the TC will take down the Tapir there. I have a few Vils chopping wood by the mule cart. And there we go. Edgar Davids did realize he needs one more tile of wall. So in the back, what's that X? That's the, I guess, just noticing. Oh, there was a Capybara not in the mill for the Gajuras. Gajura pocket. We've seen them as flank usually. I've usually seen these civs flipped. Muisca as the pocket and Gajuras as the flank. Is Slam out already? I think he is. I'm honestly going to look forward to seeing if we get them in the playoffs. Team TaToH versus Team Barles. And up some walling in the back there. Crocodile charging at the Vil from Aten. And I have Feudal Age here from Matt. And oh, look at that. This is where you wish you had a mill, just because you could put it perfectly inside of all those pineapple bushes. You could do it with a settlement, but then you're losing out on the settlement as a lumber camp. So the Tupi, flank, garrison in their settlements. We'll have some champions fighting each other here, and Matt will simply wall up to the pond. Leaves the possibility open for some transport ship shenanigans. As we'll have some tapirs here being able to chase that villager from Ganji. As Ganji will add in some walls. And work on luring in the tapirs. And everything taken underneath that town center. On the other side, we have a barracks, so let's go. Bullet, barracks, militias. Matt up to the feudal age. And what is Matt going to do? Matt's going to go forward with a villager. Is he going to lure or is he going to fight? He has another vill fighting a crocodile. He has Loom. He'll see Ganji on his way forward. That champion kind of low on HP. And will this be a forward dock attempt? So this is where if Matt wants to get tricky, he can use his fishing ships to try to block the dock. If he had a third, he could do a better job blocking. Barracks from Ganji. And over here, those militia, not quite forward attacking the wall yet, but now 25 seconds from being up, we'll have a mill from Bullet, and he will send his vills forward to do some towers. And again, this is a game that, for the standings, won't matter. How aggressive are these players going to be? What type of crazy strats are we going to see from them? You can see Barles flipping his team's locations of all their players. And now we'll see the Camel Scout. Oh, still Dark Age, actually. Still Dark Age. I was going to say he's feudal, but not yet. Not yet feudal. Xing over here as a tower goes up and more walls go up there from Edgar Davids. Barles' team just playing for lulz and troll now. And the game they lost was actually a crazy game, where Margugu went for some insane forward against the Kuman pocket. There's a tower up there for Edgar Davids. That tower will hit the men-at-arms on the walls. Hello, Baron. Good afternoon. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday. So, the men-at-arms are through. Hello, Baron? How you doing? Do I know you? I think you decided to get a puppy instead of going to the photographers meetup last year, so I don't know. Do I know you? Anyway, there's an outpost there for Edgar Davids. Some walls going up as the archers push the vill back. And right now, Edgar, also with the flank fish booming, we'll have... Wait, is this a no-farm game? Oh, no, Matt built farms. We have 4 ponds taken here for Barles' team. We don't have Bullet on a pond. He didn't try to rotate over. Like, Bullet takes this one. Aiden takes this one. Nolo takes this one. And then Ganji takes this one. No, they left a pond unoccupied. Barles' team is all 4 of the ponds. Was it worth it? I mean, you missed out on medieval times. If you ask Ray really enjoyed it. There's Nilo up to the Castle Age. And we'll have a forward outpost from the Champy Scout. Let's go. That'll be denied. The Champy doesn't have enough HP. Okay, the Champy might die to the spear. Unless the galleys can save it. No, the galleys can't save it. Spear even pokes the galley. So stone walls from Matt, as Ganji still is unable to dock this pond. Those fishing ships need to get back to work. A couple of galleys there from Matt, too. I'll have a forward workshop from Nolo. As the militia will pressure the walls over here and the archers come forward. And trying to help the tower rush, but stone walls and a defensive tower from Edgar David should do a good job of keeping this out. As Ganji up for the castle age, Nolo buy in some wood. What is Ganji doing with forward vills? He's just trying. He's been trying to dock this pond for a while. And not quite getting there, but we'll do a watchtower. And I'll maybe give him an option to keep the galleys away. And it'll be a monk rush now from Ganji. There's one player who likes the monks, it's Ganji. And forward settlement. What do the settlements do for the Muisca again? That's not the ones where they heal? Oh, they heal nearby units, okay. So you can settlement along with the push to heal your units. That's interesting. Confederation heals nearby units. Has a name. Interesting. You can probably dock now, if he wants to. We'll see if he does. It might just be elephant push. Okay, so it's the Gajur pocket elephant push. Whenever you see Gajurs on a map that's closed, you have to remember they get extra bonus damage. And yeah, mounted units deal plus 20%, 30%, 40% bonus damage. And that means the armored elephants, and clearly they are not a mounted unit because they're just an elephant. There's no rider mounted atop them. But that bonus applies to them. And that they get now 120 damage against buildings instead of 80. And they tear through walls like nothing. Our base defeated Licks with this strategy once. That's how you know it's broken. That was in sudden disaster last year. So Rocket Cart goes down to the Mangonel. Mangonel hits the Ram. Ram comes forward to attack the tower. As Vills go to repair the wall. The Vill will repair the Mangonel here. A couple of Mangonels attack the Ram. And Mangonels are pushing through a wall. And now, here we are. Nolo is in. Nolo is in. And Blackwood Archers, well, if there's one thing they can't stop, maybe, just maybe, it's the Armored Elephant. Matt losing the pond. 3 elephants here. With 4 elephants, which he has now, I think you can definitely push a castle. He's going to go for the dock first, clear the dock, and then swing to go for the castle. Temple guards from Ganji. Maybe the one downside, you can't garrison temple guards inside of the elephant. So those archers have to pull back. And here come the elephants. The only thing that can fight them right now are the Vills. I just need a monk or two to heal them. Remember, monks can heal them. Maybe there's so many Blackwood... Do Blackwood archers even counter the elephants? There are so many Blackwood archers now. They shoot really quickly. If the monks get a hit on the archers just die. So they can garrison in the TC, hop in and out a bit. The castle already losing HP. 3 elephants do so much damage. Some repairs are there. What is that? Just Vills fighting. The elephants are kind of low on HP. The castle getting repaired. And maybe that wasn't enough elephants. Instead, they'll turn and go for the town center with the Mangonels to help. They might just get the TC. They're going to lose the elephants there. Not going to be able to heal them in time. And the TC down to under 700 HP. The castle's fully repaired. And the Blackwood Archers will try to keep the Mangonels away from the TC, as it's close to going down, under 400 HP. Can't garrison right now. Here comes Aiton. Here comes Aiton. He wasn't able to do anything on the other side. Defensive castle there from Edgar Davids against Bullet, but he can come to this side and try to triple Matt. Matt needs to, with 22 HP, defend the TC. No repairs, no repairs. He'll pick off the Cav. 8 and not paying attention, dying to the Blackwood Archers. Yeah, 34 Vils versus 48 over here on this flank. And a mangonel now from Imperio. But they'll make another push at the castle, stopped by the mangonel. So Matt here in a situation, usually he has 5 TCs. Right now he's 0 TC gaming, trying to add in 1. Mangonel kills an elephant. Yeah, he's got to run some Vils. Yeah, this is where Matt needs to learn to run Vils. At least there's a gate so he can get through. Imperial building a gate so he can run. Honestly, he might not even need to run with that castle. He's still picking off Vils, picking off the monks. The elephant's not going to threaten the archers. The elephant's almost dead. And overall, Team Barles now with a 50 Vil lead over Team Ganji. Another TC there from Matt. As that Scorpion comes forward, pushes the Blackwood archers back. He'll split and dance and kill the Scorpion. Destroy the Scorpion and now take the elephant and push it back. So after all of that pressure, one mangonel from Imperio is basically all that Matt needed to defend himself, reestablish his eco, and get another TC up. Yes, 35 Vils to 67 is not ideal, but he has Blackwood archers. The Blackwood archers will be all the economy. Oh, demo? What? A demo that's useful? It's okay, it's okay. The 2P get resources back as they lose the Blackwood archers. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, Matt, we've been talking about him as a pocket. He's 1v3, and he's defending 1v3. And his pocket now as the Teutons has 112 Vils. Honestly, though, good boom from Nolo behind this, who's at 110 Vils. And I mean, Nolo, he doesn't need farms. He's got 9 herdables in the mill, 900 food there. He's got 32 fish traps on the pond. He's fish booming. How many 2Ps do you need to kill with the demo for the demo to pay off? That's a good question, because maybe the question is, how many Blackwood archers do we need to kill with one demo for the 2P player to gain more resources from the Blackwood archers than it costs for the demo? So Castle on the Pond for Imperio. That's a long-ranged fire to kill the Vils, but that'll go down to the Blackwood archers. And gold mining plus stone mining for Aten. As the Treb takes down the tower, and the Trebs will go for the archery range. And fortified walls in, but after a couple of layers already are breached. So it's Bullet now, who has the walling assignment. Yeah, over 800 score difference at this point. But Team Ganji, they have recovered. They have more Vils now. And Matt, despite the defense, is down to 50 Vils. I guess, though, if there's a save who doesn't need Vils, might as well be the 2P. But Cavalier in, a Paladin upgrade clicked for Imperio. No husbandry, so the Teuton pocket paladins will be slow, but more heavily armored. Trev is going for the wall. And the wall goes down. As Arbs come forward, they'll kill some Vils. And Chupro News are forward for Edgar Davids. Vils go down to the Arbs. And, well, Bullet now. He can wall. He can wall all he wants. But it's a bit of a struggle for him. However, though, on the other side, there is some defense against the Teuton Pocket Paladins. There is another layer of walls behind this. And we will have the Gajur player up and going Elephant Archers. Now, if they go Camels, they'll have a great counter to the Paladins, but less so against potential Halbs and Blackwood Archers. So by going Elephant Archers, he's going to try to counter both units. Or all combinations of units, at least force Imperio to try to invest into Siege Onager, which will be a more expensive transition than Halbs. Yeah, remember, Barles here, Ethiopian Arbs. So Ethiopian Arbs and Chuko News, that's going to be a lot of arrows being shot. So castle's up here. Barles and Edgar Davids continuing to push forward. Here go Showtells and it couldn't matter. Yeah, I mean, I would have thought Camels initially against the Paladins, but maybe he's just too worried about the Archers. And if he gets a lot of Elephant Archers, it should, like I said, deal with all the units other than the Mangonels. Maybe he's hoping the Temple Guards from Ganji will deal with the Paladins. Matt asking for Sling. He's on 89 Vils with the 2P. He doesn't need Sling. He's fine. And Mangonel's own Trebs. And we'll go for the ranges, as it feels like everyone on Team Ganji now collapsing to this pressure. Yeah, pressing the monk button against Teutons, that's true. That's a difficult thing. Teutons will have that extra conversion resistance as a team bonus. One of the strongest team bonuses. So Castle here from Aiden will go down. And there's the GG from Ganji's team. And Team Barles with a quick 3-0. Cleaned this up in 90 minutes. This is one of the fastest sets of Rage Forest we've had. GG's all around. Rocket Carts go down, and they will clinch the #1 overall seed. Ganji, unfortunately, will not make the playoffs. Barles a kill shy of 69. Matt there with the impressive defense, 39 and 40 KD. And still managed to boom back quickly after taking all that damage. Protected his pocket. And maybe Nolo was a bit greedy. Needed to wait for another elephant or two before pushing the castle. And GG's for Team Barles. Steamroll, hello Sci-Fly. And I can check off civs, and this will be an easy check off. Hello, Mess Puddles. Valas versus TaToH Game 1 isn't over yet. Do we want to cast that, or do we want to wait for Viper Kingstone? At 26 minutes in, I think maybe we do just hop right into TaToH Valas then? Because Viper will probably stream his point of view, right? So that'll get covered. Let me just do a quick ad, and we'll hop. We'll do that. We'll hop. If you can get me the link to the draft, that'd be nice. We can do just TaToH versus Valas. Because that should be a good matchup. And we'll speed through game 1 a bit and just slow down slightly. Yeah, that's a plan. That was a fast one, so we can hop into this set. And let me just make sure. We'll go on, I think, 2 times speed. And this will be Team TaToH against Team Valas. And let me just check the standings real quick to see what the stakes are for this game. As we will have TaToH versus Valas, the 1 and 2 seeds right now, and the 1 and 2 teams. TaToH 3-0, the same thing as Barles, looking to finish up the #1 seed. Thank you, David, for the follow, and thank you also, Brackheim, for the follow. He has 3 wins, Valas 2 and 1. TeMo, Mihai, also TeMo, trying to stay top 4. Kingstone will have implications for how he finishes versus Andy, maybe. Again, Valas, a 2-1 team, doesn't want to be a 2-2 and be in a tiebreak situation. So again, this is live, but we will catch up a bit. We'll see this is a 1-pond map for each team, 2 ponds total. And it'll be... chat, you gotta remind me how to say the orange player's name, other than Pikachu. But TaToH, Dragonstar, Judes, and... Payehu? No Moray for TaToH's team. And they are 26 minutes in, so we will catch up. TaToH's team trying to clinch the top overall seed. Let me also just update the YouTube title a bit. Is there still a chance for Team Viper if they win 3-0? I think so. But yeah, we'll do the top teams to start the day then. Barles and TaToH. And forward wall there from Fingita. So Fingita, Valas, GG out, and Monos for Valas' team. And Fingita will try to get some more walls. Dragonstar won't quite get through. I still think the fact that TaToH has Dragonstar on his team is crazy. I think Dragonstar was a bit underrated in the draft. Oh, a nice gate from Fingita. He's someone who'll know how to do the walling wars. And we'll keep our eye on this game for when, if we have an opportunity to speed up. We won't right now in the Vil Wars. And this Vil War on this side will be a bit more important because that's where the pockets both have their ponds. We'll have Judes versus GG out docking the ponds. And this is so far forward in the passage that it looks like... Ooh, as the Vil goes down. Bit of an awkward situation. GG out walled one side. Valas will wall the other. And Valas now has a Vil forward. And Valas could do some crazy things with that forward Vil as he managed to bypass orange players' scouting. And didn't even cause the deer to run in the fog of war. The pocket will wall himself off. Jude's will. Will Jude see that if the gate goes up? You might have just seen it. Oh, Valas walled himself in, but within line of sight of the gate. He will do a barrack, same as Barles in the previous game. Alright, so Valas has some sneaky things going on. Everyone else walled up. We'll have a forward settlement then. Okay, we can speed up then as we'll wait for something to come from that barracks. And, I mean, this team should know that he's there if they're paying attention. A bit of walling for the pond now from Orange. No militia yet. It will be an archery range as Xing this. So TaToH saying, hey, Dragonstar, go wall that. And it'll certainly be a range there from Valas, as now Payehu will have to wall everything here with palisades. One spear gets in. I'll try to kill a Vil, but spotted the sneak from Valas as he tries to do some ranges. And we'll try to break through the walls, as everyone will be up to feudal, and we'll have a stone wall here to protect against these Vils trying to break through. And now Orange doing everything he can to protect his pocket's pond. While that's going on, Valas is going to be doing a triple boar lore threatened by a bear. 16 HP, but he should get back. That's a straight line to the TC. The bear will do less damage than the boars will to the Vil, and also block the boars a bit. So straightforward there for Valas to get everything in. And Tower Rush now from Fingita. And Dragonstar will get the walls up. So very now forward stone wall from Fingita opens up with a hard passage to wall behind this. Room for castle drops or other shenanigans. As it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 town centers immediately from Monos. 4 town centers as the skirms fight the archers and the spears. The archer will go down, as will another scout. And a bear will fight the Vil here in the north, and will lose. As the archer is still now forcing the flank to defend, but at least it's the flank and not the pocket. Behind this, we'll have a forward castle now from GG out. Yeah, and I mean, good recovery from Pikachu. That one Vil could have been deadly, but everyone now has walled it, and even will be stonewalling it. The Sneakville still is there, low in HP, but hasn't been cleaned. That could be annoying, and it will be a follow-up with Arambai from the Burmese pocket. So it's Berber's, TaToH's, Wu, and Burmese. Valas with the Berber villager makes it move faster, so even more threatening on the flank. We'll have TaToH as the Shu on the flank. Oh, he's adding in the War Chariot. We'll go for everything from the Siege Workshop. The Ram, the Onager, the War Chariot. As all the vills then go down to the Knights. And the settlement will go up here on the stone. Couple of petards ready to break through. And these are just feudal age stone walls, so the petard will get through quickly. And now, at least there are skirms here. More stone walls, more walling behind this as the Arambai get through. There is still an opening almost, not quite. Vills get picked off, low HP there, and the Arambai can do some damage, killing more Vills. The Arambai numbers continue to be amassed for GG out. So he's pushing, getting some TCs behind this. Meanwhile, Jude's the Frank pocket keeps booming. TaToH not quite getting through the walls there. There's a Mangonel for Finjita, so he's probably in a spot to defend. Couple of camels now from the Berbers player. Okay, camels to deal with the pocket knights. That is annoying. And Orange taking a lot of damage here. Mangonel hitting Vills. As the skirms have to dodge the Mangonel. And these Arambai will take down the fishing ships and take down the galleys. Knights will run around from Valas to get in too. Oh, and the fish boom from the pocket. The fish boom from the Frank pocket denied. At the very least, the Franks player will have the free heavy plow for now adding in farms with a bunch of food on them. But still, losing the fish is devastating to the pocket when the other pockets have free fish booms. Free fish boom there. TaToH trying to push. Don't like the opening of Jude's to Knights. Yeah, well, he sees that there are Arambai, so he has to deal with it. And he was really worried about losing the fish. But keeping that Sneakville alive for the stable, with just a few camels there, helps stop the Knights. And now, let's see, that could even be walled out if Valas wants to. And, yeah, a very, very rough go of it for Pajehu here. Arambai taking down the houses. And, I mean, Arambai don't destroy buildings like they used to. But they're still scary. Now we have a Keshik. Oh, it's going to be a triple this side. As Mono's here. Mono's has been like an incredible boomer. It's his pocket. Yeah, he's up. He's doing a university. Gonna rely on Finjita to defend with lots and lots of walls as Monos comes over here. And they will triple poor Pikachu. Over here on the flank. And honestly, with Valas in between them, this has not been an opportunity to run Vills. So, I mean, unless Dragonstars the Slavs can do some huge carrying with TaToH now in Imp, I think this team might have a player be defeated. And they did win 3v4 earlier when Memp was defeated as their replacement player, but I don't know if that's going to happen again this game. It does feel like Team Valas has outboomed them. Yeah, surprise Pikachu face. Exclamation mark bracket. Ooh, I should have a command for the challenge bracket, but I will be my own bot today. So Keshik's now attacking the TC. I'll have some Arambai coming forward as Halb is in for Dragonstar. And more walls will be going up for Finjita. Traction Treb also involved. So all different types of siege from TaToH this game. Finjita will wall more. Do the Wu have fortified wall? They do not. So it will be merely stone walls for him. Hard to play the walling flank role when you don't have the stone walls. That could be the one weakness that this team is facing right now, the fact that Finjita might struggle to wall. Yeah, I can't see how he doesn't get defeated here. Oh man, Mono is ready to run in with the Keshiks. TC getting trebbed, and this might be it. This might be it for our orange player. As the Keshiks now will slaughter the Vils, kill the skirmishers, and he'll soon be down to his final unit. 16 Vils, 13. He's got a couple of skirms queued in the archery range. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 0 population. He has only buildings now. Wait, where are the skirms? Where is the range? The range is over there. He's got one skirm. One hero skirm. Who now needs to survive. Oh no, but the skirm could run into a bear. Imagine being defeated by a bear. He's just gonna hide the skirm in that corner now. And GG out's up to Imp. So this now the chance for TaToH's team to push on the left. We'll have some throwing axemen from Jude's. Alright. How do they do against the Rambais? They can probably break the wall. He doesn't have a TC. No, he's 0 TC gaming with only skirms. And he has 3 skirmishers. He's gonna hide them in different areas. He lost 1 skirm. The monks from GG out could try to convert the skirm. They're being merciful to him. Oh, they're going for the halbs. The halbs might save the skirm. No, the knights kill the skirm. So 1 population, only a skirm. He recovered from 0 population. The castle will probably kill the range there. The market could also give him something to do. So could the monastery. Wait, he has a monastery. He could make a monk and convert a Vil and get back. He's not completely dead yet. He needs his team to destroy the castle and the enemy just to leave Vils here without running them. He has a chance. He has a chance. Chat, he can get back into the game. He just needs to convert an enemy Vil and train a monk. Here come the Keshiks now. Mono's swinging back to the other side, trying to stop this push from Dragonstar and TaToH. They both have some halbs to deal with the Keshiks, but maybe not the numbers they need yet. Trying to get their army forward into the passage. Is there anyone who can figure a way back? It's Dr. Agonstar. So castle forward from TaToH. Jin Swordsman still being poked down by the halbs. Oh no, the knights are going for the monastery. That will then be the end of poor Pikachu if the knights destroy the monastery. Onager being researched there. The Axemen could deny the Onager upgrade from GG out for the moment. They actually will. They'll take that workshop down very quickly. Still need to protect the monastery here. 200 HP. Oh, Judes, you have the army. You have the army. But no, this really will be the end of Pikachu. Oh, the monastery crumbles to dust. And is he defeated yet? He's not defeated yet. He lost... Oh no, he still has the skirm. The castle will probably kill that skirm. I think the death of that skirm will be the death of him. It's a pocket dock. Yeah, remember, the Keshiks here gain gold as Monos is fighting with them. He's trying to fight 1v2 at the moment to protect Vegeta. Vegeta walled as much as he could, but now the floodgates are open. Traction Trap will go for the castle. And now here comes some of those two-handed swordsmen. Axemen killing the swordsmen. They will take some castle fire. Camels take down the Onager. This castle here will go down to the Trebs. And TaToH's team's still pushing. They're not giving up yet, even 3v4. Wait, how is... Oh, the skirm is outside the range of the castle by 1 tile. He's still alive. He is still alive. The GG out needs to do fletching. How do camel archers do against axemen? Axemen should lose to onagers. That was a nice onager hit. GG out, going for the Trebs. And get the Trebs. Keshik's will, at least. Trebs down, cannon down. And Jude's here, I think, is going to die now. Yeah, the Stealth Master camouflaged in. With the autumn trees, he's orange, so the skirm looks like the changing leaves. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Captain Cadaver. Well, TaToH still is pushing. I think we can 2x this, though. I mean, Vegeta has 125 vills. He's not anywhere nearly as dead as Payehu is. Rams on their way forward. Oh, are we okay? I think we're at, no, 2.3. Okay, 2.3. Not at real time yet. We're just at the point where there's so much going on we don't speed up anymore. Manager going for the Hussars. Manager down. Axeman killing some halbs. This castle will be lost and Jude's will be pushed. But, I mean, Vegeta did manage to run vills. He's down to 84 vills, so he does have to reboom. It is still a 3v3 for a while. And Jude's here still trying to hold with Axeman. Are Axeman really his best unit against the Camel Archers? I would think he would want Paladins there. Keshik's here from Wano's, not able to hold the push though. TaToH still moving around on this flank. He and Dragonstar. Getting into some trade even. The trade needs to be moved. Trade needs to be moved. There's a siege workshop from TaToH. Vegeta asking for food and wood. As Jude still is getting pushed. Treb army there from GG out. Longfin Onager cut pretty strong. But Dragonstar is over here on this side of the map now. He's got some siege onagers. He's ready to help defend against the Camel Archers with the siege onagers. Bombard cannon for Jude's. And the skirmisher, the master. Oh, wait. He has moved. He has moved. He did realize if Fletching comes in, he'd die, so he moved back to another tile. And he still is blending in with the forest. And the scores are still super close as TaToH's team is continuing to push. There's a lot of ARBs there, maybe running out of halbs though if Dragonstar has to react to the other side. A few Jin swordsmen and scouts, but Vegeta still himself doesn't really have an army. More TCs are going down for monos. The Trebs are there. TaToH needs more halbs. TaToH and Dragonstar still more score than everyone else on the other team. Jude's is still managing to hold with the Axemen. That's a lot of Burmese monks, but chivalry production for the Franks for the light cav will be great. Bombard cannon taking down the monks. Yeah, the skirm, he's looking into the forest, trying to blend in more. Wait, where's the skirm? Okay, I was worried there. Actually, the barracks. Wait, the skirm is walled in. The skirm is walled in. The barracks there. What worries me is if this barracks ever actually trains the unit and the champion gets trapped, it might aggro onto the skirm. A lonely skirm in the forest, as all the hussars now for Valas will be running about. Trapped on the side, maybe going for some vills. I mean, it's not like Payehu has anything else to micro. It's only the skirm. He's gonna go Elite Genitors now. Elite Genitors. But Monos cannot figure out a unit composition to stop this. Vegeta's just gonna lose TCs and lose more vills again. What happens if the skirm dies? If the skirm dies, then Payehu is defeated. He can do the good old see the entire map when defeated trick. Nope, his team doesn't lose. You can win with a defeated player. TaToH's team has done that already. And man, what a job by Jews to hold this, honestly. What an insane job. The Burmese player going for champions rather than elephants for GG out might actually be giving him a chance, though, because the champions die to the Axemen. Repairs on the castle now. Onager does go down. That means the Axemen could move forward, maybe. As it feels like now Fujita getting some skirms out might be the key, because TaToH as the Shu only has Arbs. And Arbs against now Genitor and Shu probably are not favored. I think he needs to get some type of siege here, but that's still tricky with the Keshiks. Cav Archers 2 from Monos to deal with any Halbs. As if this is a long game, we still have not managed to catch up to real time. So champions go down to the Axemen. Axemen taking out everything. Treb's going for the castle. Castle down. And there are the GGs finally from Team TaToH. This Team Valas will win as... Oh, wait. Where's the skirm? I think the skirm died. Where was it? Oh, yes! The skirm finally died! The skirm finally died, and without the skirm, TaToH's team will call it GG. It lives in the forest. He's just a Tom Bombadil, not caring about the rest of the world. Master of his own domain. So 504 kills for TaToH. Only 11 kills for Payehu. And the Sneak Vil from Valas honestly won them that game with how they were able to isolate the, not just the flank, but also the Pond's Fishboom. As here we go. So it's such a sad scene for the dead skirm. Oh, I need to update my scoreboard. That's the previous set. This is TaToH versus Barles, with Valas getting a win in the first game. And I need to find the draft still. Where is this draft? Ganji posting it, thank you. And here we are for the draft. There we go. And for the civs for TaToH, that was Franks, Shu. What even were the civs? Then it's Frank, Shu, Inca, and Slavs. Against Burmese, Berbers, Tatars, and Wu. And the next game has started, so we'll hop right into the next game. And we'll just do 2x speed to try to catch up here. So we'll see if we can catch up now. We'll have Payehu versus Fujita on the flank here, and it'll be TaToH versus Valas on the other flank. So this will be Armenians versus Vikings here, and the other flank will be Mapuche versus Hindustanis. And incredible pawns here. This is the important flank, though. Both pawns are forward for the flanks. So for TaToH's team, Mapuche, Armenians, Byzantines, and Koreans, again going with the Byzantine pocket, against Hindustanis, Burgundians, Aztecs, and Vikings. And if you're going to have a Byzantines pocket, I think having it versus the Aztec pocket is pretty ideal, as you can deal with the Eagles or the Jaguar Warriors. And you even have Heresy to deal with monks. You have Bombard Cannon to deal with their Siege Onagers. You have healing monks that heal each other faster if you need monks yourself. So I really like that. That's when this matchup happened. And Burgundians too. elite cataphracts with Logistica should beat Burgundian paladins without bloodlines. So forward walls from Valas against TaToH. Still more space to wall. TaToH will just wall behind it. Trickier map, I think, for TaToH to wall. And now one tile left for Payehu, and he will get the wall up. As Fujita walls behind that, so he is walled up. Both sides will be walled here. No one trying to push through. Everyone walled here. So nice, peaceful walling. Is there a forward sneakville? There's no sneakvilles, right? No sneakvilles. So we speed the Dark Age up then. To get caught up as best we can. Wolf there killed, and we'll have the triple Borlore from GG out. Should be able to get that in. Nice and speedy Borlore. Right in under the TC as they are up to feudal. They have been game for 11 minutes real time. So if we just go at this speed and no one pressures, and we don't have to watch a tower rush, but that's not going to happen as we have a barracks over here. Alright, and we'll have a tower rush there from TaToH as the vills here from Valas come forward. And he will do a defensive tower of his own. And TaToH will try to break through the walls, but we'll have to pull back once the tower goes up. The other side, there's a blacksmith for Jude's. As the walls down to the scout. We'll have some stone walls up for TaToH. And wall going up now for TaToH. This game feels a lot faster. Okay, I think we're up to real time. Oh no, not quite. Not quite. Still on 3.4 speed. So forward workshop for GG out. And the militia, or the vills will still keep pushing through the walls, but we do have stone walls. So both pockets, they're the Byzantine pocket and the Burgundian pocket, going to take the pond. Burgundians should have the better boom than the Byzantines. They have a better eco bonus. Maybe interesting if the Byzantine player opens heavy camel to maybe fight off Burgundian paladins. Aztecs won't have halbs. If the Aztecs player is fighting the other side and the Koreans can deal with that, then the Byzantines might even open heavy camel against Burgundians and swap to cataphracts later. You do have some synergy with the blacksmith upgrades, accounting for both, and husbandry. So Mangonel and Ram push for GG out on TaToH. TaToH going to wall his pocket, even with the wolf, to make sure the push doesn't get to the pocket. And the Ram push for GG out will continue, going for the TC. And we'll have a siege workshop for TaToH as he's going to defend with a tower. And the Mangonel will push the TC, the Ram will push the market, and we'll have a castle drop from Valas. So Valas, with the same aggression he displayed against the Viper, mercilessly going for a castle drop on the undefended flank. That will hit the TC, and TaToH has to fall back for a TC. Should he have ran back here? He's running vills at least. He's got 5 vills fleeing. He needs another TC. Maybe it should have been back there. And he'll be pushed. We'll have more docks on the pond along with a workshop there from Monos. As the Mangonel push will continue for Payehu here. Against the flank, it will be a Mangonel on a hill. Can it get 2? Gets 1.5. Great shot though. But does go down. Vegeta's Mangonel. Vegeta could get a Vil and dodges the archers out. Keeps them safe behind that. When they camp up as the monk goes to heal the Vils. Now a TC in the north for Valas. Now hits another monk. The Monk trying to push a Vil back. We'll have a tower up for Fingita, or an outpost up for Fingita so we can see. Monk there for Payehu, wants a conversion. Everything was running so fast. And TaToH here is just about to die. Gulams and Rams, so GG out following up the push with Rams. And TaToH is very dead here. And will be walled off. Valas, so aggressive on the flank and paying off. And nice shot with the Ram. Vil, or with the Mangonel and the Ram for TaToH. Vils will have to repair that now. Gulams getting under the TC. TaToH trying to Mangonel them. He's doing everything he can to repair against the camel. And keep the Mangonel walled in. I mean, that's some impressive micro from TaToH. Gets the Gulams. Man, TaToH with the Mangonel. Mangonel beats Gulams. Oh, another shot. Valas not retreating. And he can try to run to the TC for cover now. Okay, that was crazy from TaToH somehow to stop that Ram push. Or at least slow it down. That's going to buy Dragonstar more time to boom. Yeah, stables for Monos as he's up to imp with a fish boom as the Burgundians. So he is going to see that Valas opened this side, and he's going to triple this side with stables. And with the stables here, he can go both sides. So interesting stable position. We'll have a longboat on a pond for Fingita. Why is he going longboats on the pond? I guess he needs to defend it, but okay. That puts them at risk of conversion. If you want longboats, I'd honestly maybe keep them in the docks. They do have 8 range. The Monk's only 9, so they outrange them by 1. But redemption conversion on a Mangonel. 2 Mangonel conversions there. That's crazy for Payehu. Okay, the longboat's actually paying off then, attacking the Mangonels. Conversions are on the Mangonels. It won't be on the longboats. There's Cavalier, and it'll be very quick pocket paladins for Monos. Castle for Dragonstar. And TaToH, how is TaToH still alive? Dang, how is he still alive? TC killing some of those Gulams. Ram's getting ready to push the castle. He ran, that's true, he did run, and he has the TC in the back. And wisely he ran. 7 Vils he saved. Lowest score on the team. But the Mapuche also may be the civ that matters least on his team. He'll lose the market. And these Vils can't run anymore with that wall up. The only thing he could do would be a siege tower to hop over the wall. Monks want some conversions on the Vils. Vils attacking the Rams. Ram down. TC will shoot the Gulams. More Gulams come forward to attack the other Vils as they try to repair the TC. And okay, TaToH, he's getting slaughtered. He is getting slaughtered. He's got 15 Vils in this TC. And I guess 9 Vils over here. Yeah, 9 Vils, but at least he has 2 TCs. So he's not completely dead. But this is looking like a good 2-0 for Team Valas. Still have a fish boom here. Payehu's gonna wall everything. TaToH may be missing Moray on his team this round. As well, a bit of a pause. Oh wait, are we caught up to live time then if we have a pause? Oh, I think that means we're caught up. Chat, we're caught up. Caught up with the set. Had champagne with oysters. That sounds very fancy. Not running Vils with flank at this level should be illegal. And what about casting Viper? We'll cast the Rex of Viper set then after this one. Or after Mihai TeMo. We'll see what the schedule is. The schedule's in a bit of flux today. Just do the overlapping sets, but we'll make it work. We'll make it work. So TaToH desperately repairing that TC, just trying to buy himself some time. Honestly, it's probably not worth it to repair right now. He might as well just lose the Vils. Just kind of scatter them and run, make sure they don't get converted. So Fingita needed a second to pause. He's good now. We are caught up. All the Vils deleted because he doesn't want to be converted. Yep, that's what I expected. Don't waste more wood repairing. And in total, though, it's only a 10 Vil difference between the teams, as we have an insane boom from Jude's as the Byzantine pocket. Fish boom for him. And now we get to see how well do the Byzantines do with a boom. It's Byzantines versus Burgundians, and the Burgundians with the fish boom do, I think, still present the opportunity. Wait, what are we going to have? A Halb opening. Halb and ranges. Halb gunpowder, then. Is that what you want? I guess you need Halbs for the early push from the Onagers. Still thinking camels would have been the play. You have your Romanian flank eventually to do Halbs. That'll be much better Halbs. I mean, cataphracts, Byzantines also absolutely destroy the Hindustanis with cataphracts. The Imperial camels die hard to cataphracts from every time I've seen that matchup. I mean, Koreans, Byzantines pockets against these civs, I think, is a great late game matchup. So as long as TaToH isn't completely dead and can eventually reboom, that's a big eventually though. I don't think the pockets can get pushed anymore. And you could just ask TaToH to delete the walls, Dragonstar. You don't need to Onager cut through. Those are your own walls. So Onager cut here. Monk, if that monk gets a conversion, that would be insane. But now we have to have devotion in. Devotion and faith. So devotion and faith for Monos, seeing the monks. They don't have a bonus against camels, but they have armor enough that camels don't get a bonus against cataphracts. Or it is greatly reduced. And then since they have Logistica for the splash damage, they take amazing fights when you get large numbers of units. Patrol stacking is banned. Cataphracts patrol stacking actually is kind of unstoppable with the splash damage, unless you have a unit like elephants that are even tankier. But against every single civ here, Vikings, Aztecs, Burgundians, Hindustanis, they're really the only answer to cataphracts are like hand cannon Arb. I think Jews is actually in an insane position. If you go like Cataphract and then Siege Onager from Dragonstar, I don't think that this team can stop it, other than just by having enough numbers. But here we have the War Wagon push with some Halbs for Dragonstar. He's pushing back, and this team trying to take all the forward resources from TaToH's base. And Dragonstar needs to stop that. No, camels die hard to cataphracts. Cataphracts counter camels pretty well. Imp camels can be okay sometimes, but once you get large numbers with Logistica, I've seen that many times, the cataphracts win that easily. I remember seeing a game, Yo versus Hera, where Yo was Byzantines and Hera late game was Hindustanis, and he couldn't figure out anything that could deal with cataphracts. And now this push is here, but Jude's is ready as the pocket to deal with that. The Onager down. How'd that Onager die? I don't know. But now the Halbs there fighting the Paladins. And the question is just, is that what Jude's is going to go? If he just is going Halb Arb, that's one thing. It's a bit quicker, for sure. And you can try to push this back. The Halbs need to be used, though. They're just kind of hanging back for now. The speed of this push now is going to be important. And if he starts pushing, you then start thinking, how do you sling TaToH back into the game? Because it's going to be important for the team that they get TaToH being useful as early as possible. As the Mapuche, even if he's just going something like Halb Skirm, he's adding population into the game. He's adding army. And that's what they'll need eventually, numbers. So Trebs forward. Trebs forward as the Halbs push the Paladins. And TaToH's team still following the theme of their games, trying to find ways to win 3v4. As the Trebs will hit the TC and the Halbs keep going forward. Outpost down, Arbs dodging against the cannon. Longboats push back the halbs. And that range goes down to the Trebs. Now Trebs hitting the barracks. As halbs start to take down paladins. And Dragons start going to come over here, so 3 players pushing. Armenians going for champions. And they still need the unique tech. They still need Feriders for the extra HP. But it feels like it's only paladins here. And GG out, having gone Aztecs, he's trying to cut through on the other side with skirms. Skirms and now Gulams, but what are they going to do? They'll get to the markets. We'll have heavy rocket carts there. Dragonstar prepared to deal with this. Oh wait, what type of rocket cart shot will he get on those skirms? What type of rocket cart shot is he going to get? Skirms on spread formation. They're pulling back. And Elite War Wagons now should deal with Gulams. Gulams have lots of Pierce Armor in the Castle Age, but somewhat like Tiger Cav, they missed the final armor upgrade in Imp, so they're less good against the ranged units. This is where you want Cataphracts against all of this. Aztec Skirms, oddly enough, are actually decent against Cataphracts since they do enough damage. Cataphracts have low Pierce Armor. And Dragonstar not quite there. War Wagon just feels like not the unit over here. It is maybe the unit needed over here. Just feels like Arab Halb isn't quite enough from Jude's right now. They're winning this side. And John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. As they're pushing into the pond, and importantly, Jude still has his pond secured. He'll get a couple of Dromans in the pond for good measure. And they are making progress with the push here. Those skirmishers in the middle of the eco need to be cleaned. At the very least, because they have a fish boom, there are no farms for the skirms to raid. I guess that means there are no vills to garrison in TCs to kill the skirms, but he's not being pressured too much. And full fortified wall from Dragonstar, as TaToH's at 93 vills. And considering that the Aztec pocket simply is going skirms, TaToH just needs to boom up and then make his own skirms to fight this. And then he'll be able to contribute. He doesn't need the hugest recovery boom ever. And he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 TCs now, so he'll be back into the game soon. Skirms may be threatening the trade for the moment. Here come more and more skirms and Gulams up the middle. And I still would love to see Cataphracts to kill the Gulams. I don't know, I mean, we saw, what was it, was OG Daddy go Cataphracts the other day from the pocket. They were insanely strong. I still think that's the unit the team needs here. I think they beat every single unit they're seeing. But there he goes, Elite Cataphract now. The tricky thing is just making sure the eco is in the position where you can train them. Oddly enough, the Aztec Skirms with 7 attack against the 5 Pierce Armor, or the 8 attack against the 5 Pierce Armor, are the scariest unit against the Cataphracts now. The Gulams do not scare them in the slightest. And there we go, now we have the Cataphract production. We still have a lot of War Wagons. Oh, the War Wagons get a flag on the back? Oh, they have a little flag when they're elite. Never noticed that. And creating a meta biz pocket every time now? Like, legit, they're a good pocket sim. And if they are a pocket, it gives you more flexibility in the draft to use them both as a pocket and a flank. So the fish boom has basically been stopped. We'll have a converted cannon galleon for Payehu on this pond. Is that converted? Yeah, it's a converted Burgundian cannon galleon, has the extra attack. Halb's still here. And Dragonstar, I mean, TaToH's team has the score lead. Cataphracts will be here to deal with the push. Are they in time? Some Korean keeps, some Cataphracts, and TaToH is rebooming on 115 vills, and as long as the Cataphracts take a fight, Valas is trying to run. If the Cataphracts can get a good surround, the Gulams will be massacred. A few Aztec monks are there. Jude's, he needs to go for the fully upgraded Cataphracts now, which include Heresy and Faith, against Aztec monks. What's his eco looking like? He's a bit short on gold. Has the Cataphracts on the other side, but not really the army numbers that he needs. He's a bit short on economy as he's trying to add in the trade. 66 vills. It's mostly on wood. As we now have some forward docks from Piehu. And now, as long as they get a couple of keeps over here, they can kind of hold this side. They can go have Piehu hold this side as they turn back. And they just need to get TaToH, who's now at 150 Vils, up to Imp. And get him contributing so he can help on this side. Oh, Valas! GG out. Be careful of those onagers. GG out just massacred his own skirms. It's a lot of monks. And again, Dragonstar is the Koreans, a civ that does not have heresy but does have faith. The teams, I think, do need to start thinking about faith when they're seeing Aztec monks. Droman's on the pond. So Droman versus Longboat. I mean, Dromans can beat Longboats if the Longboats are clumped up. I think they do a bit of splash damage. But Vegeta trying to recover the pond as best he can. And the team may be getting a bit of momentum here as the push continues, but TaToH is up to Imp. TaToH's up to Imp. And his team still just trying to hold until TaToH is there. And we have 18 trade carts now for Judes, and we're kind of just waiting for the trade to kick in so that he can get more cataphracts out. Well, he has 2 castles, or he has 3 castles. So not the best production. Cataphracts are kind of hard to produce. War Wagon's kind of getting pushed back from the siege onagers. But right now, no bombard cannon for Valas, so he doesn't have a way to push the Korean keeps. And even if he had them, still it's Korean keeps. They kind of need trebs. And GG Out's trying to do some trebs now. Oh, that's true. Everyone does forget husbandry for the cataphracts. So they don't have bloodlines. He needs husbandry. Hello, Motastic. So Treb going for the keep. Halb Cataphract on the right. More trades slowly but surely being added in for Judes, who is the top overall scorer. Arbs out here. They will be scary for the Cataphracts, particularly the Viking ones with extra attack. So now they got to figure out how the flanks are going to contribute. TaToH going into the pockets. Chopping with the settlements into the pockets. Maybe that was an onager cut. But now he has all these settlements for economy here. That monastery blends in. And I mean, he even would have a spot to cut eventually if he wants to pressure here. Barles doesn't see that yet. Maybe he'll see it as he chops. Does feel like on the right, Barles' team is contributing more. TaToH now 152 Vils, 42 trade cart. He's doing Elite Bolus Rider and Butal Mapu, which will mean that he will do the pass-through... Or no, that's Mullen. Oh, Team Castle unique units and Bolus Riders are cheaper? Cataphracts will be cheaper? Oh, that's crazy. That'll be great for Judes. That'll be great for the Cataphracts for the team. And it'll be great for the War Wagons for Dragonstar. That's actually an insane tech for his team now. He's doing banking. So he's not going to try to contribute units. He's just going to go Bolus Rider, and then he's going to sling. And honestly, that's probably the best thing he could do. It needs something to do with the hand cannoneers, but I think they'd rather get Siege Onager now from the Koreans. They'll need to get trade going. TaToH has 45 trade carts. So that could make up for the lack of trade for Dragonstar. We can sling gold. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's 51 minutes. It might have taken a bit too long for TaToH to reboom. I always think slinging the player who needs to reboom is kind of the way to go. Cannon attacking the castle. This castle will go down. More rams being poked by the halbs. And they'll have a bombard tower up from Monos. Couple of bombard towers still going forward for him. And relics pop out of the church. At least fortified churches are a building that lets you hold for a while. I still do feel that Halb from the pocket is not going to be the power unit to hold up against the push like they need. Halbs, especially the Armenian ones, are more of a flank unit. Look at the difference in HP. Wait, Wait, do we not have Feriders? Oh, except the Spearman line. It doesn't apply to the Spearman line. Okay. I thought it applied to them. Never mind. They won't have the better halbs. Well, they will because of the Blast Furnace. Okay, but here we have Cataphracts on the right. I mean, Cataphracts on the left. Coming from the right to the left for Judes. And they will take down some of the Trebs. Have to be careful of the Onagers, though. I think they need to turn and hit the Trebs. They'll go for the Siege Onagers and get quite a few of them down. And more Cataphracts on the way here. More Korean keeps defending. TaToH is up, but TaToH now 50 trade carts. Going for the Bolus Riders. Are Bolus Riders the unit he needs? Wait, they're the unit he needs to raid the trade. They're the unit he needs to raid the trade. TaToH has managed to get into the trade with Bolus Riders. And wait a minute, wait just a minute. That Vil going for a gate. Oh, the other gate goes down. The Bolus Riders are right in the middle of the trade. All right, and what did we have? Only 2 trade carts there for Fujita. He's going full trash units. Honestly, there isn't much trade for this team yet. So that is huge for TaToH if he can get into the trade. I think that this team is just lacking in Siege Onagers. Like, compare the way Dragonstar is playing this to how Matt would play it. Right? We saw Matt going Siege Onagers everywhere when he was playing. We got some Bolus Riders from TaToH, and the Bolus Riders might here help out enough. They can kill the units. Do we still have... No, we don't have Heresy or Faith for the Cataphracts too, so monks will still be effective. But 4 Bombard Towers for Monos. How long can he keep that up? Why is Monos' trade over here? What just happened? Why is his trade in this fight? Why is his trade over here? This team is losing all of their trade all of a sudden. Dragonstar still doesn't have trade, but the rest of his team does. This is where you look at the pockets, though, and it's full skirm from the pocket. That's not what you want to see from Koreans. You only want to see Siege Onagers from Koreans. That's true. Maybe no one can compete with Matt. Bombard Cannon going for the Bombard Towers. Burgundian Bombard Towers, unfortunately, do not get any extra attack. The Cataphracts here are still great in the fight. And these towers will be super annoying, but once they go down, that eats into the stone. We have TaToH. He's still... Where is TaToH going with these Bolus Riders? He's attacking skirms. These Atlatl skirms, but they will kind of go down. Bolus Rider's strong enough. They'll clear that. They'll stop a relic from getting in the monastery. And what TaToH, is he still in trade somewhere? He can go back to the trade after he's not cleared there. He found like a 1-tile gap. He could be walled out. But over here, a ram now for Payehu, and it feels like he's still pushing. What do we have here? Up to 23 Cataphracts. Now fewer halbs, more Cataphracts. Bombard Cannon. I think the Byzantine player finally getting, with 30 trade, the eco they want. Still not enough trade, but Siege Ram now on the way for Payehu. I think the problem just is Dragonstar. That Dragonstar doesn't have an eco to make the powerful Korean units, and now the Hussars are getting in, and we're going to have a trade raid. Dragonstar trying to wall this off. Let's also have a reminder, it's late at night for Dragonstar, this set. He is in India, so probably the worst time zone of everyone in this game. Yeah, and Dragonstar has no trade. Only 8 trade carts. That is so weird for the Koreans' pocket not to have trade. You expect him like 60 trade, and then Siege Onager with fewer Vils. But as great as that trade raid was for TaToH, I don't think it's going to be enough for his team. I think they've lost too much map control, and they're losing the Korean keeps on this side. And even if they're in a position where they're winning over here, it feels like Payehu is struggling to contribute now with the halbs. And the Cataphracts are here, but that's just one player. That's still just one player, and they won't want to be under the Bombard Towers, as the Paladins will clear some of the Rams. This will be a nice push back here from Judes. He's still the top scorer overall, but he needs more production. He doesn't have that many Cataphracts, still 28. Well, this is a good fight, and maybe one good fight here means they push back, take down the Bombard Towers, and then can swing back to the other side. And he's there on the other side with Cataphracts now. As Dragonstar is still trying to hold with more keeps. TaToH trying to sling Dragonstar. His Dragonstar has fallen down in population, and he needs to get units out. And we don't have enough cataphracts in the pocket. Jude needs to do cataphracts soon. And maybe he just needs to go skirms for this side, too. Honestly, if they can just get Dragonstar, he's doing halves. Maybe skirm's the unit he needs. It's against Skirm and Hand Cannoneer. He's doing what he can to wall the trade, but the trade now is endangered for Team TaToH. And as much as they had a good push here and cleared a lot of towers... Oh, that was a sick shot on the skirms there from those cannon. Paladins are still an issue. And the cataphracts here, this has to be the central area of Jude's attention now. Because they can't let their trade die. Dragonstar only 3 trade cards. Yeah, this game is not over. It's super weird that Dragonstar doesn't have many trade cards. Oh, the cataphracts, though, they're getting the trebs. They're getting the trebs. They destroy the trebs, and that'll slow down the push. I still feel like if TaToH's team gets his eco set up, they should be in a good spot. And this is maybe the clear they need. The siege is down. The cataphracts clear the siege, and the Bolus riders can come back. They should be good against the Hand Cannoneers. Chautauqua Hand Cannoneers still scary from the Hindustanis, but they are going to be taken down as they fall back. They'll try to get to a hill. But all of a sudden now, the team has cleared space in front of their trade, and they need Dragonstar to get more markets and more trade. They're going to try to trade all the way to the edge in the corner. And they're making progress on both fronts now. As we're an hour into this game, and I don't think it's anywhere close to being over, we might be here for a while. There are still red dots here. Those are walls from TaToH that are kind of forward. His blacksmith is still forward. Oh, remember, this was also TaToH's original base. It is still 5 bases versus 3 in terms of map control. And the Hindustanis, their team should have better trades if they get Caravanserai in the trade. Although Manos still hasn't figured out where his trade is going. Are there Caravanserais here? Has Valas just forgotten about them? I don't see any Caravanserais. That's actually maybe a mistake. I think they need some. Delete some of the stray mining camps. Oh, there we go, there we go. We have some on this side. There are the Caravanserais. Those will help. Remember, they also heal the trade carts. Maybe he's just adding them in now. Actually, I think he just has them in the trade that is not in the markets they're trading with. I think he added Caravanserais in a different trade route than the one the carts are actually pathing through. So try to check this out. This is 110 gold there. And 73 gold here for TaToH's team. So they definitely have the worst trade route. And we're seeing Imp Camels now from Barles. So, I mean, this is the Hindustani power composition. Imp Camel plus Hand Cannoneer. Imp Camel should be good against the Bolus Riders. And Dragonstar, finally he's adding trade. He's got 15 trade carts in queued, with 11 on the field already. This is going to be a long time before he gets trade cart numbers. TaToH's team, other than TaToH, just doesn't have trade. The trade is so much better for Valas' team. I think 60 trade carts is really where you want to be late game in Black Forest. Because without the siege onagers, the skirms have been so effective here. On both sides. And GG out, as Aztecs, he has been having consistently more siege onagers than the Koreans. And once again, the push coming forward. Dragonstar trying to get the towers back. What's the stone cost? 198, so not still all that expensive for stone. But still. I mean, one good onager shot on the Bolus Riders and TaToH's dead. Maybe Dragonstar needs to think about buying stone for more towers. He's out of castles. Does he actually have the unique techs? Oh, he doesn't have Shinkachan for the extra range on the rocket carts. Ooh. Yeah, and when I say Korean siege onager, that's just because that's what they had for 20 years. I mean heavy rocket cart. And the cataphracts still doing what they can to hold on this side, but the siege is back. And I'm still not seeing a gold unit at all for Piehu. And I would still think he maybe wants Composite Bowman at some point, just as a backline. So they have a ranged unit over here. But this is a fight I think that they'll lose and maybe get overwhelmed. I don't know, there are some Halbs there for Judes, who still is in a good spot, but lost the overall score lead now to Vegeta as the Vikings. Yeah, that's the thing. The Civs do feel worse, but oh my gosh, that's what I was waiting for. The Onager shot on TaToH's units. Well, I don't know if the Civs feel worse so much as the Onagers are what really matter. Or the lack of Siege Onager from Dragonstar. So there is a cut. There are 2 tiles of walls that were not finished, and TaToH will try to get back into the trade. But the Bombard Towers there will make it hard to do too much damage. He'll need to come over here. At least he's in the trade again, looking for a spot safe from the towers. And the team has gotten lots of towers in their trade at least. There we go, there's the Caravanserai. And now Caravanserai in the trade. Now, I don't know if TaToH's team has the economy to get units out on the field. Dragonstar is still on Halb Skirm. There we go, he has a couple of heavy rocket carts now. Is that too little too late though? There, that's what he needs. Some Cataphracts still here for Judes. And can they fight the Trebs now? They have the rocket carts. They need to get Dragonstar some stone for another castle and his unique tech for the range. And he's still a long ways away from getting the trade carts, everyone on the team is, and actually maximizing their economy. And the trade is, despite the occasional raids from TaToH, is so smooth now with Caravanserai in it. And gold is not going to be an issue for Valas' team like it will be for TaToH's team. They got 51, 61, 46, and 44 trade carts for everyone. 44 being the smallest number of trade. We'll have these Elite Berserks now, another unit where you want the Cataphracts here. But without the rocket carts, the Arbs will be able to deal with the Cataphracts. One of the better units for countering that. And here come the Bombard Cannon. 8 cannon now for Monos as the Burgundians. Again, no Siege Engineers, but extra damage. Rocket carts as the Onagers come forward. Yeah, the Mapuche are going to struggle to be useful late game. Which is also why TaToH with all that trade, 73 Bolus Riders, probably needs to be slinging Dragonstar. Yeah, he's sending Dragonstar Stone. And if Dragonstar can get a castle up, it needs to get it in a spot that's safe enough that it protects the trade and doesn't just go down. So Cataphracts now spread formation and want to take a dive on the Onagers. Let me just check the stats. So Imp Camel has plus 18 against cavalry, and Cataphract has 16 cavalry armor. So the Imp Camel only has a bonus of plus 2 against the Cataphracts. That's why Byzantines are good in this matchup. Dragonstar is still trying to make more towers. But now the Imp Camels are in the trade. They're in the trade. I mean, it doesn't matter that they're under Castle Fire or under Keep Fire. They're getting a raid. TaToH needs to stop and fight that. The trade is going down. TaToH's lost 10 trade cart. Everyone's losing their trade. 10 trade carts. More trade still being added for Dragonstar. It feels like they're being holded, or that they're being able to hold on both sides. But whenever they're holding, they can maybe push out a tiny bit, but then get pushed back immediately. And slowly but surely, this team, more forward buildings, is making progress into the corner where they will stop the trade. And Mapuche, not a useful civ. All 4 civs still useful. And maybe that's the key. Just having more population useful for Valas' team. Even if it is just trash units, they have the population that TaToH's team has been lacking. 728 to 650. And, oh, what is this? Mono's Onager cutting to help his team. Okay, interesting. It's a lot of Bolus Riders, but they can take another big Onager shot. Hello, gentlemen in the chat. Yeah, the trade is going down. Yeah, being holded. We can speak English properly here. Oh, no. That's why the Mapuche are difficult to play late game. Not a matchup where it's useful for them really to go Halbs too much. Yeah, right. And I mean, you can get around pop issues by having TaToH sling. But where are the heavy rocket carts for Dragonstar? He's been trying to add more towers. But part of this also, the fact that trade isn't established has to do with the early push from Valas, kicking TaToH back. If TaToH takes less damage from that, then there's maybe more time for Dragonstar to get an early eco setup. Maybe the team can just mentally think about Siege Onager versus Heavy Rocket Cart, rather than Siege Onager versus Bolus Rider. So that forward castle from Valas. Whenever this team pushes out on the right side, it feels so fleeting. And Aztecs have the Siege Engineers Siege Onagers. Right? Because, I mean, that's what the Aztecs are doing. Siege. That's all they need to do. Siege Engineers, Trebs, and Siege Onager. And then they have some Atlatl Skirms, which will be no thumb ring, but with Atlatl overall more dangerous. And if you don't really care about replacing dead Skirms, the lack of the armor isn't too bad. Yeah, Dragonstar, did he get the Imp Tech? No, he still doesn't have Shinkachan for the extra range, and still doesn't have a castle for it. And I think this is just about it for TaToH's team. As we're an hour 20 in, but they're about to lose their trade. That's going to be a forward castle from Valas. Don't make it know your own castle, Valas. Okay, that's... Woohoo. Don't onager your castle foundation. I've done that myself before. It's painful. And whenever TaToH's team thinks about pushing on the right, there's onagers there for monos. Yes, the Treb's here to take down the keep. Lumber camp's going down. And that keep is down. Archery range hit by the hand cannoneers, as the cannon will go for that castle. Xing here. Oh, onager cut. TaToH keeps trying to cut for trade raids. But the other team has so many trade carts and the Caravanserais to heal trade, and it's not like he ever really gets in. And honestly, Vegeta's doing a great job of walling. We'll have the entire map fortified walled. Entire map covered with fortified walls. And there's a GG from TaToH. And Valas' team wins 2-0, and they will win the set. Game 3 still up next, but dang, that was a crazy game. And I feel like the pockets from TaToH's team never got to the unit composition they needed. Part of it was TaToH getting pushed so early and losing the map control. Part of it was also Dragonstar not having trade. And I still do wonder if the Halb opening, rather than going straight for Cataphracts, was actually the right opening for Jude's. Yeah, Cataphracts are more expensive, but they're more expensive to counter, where you kind of need Arbs instead of Skirms, and that gets the timing working out differently for Vegeta, because he wouldn't have had Arbs for a good 9 minutes. And you can fight the Paladins with them well enough. I don't know. That felt like a game that had lots of opportunities for TaToH's team still to win, and they could never quite figure it out. Great. And that then will be losses for, was that Koreans, Byzantines, Armenians, and Mapuche against Aztecs, Vikings, Burgundians, and Hindustanis. Alright, that was a crazy game. So we'll wait for them to get into their next game. And then I think how we do it, we do this, then we do the Rex of Mihai TeMo, and then we do the Rex of Kingstone Viper. And that way we do everything covered. Have everything covered today. So the players will take a moment to get into the lobby. I'm going to take a quick break myself after casting 3 games in a row. I'll be right back. Stay tuned, and we'll get game 3 of this set next. Looks like Von Dutch is joining on for Valas' team this game. Alright, gotta eat my bagel. We have a Vil fight here. Game number 3. Valas versus Payehu. Swapping some colors around. On the flank, Dragonstar and TaToH. TaToH actually a pocket this time. And Jude's moving to the flank. And still no Moray for TaToH's team, so his team not quite at full strength today. As Jude's and Vegeta will be having a Vil fight. Vegeta more Vils, but they're very weak. Vil has to pull back for Jude's. And, ooh, maybe he should have fought and killed that Vil. Ooh, he might lose this one. He gets away. 2 HP. Other Vil goes down. So back to the TC's Jude's. We'll have a very forward wall. Okay, that is important for Payehu to have the forward wall. Because he has the 5 box turtle pond that Dragonstar now can boom in. TaToH is the Goths as the pocket, and thankfully for him, he doesn't have to wall anywhere. And both Vegeta and Jude still trying to go for walls. They have together walled the passage, which means neither has walled. And 2 Vils versus 1, that should be a Vil fight win for Jude's. There's a triple Rhino lure here for TaToH. Remember, Rhinos have more food than boars. Extra good to lure them in. And this Vil for Vegeta will go back. And Jude's can actually finish this wall now. Hey, Jude's, what are you doing? You can finish the wall. Okay, he doesn't finish the wall. He just goes back. What? He could have just tapped those palisades, finished the very forward wall. And instead, he's just going to idle the Vils and delete the what? And wall back here? I mean, he didn't need to delete that. Okay, so I think that's just a huge missed opportunity from him to have an actual forward wall, but he'll be content with that one, I guess. Vil from Payehu has to be careful of that tiger in the passage. We'll have a somewhat forward wall from Mono's. Mono's, unfortunately, going to wall off 3 of those Rhinos and not take all 6. That's why Juice isn't paying attention. There's a forward Vil. Forward Vil there from Vegeta. TaToH will react by walling himself off. And Vegeta will use the gate and dance around the gate for a bit. And try to wall himself in the corner. That's where Juice would have to try to wall him in. And might also run into a tiger. Has to be careful of that. There's another gate to escape. Oh, a couple of gates. Could try to wall this Vil into the wood line. Almost did that. And he will escape then. But the wall's up for Jude's at the front. And walling in that tiger, it looks like Payehu will go for as forward of a wall as he can against Mono's. Mono's will be taking the pond and docking, so preferring the Persian dock rather than the Dravidian dock. And Tiger walled in. Remember, he can delete those walls and unleash the tiger on a Vil whenever he wants to. Yeah, he will do that. There he goes. There's Loom, so it won't matter, but... still fun. Going for a gate rather than a wall. Interesting. I wonder if he wanted to run off to the right. Ooh, oh, wow. Gets the gate up. Has to delete both to get the wood back. But he's doing everything he can, Vegeta, using the gates to escape with the Vil. Runs into another Vil. Oh, that palisade hit and killed. This is one heck of a Vil fight from Vegeta. And yeah, we are at live time. Just double checking that. Still simply continuing to idle the Vils. As 3 Vils, Jude's has to expend chasing Vegeta now. Is TaToH up to feudal? That gate not helping anything. You can shoot the Ibex. Keep it away from the mill. He'll do a bit of layman out there. Oh man, that feels so tricky. Maybe Jude's missed an opportunity to delete the wall and unleash the tiger a second time. Man, Fengita's just having the time of his life here with all these walls. Judes can't figure out how to deal with it. At least he has 6 water buffaloes in the mill. And finally, TaToH's scout might put an end to this. TaToH's like, I will run in front of the Vil and block it. Now Fengita just needs to get his wood back. He does have, like, 50 plus wood invested into all of this. So he needs a good delete soon. And with pastures now for Fengita. All in all, though, Judes has Asgajurs. Only 40 seconds of idle time there. Fengita, 2 minutes and 11 seconds. And Judes did get the better in the Vil fight early on in terms of kills, 4-1. And now over here will be a range for Valas as the poles. Good tower rush for them since they get gold while mining stone. And they can pretty easily add in archers along with the towers. How is Monos ahead of Payehu with the fish boom? Well, one, Payehu is the flank. So he's worried about fighting over the passage. Monos is the pocket, so all he has to do is boom. And 2, Monos is the Persians, so he is the faster working TC. So it's 8 fishing ships to 12, and that's also the faster working dock. The Persians just have lots and lots of eco bonuses that kind of stack together. Italians just age up faster, which is, I mean, nice, but not really as big of an eco bonus, and certainly not comparable to the extra starting res and faster working TCs of the Persians. Your pockets will pretty much always be ahead of the flanks in eco, aside from some weird circumstances. And here we have TaToH as the Goths. TaToH is going Goth Pocket Longswordsman. There is a workshop. And with the longswords might disrupt the triple rhino lore if TaToH is paying attention, and he is. Alright, I've never seen longswords disrupt a rhino lore before, but there we go. The first time for everything. As now we'll have stone walls for Fengita, who still is feudal, and TaToH as the Goths will punish him, and Fengita, I don't think he managed to run Vils. TaToH will come and chase Monos back towards the pocket. Those rhinos will run back. Now, if a forward Vil from Judes comes, they could actually stonewall here and separate off Monos from Fengita, and they can try to defeat Fengita, as he's just stonewalling everything. And we're just looking for the siege tower now. Oh, there's a ram. I guess a ram's good too. I'm looking for a siege tower from TaToH to get through the walls. I think you need more longswords for that, though. I think you need a few more longswords. As a relic for the push, too. No pond, but dang, this is a nice push from TaToH with the Goth longswords, which are discounted for him. So, forward Vils from Valas thinking of fighting the tower. He'll want to get through the walls. This team will be needing Monos to have a great boom with the fish. Longswords will hop inside of the ram. As, oh, even more of a forward wall than I thought. Longsword there for TaToH to defend this, but Judes will completely wall off Monos as the pocket. You can go knights, but the knights can't help if the walls go up. It's a full HP Vil with a longsword to defend her. So Von Dutch shouldn't be able to stop that even were he to react to the Vil he had spotted. That longsword for TaToH now clutch. There's a monk coming over from Monos. TaToH notices. And yeah, that gate will need to be locked. Another Vil here for Judes, so it will go up regardless. 200 HP on the gate. But oh, there's another passage up there that needs to be walled. That might be where the Vil goes. The Vil trying to stop the scout as well as possible. Here come some knights. Knights from Monos is the Persian, so he's trying to boom while going knights. Certainly slows down the boom. Don't know how longswords will fare against that. That gate has a good bit of HP right now. Dutch pulling back. At the same time, though, rams, monks, and scorpions for TaToH. He's going all in on Fengita. Maybe hoping to defeat Fengita. This is where the Gajur player could think about adding camels now if they see the Persian knights. But so far it looks like just a boom from Jude's. Ram's gonna go for the houses. The Scorpions go for the Vills who are trying to build the tower. Goes for a conversion on a knight. Yeah, I mean, they tried to, right? They tried to. They almost did, but there was another passage. They were trying to. But had they just walled here, been a bit less greedy, they might have gotten it up. So TaToH is second TC behind this push. And this will be a fourth TC now for Jews as the Gajurs. And if the Gajurs can go full camels, that probably counters the Savar play from the Persians. Maybe forces the Persians more into war elephants. Actually, I don't know what the Gajurs do against Persian war elephants if it gets to that stage. I would hope Manos goes for the elephants, just for the fun. We've seen elephants be so effective from so many civs, but never the Persians. They always just go for the fancy Savars these days. Makes me kind of miss the Paladins, honestly. Vegeta's gonna try to run, but he will be spotted immediately by TaToH. And TaToH converting more knights, getting some pikemen forward. Well, if he converts knights, he can use the knights to kill the running Vills. And he'll try to pull the knights away and use the pikemen to kill the monk. Or the scorpion to kill the monk, at least. Okay, how many Vills are running there? It's only 7. It's only 7. Knights are here. What are Vegeta's quick wall skills? Can he save his Vills with quick walls? TaToH splitting up the converted knights. Man, those converted knights are so strong. 1 HP left on that knight. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. And the Vills are going to try to do everything they can to quick wall themselves. Vegeta trying to run, wants to get away. He's going to keep 1 Vill safe in the middle of the map. He's out of stone for walling. Another Vill does save herself against the pikemen. But there are only 2 Vills there, 2 on the other side. Everything else here dying for Vegeta. He's down to 16 Vills total, some of whom are inside of that tower. On the other side, nothing really happening over there. And Mono's now investing into archery ranges. Now, Vegeta might escape on 1 Vill if there are no ranged units here over the walls to kill the final Vill. The knight should be able to see these final fleeing Vills. Yep. And TaToH with the converted knights. These Vills will try to wall themselves. There is a ram. So a ram to push the walled Vills. We've seen everything. This ram needs to ungarrison the longsword, so we'll kill the other Vills. A couple of longswords still there at the scout. That market goes down. That'll make it much harder for Vegeta to do anything. Okay, ram on the palisade wall. I think the palisade should go down to a ram. I think it did. And yeah, that Vill is now endangered. This Vill is secured by the knights. Or, ooh, almost. Still a tiger there. But a monk is forward now for TaToH, so he can convert Vills that have walled. He did convert a Vill that walled. Scorpion for him too. So, Vegeta just trying desperately to find a way to get to the safety of Manos' base. His Vill goes down. His other Vill goes down. So he lost... Oh, he has 1 Vill. He will have 1 low HP Vill. But he will escape. Hero Villager on 13 hit points. He escapes. He escapes. He'll go over the foundation of a wall they wanted to place. But he does escape. He's on 8 Vills. The remaining 7 are down there in the corner. TaToH simply needs to go scout them, and I think he will. But 1 Vill's all you need to reboom. 1 Vill is all you need. Castle here for Dragonstar. We saw earlier in a game, TaToH escaped with 2 1 HP villagers and managed to reboom. So, overall though, Team TaToH up by 3 Vills, and they have to keep in mind that Monos has been booming far, far more than TaToH has. And they're going to have to rely on playing 2v1 on this side, which will be hard when Monos is such a huge lead. Trebs and cannon pushing through in this passage to the north. Walls going down. More walls are going up there for Valas. hand cannoners will move in for Prayehu. Hello, the Polder of Gloom. Or Mihai, how you doing? So Dragonstar still coming forward. As this is just Kenmano's carry now. Dragonstar as the Sicilians will be the Halb Onager Civ. I'll need him to make some Onagers this game. He has the Halbs already. And he's got the Onager upgrade on the way. We'll have Long Swordsmen from Von Dutch as the Dravidians. Woodsteel, Conscription in the Castle. He's gonna go Long Swords on this side. Interesting. He's against Hand Cannoneers. They can have the Pyrotechnia. It's not in the tech tree. But pass-through damage with extra damage. Like Scorpion Hand Cannoneers. So Castle forward from Jude's. Vegeta's still chopping wood in the south. They've walled themselves in. And now camels. Camels with the Gajurs. They, I think, should deal well with the Persians. No bracer for their cav archers. Honestly, this is looking like a good game for TaToH. I think his team's in a great spot. I don't see Von Dutch helping against this composition right now. It's Valas' team that would really need the Condottieri against this, but that's what the Italians have as their team bonus. Oh, remember, the Goths also have the option to add the Condottieri, so that will be crazy spam for them. You don't even need to upgrade your champion line. You just go Condo spam and imp. Making it down to the castle over there. Some X's from TaToH on the team here. Oh, PCs, maybe. Oh, there's a Vil from Vegeta. I think they might have seen it. They need Jews to do some town watch. So underneath this castle, the cav archers are fighting the camels. Camels can hop in and out wherever they want. They can actually hop out half and half and sandwich the cav archers. That's what he's trying to do here. Nice movement from the cav archers. You can hop inside and head them off. Or just hop inside. Whatever. This is the side, too, that you need to watch, because this is a tough one. Cavalier go forward, cannon, get some hits on the Cavaliers. And the Mangonels hit the Cavaliers. And nice, ooh, almost a nice shot, but that somehow misses everything. The Mangonels might go down to Cavaliers. Nice positioning from Valas to get under the castle and jump them. So that'll slow the push down quite a bit. Some Bombard Cannon in the back still. A Donjon and Castle forward for the Sicilians. Does he have the unique tech? It doesn't show up here in the menu, so I have no idea. If it shows up in the stats, 17. It doesn't say plus 15, so I don't think he has Pyrotechnia yet. That's one of those techs for some reason that's bugged. Cavaliers all go down. Oh, First Crusade on the way in the forward castle, but I think that castle will be taken down by the cannon. So yeah, that goes down. Cav Archers from Manos. Manoslo's the top overall scorer. He's trying to re-clear the original base from Fengita. Fengita wallen. And Fengita, his Vils have stayed alive. They've been staying alive. And we'll have a knight from TaToH still hoovering around here. Let's see, Jude's not realizing he needs to garrison the TC. He's losing a lot of Vils. But this gate will go up. The camels have to go back. And the push over here on the left kind of stalling out a bit. And as good as this looks for TaToH's team at the start, Von Dutch is a nice boom as the Dravidians. Manos is a nice boom as the Persians. I don't know what civ composition to prefer. Dragon Star has 7 trade cards in queued already. So he will not be 0 trade this game. At least he doesn't intend to be. Okay, champions, they're melting to the onagers. As this... fights do ebb and flow a bit. Can't really tell if this is a good push or not. So cannon exchanging some shots. We'll have X's there. There's a lot of bombard cannon now from monos. Vegeta though, still 20 Vils, and he's going to take a while to boom back. Everyone on TaToH's team is boomed up. And Elite Huskarl even can be killed by Juice's bombard cannon as they try to break through the gates. And some camels. There we go. Some camels in, some Gajir camels. They don't have all their melee armor yet. They don't have frontier guards. They're still powerful. And now it is 5 bases to 3 in favor of TaToH's team, and TaToH's team should have the better trade line this game, no matter what. Vegeta needs some slinging and some rebooming. I mean, his TC is about to be hit from the reboom. Let's go for the Cav Archers. There's some shots in from the back. Enel's hitting the Savars. And this is still, I think, a decent fight for the camels. I mean, it needs to be maybe a bit more mangonel cutting to open this up, but the Goth Flood is now continuing. You have, what, 6 barracks there for TaToH. That's kind of even all you need is the Goths when you have your upgrades. And Carlin the Conqueror, thank you for the follow. As Juice is looking to conquer here with some camels.
Food, please.
And both these teams seem very good. Remember, TaToH is even without Moray, so who should be one of his top 3 players. So I'm looking forward to seeing both these teams in the playoffs. Valas calls the GG, and TaToH's team will take a game. So after a very hard fought first 2 games, a game 2 that looked like it could have gone either way, Pikachu surviving with 1 skirm in the first game, and his team almost finding a way to win 3v4, we will have, at the end of the day, a series win 2-1 for Valas. Would hand cannoners be better than CA for green? I mean, at that point, green is just kind of dead. Maybe, but individually, they're kind of not as strong. They don't have the same HP. But there we go. TaToH winning a game at the end. And that will, I think, cover the live sets today. Let me find what we're going to cast next. So give me a moment to reset the overlay and everything. And next, I think we go Mihai versus TeMo. Kingstone versus Viper would be live, but they're in game 2. Do we want to just cast that starting from game 2? And then we'll spoil game 1, but we can cast that at the end. So we do a speed cast at the end. So who ended up first in the group? I believe Valas should. Let me refresh the standings page. Yeah, it hasn't been entered onto the chart yet. So I believe Valas's team should be first with the win over TaToH. They're both 3-1. So let's do this. We'll have a spoiled result for game 1. Oh, Tuxus first, thank you very much for using your Prime sub.
Look out! A battle rages ahead. Stay back, lest we be caught in the crossfire.
Ah, thank you very much for the sub. So, just to give a quick overview of where this stands. Viper needs to sweep Kingstone to have 5 wins, and then he needs Doubt to sweep freaking Andy. And at that point, Viper makes the playoffs. So Doubt freaking Andy hasn't happened yet. I haven't seen that scheduled. That'll be August 17th that'll be later today. Or no, that'll be 24 hours from now. So that'll be tomorrow after Jordan Lewis. All right, so there is a path for Viper, but it relies upon Viper getting a sweep here. So this will be Team Viper versus Team Kingstone. And we will just jump into it because it is live, but that will require spoiling the result from game 1 because they are in game number 2. So I will do that on the scoreboard once we jump in. And then I'll cast the rec from game 1 when we're done. And importantly, relies on Doubt. So we will have one spoiled result just so we can stay live. And that will be, it's Kellar's team. Might as well be Kellar's team. This is Team Viper against Team Kingstone. And the spoiled result from game 1 is Viper's team actually did win game 1. Now we're gonna be here because we need to know the result for game 3, and we'll just cast game 1 for the fun of it at the end. So that's 2 pawns versus 2. As the lion goes down, we'll have a triple lore from Viper. We'll get caught up to live time because people are gonna be watching Viper's stream, and then there's gonna be spoilers or anything anyway. So we'll just do this with the game 1 spoiler, and we'll move the timestamps around. If you watch the YouTube VOD later, I'll just put in the timestamps. I'll put game 1, then games 2 and 3, and you can jump back and forth. Here to watch some Dobbs again. So Kingstone dubs, DeGao, and Philip against Kellar, Viper, Motastic, and Frost. Motastic was here in the chat earlier. And as we get caught up to live time, we'll have, well, one of those maps where the opposite flanks have a passage to each other. I always love those maps. It makes them really interesting. And look, they'll get walls in the middle. Yeah, we can pretend we never watched the other 2 games and time travel. Yeah, when we get to that one. So double range is there for Dobbs. And on Viper's team, Viper's still on the flank. He had some Titanics on the flank last week against Valas. I think the best game Viper's team played actually was one they ended up losing, but where Viper wasn't playing. Their very first game against Team TeMo. But here comes a ram push. So now rams from the Viper on the flank, pushing a passageway where there are lots of walls already. And I think that Kingstone will want to chop that tree, that dragon tree. We go from Dragon Star to Dragon Trees. Let's see, they were like 15 minutes in, so hopefully we get caught up to real time fairly soon. Fortified wall for the passage, there's a hole there. So more towers for Kingstone. Captain versus captain on that flank. We'll have a castle here for Motastic as the Burmese. Had some forward walls, but a siege tower hop over the walls from Dobbs. Let him get a bit more forward with his army, but won't stop the castle. The castle goes up in time. Did let him get through the wall, though. Maybe the siege tower could be nice crossbow versus Arambai. Viper will slow down a bit as he tries to break through the wall against the guard tower defense from the Gajur player. So Gajurs versus Aztecs, that's interesting. I feel like if the Gajur gets the Chakram Thrower, they're good against the infantry, but then they still have a weakness to Siege Onager. But maybe they could go Elephant Archer. I guess Elephant Archer is probably the unit you eventually want there. Elephant Archer, and the Gajurs do have cannon, right? Yeah, of course they have gunpowder. Why wouldn't they? They have everything. Hello, Metal Carl. Oh, did I also update the stream title? Say Viper versus Kingstone. Yes, I did. And then we'll cast Mihai TeMo after this. So we'll get everything casted today. 2 more sets tomorrow. Just message here. Alright, and thank you, Matic, for the follow. Let me just type a message about a Rage Forest schedule. As we need to change our sudden disaster map contest judging now that TaToH is scheduled. So if Viper wins 3-0, TaToH's set will matter. So Ram now for Viper, and Viper really hasn't pushed through. His Monk Rush has stopped, and he's gone to Boom behind it. He's up to Imp, and he will be up to Imp much faster than Kingstone, but Kingstone should have the bigger Boom. 63 Vills, 4 TCs, and he still is protecting his pocket's Fish Boom Pond. We have TaToH here as the Persian. Oh, this is a Persian pocket Fish Boom. We'll have to be against Keller as the Spanish, so the Spanish are not doing anything aggressive. And maybe that is a mistake if they could have gotten a forward castle and pushed the pond. As Dobbs here being aggressive on the right. Remember, Viper needs all 3 games. As the Mangonel hits the Vil. And the gate goes down. There's Vil attacking the lion over on the left. Vil kills the lion off an outpost up in the corner for Viper. He's just looking for any potential cuts later. Dobbs, where are those crossbows going other than to their deaths? As they won't be able to protect the Mangonels from the Arambais now. That's a weak Mangonel as a repair of Vil headed for it, not in time. And the other Mangonels might go down to the Arambais. And they'll go down to the scouts. The Arambai have to dodge a bit, but they'll get the Mangonels. Onager in the back for Philip, but it'll chase the Arambai away. There'll be a forward castle from Philip in the passage. Forward castle in the passage with some men-at-arms to teach those Arambai a lesson. And Philip with a good push. Philip with a huge boom now. Philip with an absolutely huge boom as the Celt. So Celt Persian pocket, that is one heck of an economy. And late game, I mean, how do these civs, Aztecs, Burmese, Spanish, Bulgarians, stand up to that? I'm thinking Viper's inability to push on the flank is going to be very costly. We have Kellar attempting to go Paladins. But the Persians could just go Camels then. We have a ton of stables here for Cavaliers into Savars. And the Aztecs won't have Halbs, so if there is an opportunity to go Camels, it's against the Paladin pocket when the flank doesn't have Halbs. So this is not looking too good for Viper's team right now, as the Treb push on the right from Philip backing up Dobbs is commencing against this castle. Motastic originally did the castle to protect the passage. But now, with it so forward, is at the mercy of the pocket, going for siege. We have Bulgarian two-handed swordsman for Frost, and he does have onagers to defend against the Rams. Some nice shots against the Rams there from the onagers. Version for the Ram as the onagers try to chase it. It'll go down. Missile goes up. Treb's going for the guard tower. Guard tower there crumbling as the Trebs will take out the next guard tower. Or the palisade, whatever they want to Treb. So Viper's slowly but surely making his way through. He can go siege Rams as the Aztecs. There is Paladin. I think I just saw Savar finish. And for the moment, TaToH could even head to the other side if he wanted to with the Savars. So Viper's going to have to hope he has the better late game civs, as right now his team is down. And they're getting pushed on one side while honestly failing to push the other side as there's an onager cut. But the Paladins are walled out. They'll kill a couple of walling vills, but that's about it. Struggling to get in. Viper does not yet have siege onager. So while they're cutting... Oh, they're in! They actually are in! They missed a wall tile, They missed a wall tile and they are in. But are there enough paladins now properly to fight the Savars? I don't think there are. There's some missionaries too from Kellar, because why not? And this does not feel like a good fight, but they can do some damage to Kingstone here. Even if TaToH ultimately wins that. Now Frost has to be careful, his fish boom is endangered. And it'll be Celt champions against Bulgarian two-handed swordsmen. Speedy Celt champions, and then composite bowmen from Dobbs. This will be also maybe an opportunity for Woad Raiders from Philip. I think Motastic is far more dead than Kingstone is, and that TaToH is in a great position here to defend against Kellar's push. Viper's unit still can't even figure out how to break through these walls. I think that house might go down and maybe then they're in? I don't know if it's on the opposite side of a wall. Okay, there you go. Some pikemen are ready to go in. Monks want conversions on the Vills. Monks will be converting the Savars. As that house will crumble. Monks want conversions on the Hankineers. Also want to go for the Savars. As the Trebs now go for the castle. Should be able to take it down. I think at least. And boarding's on the way. It looks like it's about to go down. And okay, maybe a bit of a push here for Viper. As they will, 300 HP. Can they get it? They're fighting underneath the castle for a long time. There's a lot of repair vills, and the castle stands. The castle is standing uphill against two Trebs. There are 11 vills repairing. It felt like it was about to fall, but no, it still stands there. Viper, he's just doing pikemen, and meanwhile, things are not looking good as the fish boom from Frost is lost. Motastic has lost his base. He's now in the unenviable position of needing to reboom. And TaToH here with all those Savars on the brink of eliminating Team Viper, holding this castle from Kingstone on the flank. Nope, Capture Age does not tell us the elevation anywhere, unfortunately. It would be awesome if it did. Trebs from Viper is still trying to take down that castle from Kingstone. As Kingstone's repairing. Monks here going for conversions on everything. Cannon taking down the Treb. Amazing job by Kingstone to repair. Also Frost, now just no fortified walls, stone walls to hold. Doing Krepos has a lot of siege onagers, Some villas just deleted for Dobbs, I guess. Needs more pop space, maybe. And slowly but surely, this push is continuing. Philip has 17k score. Next highest on Viper's team is Kellar with 11k. TaToH result, 2-1, Valas did beat TaToH. We just casted that if you want to go back and watch it. Man, that's one devoted cannon. And it doesn't even have devotion. No devotion or heresy for the cannon. Finally gets converted. Castle will take it down, though. Gets a shot off. And man, how much stone has Kingstone spent repairing that castle? That is an insanely repaired castle. Monk here going for some conversions on the Savars as the Trebs keep trying to attack the castle. They're looking for a conversion on the cannon as it goes down. Cannon will hit the Treb. Trebs might have to fall back. And now some hand cannoneers from Kingstone. He's getting to stronger army now. And I mean, Vipers, the Aztecs, could have siege onagers, but none on the field here so far for the fight. Still is trying to go pikemen against Savar. That does not feel good. And I think DeGau's pushing this side back. Meanwhile, the cuts continue. And slowly but surely, they're making ways into Frost space. Motastic on 62 Vils, but he's still in the Castle Age. And this might be it. This might just be the final push to knock Viper's team out. Siege Onager down. Frost doing everything he can to micro. Frost an amazing deathmatch player, as is Kellar. It feels like Viper's team has never really been able to figure out the Rage Forest meta the way some other teams have gotten it down. And hit on the Onagers. Oh. That's nice hit on the halves at least. Now, Onagers could maybe take some Trebs. Wait, Frost could beast with some Onager shots here. Wait, all those Trebs are going to go down. Oh, that was a beastly volley of Onager shots. But still, the champions and halves are pushing through. And Motastic isn't able to contribute. And Viper's getting pushed on his side. The hand cannoneers forward for Kingstone. Castle will go up. I wonder if there's ever a point where Kingstone swaps to Elephant Archer, but he's just going. He's probably happy with the hand cannoneers here. I guess Elephant Archer is maybe a bit worse against the Aztec monks. Yeah, that castle repair was amazing. This castle will go down to the Trebs. And down it goes. Onager hits the hand cannoneers. As the hand cannoneers try to kill some Vils. Cannon will now be besieging Viper's castle. Viper now has to repair. To the right, a couple of Onager shots on composite bowmen. But there's only so much they can do as those Celt champions keep pushing forward. Maybe we can get a good Onager shot, but that one's on a ram. And over here, Viper's castle has collapsed as the Onagers push forward. There are the GGs, and Team Kingstone goes 1-1 in the first two games, and that, unfortunately for Viper's team, will knock them out of their last chance to get to the playoffs. So we'll cast game 1 as a rec later. But right now, that's 354 kills for DeGau. 104k res collected for him. And Team Kingstone wins game number 2. So, we'll head back out. Still work on scheduling my meeting. So we'll wait for game 3, then we'll cast game 1. So, interact. Oh, that's the previous set's draft. Let me grab this set's draft. I don't see the draft anywhere. See, Mihai versus TeMo. I have that draft. Can Doubt still make it? No, Doubt is out. I don't see this draft anywhere. If anyone has a link to the draft, let me know. Is it on the dashboard? Ah, it is on the dashboard. There we go. I need to flip my scoreboard around. This will be Kingstone over there and Viper over there. Position that. So from that game, it was Celts, Persians, Armenians, and Gajurs against Bulgarians, Aztecs, Spanish, and Burmese. And let me see if I can grab the civs from game 1 so that we know what happened in game 1. Was Malians, Slavs, Huns, Lithuanians against Portuguese, Tatars, Dravidians, and Vietnamese. So 1-1. Let's see if Viper's team at least can salvage the set. This, I believe, will matter still for Kingstone. Because if Kingstone goes 2-2, he'll be in the tiebreak situation. But actually, it won't matter. He actually needed a sweep here. Because he needed to be 2-2 with enough wins to at least be 5 wins with Andy and then have a Buchholz score. I think his Buchholz would have been lower anyway. So yeah, this is looking more and more like it'll be Valas, TeMo, TaToH, and Andy advancing here in this group. Also, again, thanks to Viper and everyone else who's streaming this. Should TaToH and Slam go to a tiebreaker? Probably will, but I think that's a tiebreaker that TaToH will win. Yeah, TaToH's team has the higher Buchholz. What is higher? The Buchholz, the third tiebreaker, when they have the same number of overall set wins and game wins. They're both 2-2 with 5 game wins. So then it's about the strength of their opponents. The third tiebreaker is the number of wins their opponents have. Now understand how the standings work. So how it works is TaToH and Slam, they're both 2-2. Since they're equal on set wins, it goes to the number of games each of them has won. Each team has won 2 sets, but in doing so also won 5 individual games. They're tied there. So then it goes to Buchholz, which is the sum of the player's opponent's scores. Oh, with the best and worst scores discarded. The medium Buchholz system. Oh, it's not even normal Buchholz, it's medium Buchholz. So, yeah. I guess that's only 2 teams then. Yeah, so if Ganji had won one more game in the set today, or if he had won the set, then he would have just been through regardless of 6 wins. And that's what gives Lewis the chance, if he sweeps Jordan tomorrow, to finish 4th, because then he has 6 total wins. And he'd be 2-2, and he'd win the tiebreaker over TaToH and Slam, because he would have more individual game wins, and it wouldn't go to the Boo Cults then. So how the Boo Cults works is you take every team they have played, you count the number of games those teams have won, you remove the highest and the lowest, then you take the middle two and add them together, and that gives you the Boo Cults score. And I'm sure Doubt would be happy to explain that if you need to ask Doubt about it. He loves explaining Boo Cults. So, Viper's team will be in the lobby now. And I see Viper, Keller, Frost, Dobbs, Philip, DeGao, and Kingstone there. Missing just one more player. Then after this, we'll do a quick cast of their game 1, then go into Mihai versus TeMo. Lewis loses tomorrow, so TaToH goes to the playoffs, because he wins the Boo Cults tiebreaker. And Motastic has joined. And let's go. We load in. Oh, they used a spectator delay, not following the rules. What is this spectator delay? So, 50 seconds, and while we know the civs, Italians, Japanese, Vikings, and Cumans. Well, this would be a map where they really want a fish boom with those civs for Kingstone's team. And then Khmer, Malay, Teutons, and Celts for Viper's team. Teutons and Celts will be on one side together. Some AOK powerhouses there. And Viper will move to the pocket. Actually. So here we go, all loaded in. Spec delay over. Hopefully no restart. So, Viper's team to the west, there is a restart. Why? Because the ponds are uneven. This is a tiny little pond and they're restarting. Alright, pond restart. I'm right back into it. Still have a spec delay, unfortunately. I don't know who's hosting, but they put a spec delay. So, bugged ponds, unfortunately. One day, hopefully, I'll have the technology that I can write a map that doesn't have bugged ponds. One day. See, I feel like my camera keeps shifting. I need to turn it to the right slightly. There you go. That's better. I need to, like, sit in front of my monitor so I can see it, but also have the camera pointing at me. So again, after this, we will cast the Rex of TeMo versus Mihai. Then tomorrow we have Jordan versus Lewis and Doubt versus freaking Andy. And waiting for the spec delay once more before we get in. 1 minute and we shall start. Thank you, ZW Becker 93 for the follow. And let's hope for not having another restart. We're 15 seconds from getting in, not minutes, seconds. So game 3, Viper Kingstone. I don't think either team can really change their fates at this point. But we might be in for a Teuton's masterpiece. We might be in for one. I think that's the right way to think about it. Viper has been seemingly unable to will his team to victory these games. So Viper will be the Malay pocket. He'll have a pond for fish booming. I'm sure he'll be happy. This will be a 6-pond map, so the other team with Italians, Vikings, and Japanese will love to dock. And TaToH as the Cumans is looking at this pond and saying, this is exactly what I want. He's going to have a great fish boom as the Cumans. And now they're just going to need Kingstone, who has the pond over there. That's a fine pond for him. They don't need to do any type of restart in there. We'll be needing to wall off against Motastic, so Chinese for Motastic against Kingstone is the Italians. The other wall-off war will be Chimera for Keller and Vikings for Dobbs. So Vikings giving their team the cheaper docks. The Japanese player, the only one without a pond, but he might just go forward and dock here, while Dobbs doesn't do a dock. So it makes sense that Italians, Cumans, and Japanese all fish boom, and the Vikings just fight for the flank. On Viper's team, the Chimera might even want to do a dock on the flank. I mean, the Chinese give a farming bonus that your farms have more food, but it looks like it'll be Frost, Viper, and potentially Kellar having docks. Don't know if Kellar will want to dock on the flank, though. It might just be the pockets docking, because it looks like... Ooh, with some laming on the sheep. Don't think there's any chance here, as the Gal kills 2 sheep for Motastic to go for a dock. So, Vilfight now in the passage between Motastic and Kingstone. Kingstone's pond, at least, is pretty darn safe. As Kingstone is pulling back, has lost some HP. TaToH did get some laming, but maybe at the cost of some of Kingstone's forward presence. And now Scout being traded for the Vil here. And yeah, Vil will go down, but the Scout lost a lot of HP. And we'll need to rely now on Frost coming forward to help out Motastic. So Motastic got the Vil. They gotta be extra careful about their HP values now, because there's more HP on the Scouts here for TaToH and for Kingstone. And they'll fight by the boars. They need to make sure they don't accidentally right-click the boars and lure a boar, or aggro a boar. Another Vil for Motastic. As we have Vil fights everywhere. Down the pocket, there'll be Viper sending a Vil. He might even try to do a forward... Ooh, yeah, there we go. Japanese on the pond. So he might try to do a forward dock. We'll have the forward walls established for Kellar, so Dobbs doesn't really have great wall positioning. And this Vil fight continues between orange and gray. Orange and gray, the great Vil fighting colors. Scout goes down. And Vils here all start to go down, maybe? Vil down. Scout killing a Scout as part of the group. And that Scout will fall back. Well, I love how messy BF is at the start. Yep. Or chasing a Vil in under the TC. The TC, Kellar is housed. He's housed a bit. And he already has Loom, so he'll just have to suffer through being housed. Build it with 3 Vils. Look at the Dark Age idle time. He's got 38 seconds. 35 for Philip, though the pocket is 35 seconds of idle time. Now that is not good. He also didn't pick up his own pigs with his Scout. So just sent the Scout forward immediately at the start. All the Vils here forward. Doing double walls for Kingstone. So Kingstone with a very nice wall position, but 6 Vils forward invested to do it. He's got 52 seconds of idle time as he's bringing in another boar. And gets the boar under the TC. Now TaToH will have to pick up the sheep for the rest of the players on his team. As he's bringing in... Oh, wait, Philip. Philip bringing in the boars for TaToH. What a nice teammate. Man, TaToH is just living life to the fullest here. Cumins with a pond. And he's got his teammates luring boars for him. You're not allowed to sling, but you can sling by luring boars for your teammates, so they don't need to use their Vil time for it. So Kingstone here, he has 6 Vils forward. He's just going to take a boar. He might take a boar, then do a lumber camp with them. I don't think he has a lumber camp yet. Yeah, I think that's what makes sense for him. As now TaToH is going to push in the Ibexes for Kingstone. We'll have a triple boar lure there for Motastic, with the bear to help out a bit, block some of the boars. Oh man, I love Black Forest starts. I love how it gets started right from the first second of the game, where you're instantly making a decision about where to send your Vils. It's such a fun team game map because of that. The boars here are all taken by the Vils. Nicely done under the TC from Motastic. And I am shocked. Viper is the melee. And, well, he just went double dock on the forward pond. He didn't dock his own pond, too. So he's going to go up. And, again, a situation where, from our point of view, if you see Philip isn't up, you open 2 fires here. And he kills a scout. Beastly Vil from Viper. Let's see, his team is out, but let's see if he can still make something happen. And a few militia hoovering around for Dobbs still. Fire galleys on the way for Viper. Yeah, double dock fires. You know you're up faster than the enemy pocket because you went up fast and you're melee, so you can open fires. And fires do more damage to the dock than Hulks do, so you're at a situation where you might be able to take down the dock. Just get a fire on both sides so Vils can't repair. And just hope you're up fast enough for it. You might even focus the dock before the fishing ships. Yeah, so he'll probably take his own lake later on then. Exactly. Yeah, he's going for the fishing ships first. Oh, no problem with that. He'll take them out quickly enough. They feel so much tankier than they used to in the Dark Age. Yeah, look at how slowly it dies. I guess maybe Hulks to take out fishing ships faster. I think Hulks take fishing ships down the fastest of anything these days. Could also be a play. So there's 2 of them down. The next ones will go down, and that'll still be a ways before Philip gets up. Now, Viper only investing into 2 fires. If you really wanted to take down the dock, you could maybe invest into 4. But maybe it's a bit premature to think about that. You already have the lake. He doesn't want to invest anything more than he has to. But stops the Japanese player from fishing. Oh, that's why it was so slow. The Japanese fishing ships. Alright, never mind. Japanese fishing ships, they'll be slow anyway. 100 HP instead of 50. Japanese fishing ships actually lack some of the armor they used to have, and now only have 100 HP instead of 120. So Bear goes down to the Viper's Vil. Viper does have some stone walls up, and he still can dock his own pond whenever he wishes, and he wishes to do so right now. He's also going to do a triple boar lure. Try to bring that in with the villager back to the TC. I'll have a stone wall here from Motastic. Trying to wall up this passage. Does Viper have forward fishing ships? He does have forward fishing ships. And that means he will face a forward watchtower from Dobbs. Dobbs building it far enough back from the coast that the fire ships won't be able to sit within Murder Hole's range. But yes, Viper does indeed have forward fishing ships. So maybe a bit questionable of a decision, but Dobbs will do the tower to just try to deter Viper from camping on the lake with a bunch of fishing ships. Fishing ships here is probably the wiser plan. And Viper still advanced? Nope. He needed a sweep of this set, and then he needed Doubt to sweep Andy tomorrow. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Yeah, he needed the sweep. So triple lure from Kingstone as he's starting to boom on his pond. Has to be careful not to run too far away from the boars there. He's okay. Hello, Gauntlet Wizard. So Men-at-Arms trying to take down the dock. The Hulk can't reach them. There's an X there from Philip. Philip might think Viper... Oh, no, he knows it's a wall. That's a wall X. Not a push X. A wall X. So stone wall's up mostly for Dobbs, and he's going to finish wall in this passage too. As well, I mean, all things considered, I think that's a good start for Viper's team. Viper doing the right thing, denying the pocket from fish booming, and now establishing his own fish boom pond with the Malay docks. He still is feudal, but the Malay will get castle quickly whenever he decides to go up. In terms of idle time, Motastic and Kellar still have quite a bit. But then so does everyone on the other team. As we'll go over the resources now, and Viper not far away from going up at all. He'll just force drop and then go up. So honestly, clean build from him then to do the market and blacksmith at the right time. Philip is up first, and he'll start adding in town centers. Start booming as the pocket. Think about a monastery too. Maybe he'd go try to convert ships to force Viper off of the pond. Let me just see if Viper is anywhere... Okay, I think the Men-at-Arms did clean Viper's forward Vil. And yeah, that Vil would have been dead. The Men-at-Arms try to break through this wall. And we'll have an outpost up for Kellar. With an X here from Dagao. As that wall will be taken down by the Men-at-Arms. Wall deleted as the Men-at-Arms head forward. Viper up the Castle Age. We'll have some Xing over here. As a rocket cart from Motastic will be pushing the walls. More walls up for Kingstone behind this. Oh, that rocket cart wiggling a bit. And we'll keep attacking the walls. We'll have a gate up for Motastic. And a TC here from Motastic 2 as 4 farms go up around the mill. And there the TC will start pumping out some Vils. And yeah, deleted ships as Viper will now lose the pond thanks to the tower and the dock from Dobbs. And maybe Dobbs will be the one to dock it then. If not Philip. Philip already content to go to a farming eco. Although in the long run, the Japanese probably do want more food from the fishing ships than from farms. Their fishing ships will be far faster at gathering food. Also, Frost here, cheaper farms as the Teutons, but just going to go fishing ships. Just better for him anyway to do that. Some more docks for Viper as he keeps fishing. And no one really pushing. I mean, a rocket cart, but lots and lots of stone walls here for Kingstone. He'll do his own rocket cart in defense. And they'll just be 1v1ing on the flank there. TC will be up for Dobbs. And Dagao up to the Castle Age. A town center up for Dobbs. As the Mangonel will come forward. But you'd have to delete his walls to hit the rocket carts now. And considering these ones are weak, doesn't look like he wants to do that. Having to Viper's forward Vil. I think the Men-at-Arms killed it. As above, a bear trapped in the back for Philip. And an X here from Dagao is the Kumans, who is still 2 TC booming. He's up and about to click Imp. He just needs the university finished. There's the monastery. So he is up after that Vil. And he is ready to start going Kuman, Pocket, Paladins. The pretty purple variety. Wherever he wants to now. He's got 62 is that enough for paladins? Maybe not. He's doing loom. I mean, he maybe on his way up to imp, he could add 2 more TCs. I mean, yeah, he does have 28 fishing ships, so maybe it's okay. Still feels a bit low. Okay, 21 fish traps for Viper. So TC up both for Keller and for Dobbs. Rocket card attacking the stone wall will do a good bit of damage to it. I have an X here from Philip in the middle. Are we doing with Vikings 5 TCs? Booming for Berserks, I guess. That's what you do with 5 TCs. Probably too many for Arbs. I mean, you're against Khmer, where I don't think Vikings have an answer to Khmer if they go full Scorpion. Does feel like maybe you'd want some type of early imp push on the Khmer. Where I think the Khmer player ends up just with whatever fishing ships they have over, that becomes their food eco. And then they go Scorpions. You don't make Berserks, your pocket is Japanese, he needs the stone for towers? Well, that's a good point. And here's the Gao up to imp. Up to imp, 39 fishing ships, 68 fills. So maybe the eco is okay. 35 fish traps. Most of the vills of his will be on wood then. Can he spam paladins on this eco? Up at around 26 minutes. Would need Kingstone to open the wall, so maybe time for double rams from the Italians. Or double cannon. He is up. He's doing chemistry. His cannon will be cheaper. I feel like maybe you need a 3rd workshop then, because you really got to break in quickly to make the paladins worth it before the Teuton player gets up. And their own paladins, slower, but more heavily armored. And in the tight Black Forest passages, maybe that matters more. At least in the straight-up fight they'll win, not in the running around category. Castle up here for Dobbs. There's Viper up to the Imperial Age. As the rocket cart will start taking down the walls. And, well, oh, petards. There are petards, so deleted walls here. As the petards all go down to 1 Megan Hellshot, Kingstone stops the petard push. Just as Botastic wanted to delete the walls. Well, Onager anyway will be in, so they'll be ready to cut. But they'll cut directly into Hank Cannoneers and Paladins. That feels like a bit of a scary combo. Kalar doing a forward castle, looking to push Dobbs. I have a castle now for Philip too. Viper's got a good boom. Viper's going pikemen. Why is he not going elephants? I guess he's maybe afraid of Japanese halbs? That's why you have a Khmer flank to do Scorpions. I mean, Malay Khmer could go double elephant. That would be crazy. So here comes the Gao. Paladin upgrades on the way. And Gao will use his speed to try to run to the pocket. Not walled there. But, oh my gosh, look at this fish boom. 46 fish traps. Viper even did Thalassocracy, so he has harbor docks to protect the fish traps from the paladins. They don't do much damage, they just kind of tickle the paladins, but they will take them down. They lose a few of his precious fish traps. Some halves from Frost will chase that. Viper will just try to wall them out. He walled out his own pikes. think he could do 2 more docks in the pond. I don't think he's done. So Halb's from the Teuton pocket. Halb, Onager the play. Onager doesn't get a hit on the hand cannoneers. The hand cannoneers actually have enough attack. They take down Onagers pretty well. Siege Onager on the way. And TaToH running through with paladins. Will kill some vills, but ultimately end up running into Halbs too. Frost with the top overall score. And now with the composition, I think that he needs to fight the paladins. Tards died to 1 Mankadel shot. Apparently they do. Apparently 3 of them do. And, oh, there we go. There's the Ballista Elephant cut. Ballista Elephant cut into Dobbs's base. Kellar is through, almost, if he can right-click properly on the trees. And he's through. He is through. And here come the Berserks. So it is Berserks, as Viper now breaking through Halb and Onager. But that should die to the Berserks if the Berserks come over. Cannon going for the castle. You don't want to go Karambits here, because you'd be Karambit against Samurai. There were 2 mango shots. It might have been the second mango shot. They would on a hill shot. There might have been 2 there. But the second one definitely killed all 3 at the same time. And speaking of all 3 dying at the same time, nice bombard cannon hit on the Trebs. The overly stacked Trebs. They go down, and then the Berserks now dominating the Halbs. As TaToH's team feels like they're getting a bit of momentum here. Forward castle for Kingstone. Scores flip a bit. Paladin still running directly into the Halbs. This castle will go down. The Trebs go for this castle. And Viper trying to push Kingstone back. The Onagers, the Siege Onagers are in for Frost with a nice hit on the hand cannoneers. That's the second castle lost for Frost. Or, not quite, 16 HP? 16 HP, it needs to be repaired? It's still standing? It can be repaired? Motastic, use your vills, repair it. But no, it will crumble. 1 final bombard cannon shot coming in. And down it goes. Does it counter the Italian cannon? Yes, they only have 12 range. So the castles actually outrange them. Not just like normal crenellations with the same range. No siege engineers. So it's 12 for the cannon, 13 for the castle. You have to be paying attention to right-click the cannon. As long as you do, you will kill the cannon. But paying attention is the key. Paying attention is kind of necessary. Okay, pause by TaToH. Not sure what the pause is for. Maybe it's some lag.
Yes.
Now, Dobbs dropped apparently, so they're going to try to restore. So Dobbs dropped, and they will restore. How wonderful. Alright, so while they're restoring then, I'll just get an ad out of the way. So, restore time. He dropped. The Dobbs drop. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. No Malay mass elephants. My only thought is that they don't want to fight the Japanese pocket with the elephants and fight Japanese halbs. But like I was saying, I think that's still what you have the Khmer Scorpions for. You know, elephant plus scorpion. That should be absolutely fine. Just keep an eye on the time. So we have this game and then 4 more games to cast after it. So that's going to be a lot of fun for us today. We'll see. How quickly is the league going to be over? So maybe we'll be casting after that. Is Ballista Ellie the wrong unit by Keller? I think it's fine. A Ballista Elephant or Scorpion, whatever he wants, he needs something that will kill the Japanese halbs. Maybe Scorpion would be better. But I think Ballista Elephants are fine too. So let's look for this rehost. I still don't see Dobbs back. And while we're here, I can just download game number 1. Might do a speed cast of that, but... I can also download the Mihai TeMo games. Just have my save game folder prepared. Be productive during the drop. There we go. He's only 2 or 3 castles. Scorps. I mean, Scorps will come out faster, right? That's true. That's true. But if he gets the Ballista Elephants, that's fine. Maybe that's a bigger if, though, to put on the Ballista Elephants than you'd have if you were just going Scorpions. Both of them you're kind of worried about onagers. So, where is Dobbs? Where is Dobbs? It's still a game I'm not sure how it's going to go. It feels like the North on Viper's team is getting pushed pretty hard, but the South is still up for grabs, and I think Viper probably has the better civs there, if they get the unit composition figured out. As I'm checking the standings, I still don't think that this game... for either team. I mean, it matters if Viper or Kingstone finish first in the standings. Or above each other, if they're 6 or 7. This is the 6-7 match. So get all your memes ready, chat. Is Malay Halb not a pretty weird choice to open? I'm trying to think of Viper's thought process, because he knows he's against the Japanese pocket. So he might be thinking, I don't want elephants against the Halbs, I don't want Karambits against the Samurai. But you're fighting Halbs, and you're just going Halb versus Halb. Can they go through if Andy loses to Doubt 3-0? No, they cannot, because Viper needed 5 wins to tie with Andy. And he will only have 4 at most if he wins this game. So they would lose the tiebreaker to Andy in terms of total number of games won. Still waiting for Dobbs, it would seem. Hopefully he's not having some type of internet tragedy. Because I know what those are like. I've had my fair share. He will have 5? Nope, he will have just 4 if he wins this game. He started the set with... Or, wait, will he have 5? Will he have 5? You know, he might still be alive, actually. He might still be alive. Wait, if... So if Viper... Actually, I don't know. Does the score count the match already? Oh, wait, no, no. I'm wrong. The scoreboard I'm looking at doesn't count the existing game from this set he won. So if he wins this game, he gets to 5, and then yes, then he does win the... Yeah, okay, so whoever wins this set needs a 3-0 sweep from TaToH tomorrow to have a chance to win the tiebreak against Andy. The 5th tiebreaker, there are only 4 tiebreakers. Points differentials there, but that's not a tiebreaker. Score points, median Buchholz, and then number of match wins against tied opponents. So Dobbs getting back into this game actually matters significantly. For if TaToH can pull off a 3-0 win tomorrow. And both Viper and Kingstone technically are on Onimaru. So they're teammates with Andy and with TaToH. So that would be a huge Onimaru show there. Yeah, but that still depends on TaToH going 3-0, and his team has relied on Matza with 1-vil douching for their wins so far. Okay, let me just open up Viper's stream and see if they're making any progress there. I'm trying to invite Dobbs. We see Philip says, he said it will take a few minutes. Viper asking any update in the chat. Okay, so okay. I thought the scoreboard was updated, it's not. So, whoever gets their 5th game win today, I gotta go check the, maybe it's on Wikipedia too. That I don't think has been updated either. Yeah, this will have every individual match too. Yeah, 1-1, Viper and Kingstone are tied. Yeah, so they both entered 3 and 6. And this is their 4th set, yep. So they both now are 4 and 7, and whoever gets the win will have 2 set wins and be 5 and 7 in games. So if Andy gets swept, he is then 5 and 7, and then they're equal on points, and then they would go to Buchholz, where I think Viper and Andy would be tied on Buchholz. Although I think Viper gains more Buchholz if he beats Kingstone. And then if Andy gets swept by TaToH, he won't get any Buchholz. So then Viper would finish first. Yeah, so if Viper wins this game, and then TaToH 3-0s, he finishes ahead of Andy. If Kingstone wins and TaToH 3-0s, I'm still not sure what happens with the Buchholz. But whoever wins will need TaToH to go 3-0. Alright, yes, this is a big game for Dobbs to come back. So had Viper gotten a sweep, and then TaToH swept, he would have beaten Andy outright. I think that no matter what, though, he needs TaToH to sweep. Because he would have had more points. And now it's going to come down to Buchholz if TaToH sweeps. I'm still waiting for Dobbs to come back. Can they swap out Dobbs for their 5th player? Oh, Kingstone says he's still rebooting. We also don't know what's happening. He said it will be a few minutes. Oh no, poor Dobbs. Do you think we have time during the pause to go and cast game number 1? I hope they remember to set the spec play so it's not 10 minutes. Wait, let me check that. Okay, no Spectre in the lobby, good. Okay, Kingstone says he is back, Vamos. So I still don't know what to think of this game. I think it's a simpler position that Team Kingstone is kind of winning one side. But it still depends on how the Fishboom War goes out in the south. And Viper trying to invite Dobbs and being unable to is such a silly thing. I'm just watching his stream in his lobby and he keeps getting the same error message. Okay, this is what's going on in the lobby right now. Viper has some type of sponsorship logo in the top right. Alright, he's fallen asleep. He's turned into Jordan with his sleep schedule. It's just after 10 p.m. And he can't seem to invite Dobbs. Now, since I was on it, I just messaged him. Sleepy snack. Still trying and failing to invite. So I'll turn that off. Let me check my DMs. Okay, he's back. They're downloading. Okay, he is back. I've gotten confirmation that he's back. So again, big game that they need Doubt tomorrow to sweep. Man, one of the best games I ever casted was Doubt needed to beat Heart so that TaToH would qualify in the Noble Apartment Cup. It was 2-2 and they went to game 5. And Doubt just couldn't do it. And he lost 3-2. Dobbs is having issues joining the game. Doubt should get a free win if he builds enough Doubt castles. I feel like I kind of need to move the chat a couple pixels to the side on this overlay. It's too big of a margin almost. The margin on the right is nice, but on the left it's like, it's to be like 4 to 8 pixels over. I'll look at that more closely at some point. He's already starting his PC again, apparently. Yeah, and also, hello, YouTube chat. You guys are still here, too. You guys still show up on the screen now. Yeah, Scorpion, Elephant, Bombard Cannon would have been better. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The Malay could go Elephants. And then they can also go Cannon if you need them on that side. And then you have the Cannon to protect the Chimera or Scorpions. And the Chimera just needs Scorpions. You're against Dobbs, right, who's Vikings. So Yeah, Vikings, Japanese together, I don't think can do much. And also, the elephants, like Berserks, aren't going to stop them. Pikemen aren't going to stop them. They don't have great halbs. You're relying on the Japanese halbs. So it's only one player doing halbs that side. I should get a free win if he builds enough doubt castles. I think building enough doubt castles might just give him a free loss. We should have gone and casted game 1 while they were trying to restore. I think that would have been the play, cast game 1. Let's see. Still no Dobbs in the voice chat. He's still trying to restart his PC. Still don't see him in Discord. Hyper really feeling the pain of not being able to stay up. Alright, see if Sensor has any updates. Mo tired? I think Viper's tired. I still don't know what to think of the positions in the game, although I think Kingstone's team definitely has the better spot. So if anything, they should definitely want Dobbs to get there so they don't have some type of loss if he can't show up. And again, we still don't know what's happening with Dobbs. Or maybe we just need to get more coffee for Viper. Okay, I know what we do. I know what we do, chat. Oh, wait, I got a Discord message. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna figure out if we need to do an admin situation. While this is going on, let's go cast game 1. Let's go cast game 1. We missed that, so we'll figure out what happened in game 1. We've been here a while, like 15 minutes. So let's just figure out what happened in game 1. So we have Viper, who... we do know he won this game. Wait, maybe we should just clear that from the scoreboard. Alright, so this will then be game number 1, where in game 3, they are having a very long delay from a player who dropped. So we can maybe speed cast through this, and if game 3 resumes, we'll just go finish that. This is a wreck, so we can just jump back into it whenever we need to. As immediately it's Viper in a Vil fight with Dobbs, the player who needs to return. As he gets back to the TC. And we'll have... Oh, nice quick wall from Viper on Philip's scout to trap it. Philip can't get out. Look at that micro. But Viper loses the Vil in getting the scout. And he might lose his own scout too. That's pretty weak. He does lose the scout. So all things considered, I think that's probably a better Vil fight for Dobbs. Although he might lose a scout and a Vil. Okay, never mind. Much better Vil fight for Viper. And on the other side, looks like just some peaceful walls. Nothing too much there. And there'll need to be another wall in the passage somehow. So Viper has 2 pawns. The other team has a better setup. Degao, as the pocket, will have the Huns with a pond. And very forward walls from Dobbs. And let me just keep an eye on everything. They have left the lobby. So I have a feeling that we're declaring the admin win. Yeah, okay. So Dobbs is unable to return, unfortunately. So they need to do an admin win to the other team for game 3. So whatever the position was, since Dobbs dropped and he can't get back, that is admin win for the other team. So we will just get game 1 casted then, so we get everything casted, then move on to Mihai TeMo. That does mean that Viper would... Remember, with the set win in this set means he needs Doubt to sweep freaking Andy tomorrow. And then Viper advances to the playoffs. So Vil's here going down as the walls go up at the front for Dobbs, and Dobbs will have that Vil attacked by a bear. And Viper will try to do here to Dobbs what Dobbs' internet did to him in the final game. So Degao enjoying that fish boom. I'll have some Vils on the lumber camp there from Motastic. And we'll have some houses up the center passageway. As Scout blocking so the Vil survives, but Viper is forward. And Viper traps the Vil with a gate, wonderful quick gate, gets Dobbs' Vil, gets Kingstone's Scout, and Dobbs has to pull 4 Vils to come fight Viper over here. There's Motastic up to the Feudal Age. And then a bear here will maybe go for Viper's Villager. And then, okay, Black Bear attacking the Vil on the other side. Oh, the double bear kill, double bear kill. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yes! Oh, Bear has got 2 Vils. 1 from each team. Alright, Viper has a more forward set of walls. has also a forward dock, so he has been as disruptive as he possibly could have been to Dobbs. All the fish on the left side of the dock, so this little walled-in area won't matter too much. Vipersville is walled, but he's on the pond. That's what he wanted. He's a safe pond himself at home. In his pocket now, Frost has a safe pond. So the Dravidian player, rather than the TaToH player taking the pond, TaToHs will get the sheep from the TCs anyway. And I think this is just time to now enjoy the fire on the pond, as Dobbs is still Dark Age. The fire will actually focus first on freeing the Sneak Vil. And then if that palisade goes down, Viper could do another dock, or send the Vil wherever he wants. So rather than attacking the dock, it'll free the Vil. I think that means if Viper needs another ship, it has to be a Hulk now. But, oh, Viper could get a wall here. Wait, Viper has sent a Vil forward to Vil fight. Gets the Vil safe. He needs to wall. He's going to wall himself in with the Vils. Viper, with the Masterpiece walls, you need to delete this one, and then fight with both Vils. Oh, he lost a Vil, though. But he'll clear 2, so he'll trade 1 Vil for 2. Almost had both. He'll get his Sneak Vil back. Then get the fight on the pond. Dobbs will go for a tower, but Viper will get some stone walls forward. And we'll have a castle drop on the other side from Boastic. And the castle is up. Man, I'm going to have to write a complicated comment in the description of this video. And more walling everywhere from Kingstone. And the walls are open. Mangonel's going to push through. And that wall is down. Triple tower from the Viper. As Philip is going for the Mangonel push from the pocket. Those Hulks. Oh my gosh, those Hulks. Fast speed Hulks drinking the docks. That is loud. So Viper is still feudal. Getting Mangonel pushed from Philip. But he will have Keller here doing some Mangonels of his own to defend. Remember, Viper's got 2 ponds worth of fish booms there to defend. And there's repairs, but 1 Mangonel down. And the second Mangonel almost... that hits by the tower. Hit by the tower at the end. And, oh my gosh, the Mangonel micro from Keller. He's beastin'. He doesn't get the Vils there. But he does stop the push. Philip has to repair, and he still has the hill. Mangonels on a hill won't die in 1 shot. Ooh, that Mangonel hit. Gets the other Mangonel. Can he get all 4? Yes, he clears the Mangonel push. 2 Mangonels, loses 1, but clears 4. That is a great defense from Keller. And on the other side, the castle drop is forward. And the castle will be pushing through the stone walls here. Lots of stone walls from Kingstone. He's doing another TC of his own in the back. Just tab around. Make sure I'm not missing anything on the dashboard. Alright, I'm not. So 1 Mangonel clears the other one, as we'll have a forward castle from Dobbs. And the Hulks will be attacking the dock over in the west, as 1 Mangonel clears the other one. And repairs from Vipersville on the Mangonel, as the Mangonel will try to deny the castle in Murderhole's range of the tower, but Vils can Vil fight it. Those are a lot of weak Vils from Dobbs, and Dobbs is trying to wall the Mangonel in, so Viper can't repair it, but he gets the repair Vil there. The Mangonel needs repairs, gets 1 shot off, kills another Vil. It's repaired enough that Viper can go for another round, or Keller can go for another pass at the Vils. He's going for him. Defensive Mangonel there from Philip. He gets another Vil. Can he get 1 more shot off? He goes for the Mangonel, gets some of the HP down, but the castle will go up. That's a lot of weak Vils, but the castle goes up. Yes, he still depends on Doubt sweeping Andy. Which will be tomorrow. So the possibilities are, if Jordan sweeps Lewis, I mean, if Lewis sweeps Jordan, Lewis is in, and TaToH is out. Otherwise, TaToH is in for the other group. And here, assuming Viper will finish this set with a win, or honestly, either team here wins the set. They rely on Doubt sweeping Andy for them to get in. Otherwise, if Andy wins a single game, Andy's in. So, oh my gosh, that's a lot of barracks now from Frost as the Dravidians. No way Doubt sweeps Andy? You don't believe in Doubt? You don't believe in Doubt and Jordan tomorrow? I mean, Lewis sweeping Jordan's team definitely could happen. That's a possibility. So, forward castle from Frost. Again, since this is the wreck of game 1, let me speed this up a bit, because we have a bit of walling and whatnot. A bit of fish booming. Market in the corner. They can go to the gold there. Yeah, you can do anything from 3-0 to 0-3. Everything's a possibility for Doubt. Castle for Frost. We'll go for the outpost. There's Keller up to Imp. Frost needs to start attacking. As everyone's Imp will have a lot of fortified walling from Kingstone, as the Treb push starts from Motastic. But the Cavaliers will come in from Dagao. Now I think we'll just go normal speed from here on out. We'll have a Cavalier push. Cav Archers from the pocket from Kellar might need a moment to get upgrades for them, as the Dagao already has clicked Paladin. They're behind the score. Onagers will try to push through. Score 1-1. Well, we saw games 2 and 3, so we'll just pretend there's no score for now. So the purple pocket paladins from Dagao raiding Viper. So Dagao the highest score so far, but Frost now with a good push up the middle with the Onager cut, giving himself more room to get the Halbs forward. So Paladins here going down. Now both pockets here. Cav Archers and Halbs to defend. Onagers from Philip. He should get Siege Onager soon as the Slavs finishes taking down the towers. Frost over here still with an insane score as the Dravidians. Getting his Halbs out. And getting Siege Onager out. He's killed a lot of Paladins. He's going to be opening the path to the pond a bit. He'll start trebuing the castle. He has a hill. Bombard cannon from Viper. And just being able to get out a few cannon is great for helping against the pocket. One of the things to pay attention to when you're the flank is if you can get flanked, but even if you have a low eco, find ways to contribute. And Bombard cannon, one of those ways. Monks too sometimes, and Portuguese have good monks. So Siege Engineers to Bird Siegecraft there from Kellar. You'll get longer range trebs. And with all the walling here, this will be a long push. That's a lot of petards from Motastic. Wait. He actually could break through here. Wait. He can't show the petards too much, because then the Vils will wall. Wait, he's gonna go through the left? He'll try to hit the walling Vils. It takes 3 Vils to take down a fortified wall. And the Rattan Archers are through. He's trying to wall them out with a workshop, but they are through. That could be quite a few Vils dead there. Fantastic. With the fantastic play. With the petards, gets through several layers of fortified wall. And Dagao now has to come this side with Paladins, and if he has to come this side, that means he's not on the other side. And this game 1 here is looking pretty good for Viper's team. As the Siege Onagers will be pushing, taking down Halbs. Bombard cannon will hit the Onagers. Yeah, and Dobbs is still castle. That's right, he doesn't have Bombard cannon himself yet, as the Maulians. And then the Hulk on the water will go down. Cav Archers take take out the low Pierce armor ship. And we'll have Fire Lancers now from the Vietnamese. Those should deal with the Paladins. Bombard Cannon from Kingstone as Lithuanians. How many? He only has 1 relic, so can't even go latest all that well. And this is looking like a great push on both sides. Maybe they need to be a bit wary of the numbers on the right. Treb takes down an Onager. They just need to get Viper's cannon in position to do some damage. And if they can get Viper up to doing a Halb, that'd be great. I mean, the good thing about Viper and Imp is he can start doing Fetorias if he needs to reboom. Maybe he's thinking about trade. But if his team were to sling Viper and he were suddenly to get 3 Fetorias and have an Eco, then he can go Cannon plus Arb or Halb. So Lithuanians are a flank because they're a great Vil fighting civ. They're actually a really good flank. It's just the latest is such a strong option as the pocket. You usually see him as a pocket. But because they start with an extra 100 food, they can YOLO their Vils forward at the start and still have food economy. Since they'll be able to queue more Vils, they can queue 6 Vils from the TC at the start instead of 4. And the Droman on the pond goes down. Yeah, they have good monks for the flank too. Yeah, but this is looking like Viper should be able to take this push, or his team should be able to take the push. A few hand cannoneers over here now, so maybe Motastic getting pushed back a bit. Kingstone does still have a score lead, and Dagao is here. So maybe it's not over yet if Dagao can push this side. That castle does have to go up 99%. There it is, but now Vils have to repair. And maybe at some point a teammate has to come down here to help out. Maybe some Cav Archers to deal with the hand cannoneers as the castle immediately goes down. Dagao there with Paladins. Up, and there's the monastery going to go down. Philip taking the relics from his, instead of giving them to his Lithuanian teammate. And there are more cuts from Frost. And they're getting now into, oh, they're almost at the pond, but they're getting into Dagao's eco. A lot of Halbs from Philip. They can get past this line of Paladins. They get Cav Archers into the pond. Those Onagers are still cutting their way forward. Chopping a path through the trees. If this becomes a wood game, this team won't have wood. And right now, Siege Onagers as Frost comes over. Halb Onager to deal with the Paladins, and honestly just skirms right now. Mostly skirms. Some hand cannoneers and bombard cannon now. Cannon will definitely help out. That's something Motastic can help deal with the Rattan Archers. Focuses the cannon, and yeah, you can start taking them down. Doesn't get one. 2 HP, that one survives. But we're going to have a forward castle now from Keller. Dobbs is getting destroyed over here. And the Trebs will go for this castle. Yeah, it feels weird not to see the Elephant Archers from Dravidians, but I mean, Halb Siege. Halb Siege is enough for them. I guess if it goes long, he could transition to Elephant Archers. Don't know how much longer it'll go with this push. That TC goes down. So Trebs here take the TC. That'll go down. Onagers getting on the Vils and the Skirms. Halbs keep pushing forward. And now this side looks like it's defended. Looks like we're pushing on both sides. Some defensive Onagers from Philip. They'll maybe go down some cannon shots. Oh, the trees go down to Onagers. So, but both teams just chopping this forest. Neither team wants a forest here. Cav Archers should be good against the Halbs and also decent against the Paladins. But over here, there's a push. Where are the Siege Onagers now? Feels like Frost is kind of starting to run low on Siege Onagers. They have the pond now. Viper doing a cannon galleon on it. And yeah, Viper's up to a good number of Vils and starting some trade now. That's true. Also, TaToH is CA on the hill. If you have a hill, they're probably the best Cav Archers. I still think Japanese actually have the best Cav Archers in the game now. But TaToH ones on a hill are crazy. Hill's kind of required for them. Palps all go down to the onagers. Onagers getting shredded by everything. Treb's going for the barracks. Yep, exactly that, Maxi. Exactly that. +2 attack versus ranged units. Which means cav archers versus other cav archers, they just win. And then they're fully upgraded on top of that. There are situations where, you know, maybe you're against other units other than cav archers or arbs, or one of the unique units, or archer unique units where other cav archers can be better. But in general, I think the Japanese ones are the best. They win versus Vietnamese CA. Yep, Vietnamese CA are missing upgrades in him. I think they miss Parthian. We have a Vietnamese player here. Yeah, they miss Parthian tactics in him. So that's -2 armor, in addition to the Japanese having +2 attack. So that's far more important than the HP. Remember, for melee units, the HP is usually what's important, but for ranged units, it's the armor. Is it Team Leary? No, Leary didn't want to be a captain. So now their push is happening everywhere. Speaking of the Vietnamese, they have some Trebs pushing on the left. Onager hitting some of the skirms and Hankaningers. And Jindara, thank you very much for using your Prime sub.
Behold, the horde of Genghis Khan approaches.
Oh, thank you very much for the support. You're very close to that 100 sub goal for increasing the prize pool of Rage Forest, so thank you so much for the support. Nice Onager shot there. So Philip's still doing what he can to hold the Onagers, but I think Viper's team is way too far ahead. I think we're in speed-up territory now on this wreck. You're welcome. Well, thank you very much. Oh, actually, we're at the point the wreck doesn't speed up. We're too far in. We can't achieve any more speed. Yeah, the engines are maxed out already. Castle down. Magyar CA. Sure, maybe Magyar CA. I think they still lose against Japanese cav archers, but in general against other things, Magyars might be better. That's true. Maybe Japanese are number 2 behind Magyars. As I just remember, the Hun and the Mongol ones missed the final armor. Yeah, now Viper's team is in the trade. So I think this is just about it. So as we see the conclusion of this game, we did know from earlier that Viper won. Kingstone won game 2. And then what happened in game 3 was Dobbs dropped, and they could not restore because they couldn't get Dobbs back. So they waited around for a good 20 minutes or so. But then after a while, they just had to call the admin win. And since Team Viper was still there with 4 players, the game wasn't over yet. It felt like maybe Kingstone's team had a lead, but their player dropped and they couldn't get him back. So it does look like Viper will win 2-1. So, Viper. Now, his fate is in Doubt's hands. As Keller beasted that game with the Tatars, too. Dang. CA in the back, not dying. Alright, we have the full picture now. I'm not even going to check off the civs. That wasn't the civs that won Viper the final game. That was the internet. Somehow in Germany, his internet was more stable than Dobbs's. And Viper ends up winning 2-1. We'll just go here. 2-1 win for Viper. So, that means tomorrow, Viper depends on Andy versus Doubt. If Andy wins even a single game, that means Viper will lose and not be in the playoffs. Doubt's already eliminated, but he has to fight for Viper. And thank you, Crossack, for using your Prime sub.
Defeat my champion in combat. Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, and I will give you command of my army. Let the tournament begin!
And we will have one more set to cast today. So give me a moment to get my overlays and everything set up. Get capture age back. And this will be TeMo versus Mihai. Thank you, Flashbang, for the Prime sub.
Barbarossa, I do hate to strike you when you're down, but the Lombard League has agreed that I would make a better emperor. So sorry.
Freaking Henry the Lion. So we'll have Team TeMo against Team Mihai. This one will be simple. We will cast it in order. Versus Mihai. Let me just get a Twitch ad out of the way before we start. Thank you all if you're just joining us. And welcome in. Again, reminder, we're watching on YouTube too. If you want to watch without the ads. Oh, thank you, Crossack. Thank you so much. I appreciate watching the YouTube content. I need to find time to make more YouTube videos. I've been casting so much. So, in terms of standings, these teams are in the same group. And TeMo's 2-1. If he wins, he's in the playoffs. Mihai, I think, has a chance if he sweeps that he could still actually ruin Viper's dream. Yeah, if Mihai sweeps, then actually he finishes 4th in the group. Unless Andy then wins enough games against Doubt to finish 4th. So this is actually a set for Mihai. Okay. So these games were played earlier. Appreciate not having any spoilers. So as usual... Not have spoilers in the chat. So, these were played earlier. We're going to have TeMo versus Mihai. If Mihai wins, if he sweeps, I think he still has a chance. So, I'll wait for the ad to end and then start. And here we go. Game number 1. TeMo versus Mihai. TeMo will be to the north. It'll be Hindustanis, Sicilians, Romans, and Dravidians against Muisca, Magyars, Khmer, and Shu. So Sorokuma is going to have to play well for Mihai's team. Here is they are the tag teammates. And Kamigawa also was Mihai's teammate last time they won Rage Forest with TaToH and Dragonstar. What happens when the tiebreaker is tied as well? It goes to Buchholz. It goes to Buchholz. And I believe that your team should have more Buchholz. But if it's tied after that, I'm not sure. I'll check the standings after this game, because I don't want to see the scores. So, Scout taken down there. My TeMo. And we'll have a gate that doesn't go up there. And big Vil fight TeMo versus Sorokuma. TeMo loses the Scout. The other side, they're not going to bother. Mihai doesn't Vil fight. Mihai doesn't Vil fight. He Men-at-Arms rushes forward walls if the walls get forward. And Albin Zuhalt is definitely going to know that about Mihai's playstyle. Vils go down. And Sorokuma? Oh, Dan loses the Scout too. Sorokuma feels like he's losing that Vil fight pretty hard. Well, he's lost one Vil, but he's going to have to send a lot of Vils forward. I guess TeMo has to be careful of the idle time with so many Vils forward. He's going to get the walls up. There's a tile he doesn't have walled. He just missed a tile, I think? Yeah, and Sorokuma's down to wall that tile? That is weird. Well, the Vils are forward, and the pawns are on both of these flanks. So Sorokuma has to be careful down here. Oh, Andy gains 1 Buchholz when Doubt wins, so it should be tied then? Really? Well, that is a good question. That's a question for Sensar. Maybe we need to play a tiebreaker then. So, Champy attacking the tiger there. And that'll get a Vil free for Mihai, and Mihai will go for the triple Rhino lore, but with a weakened Vil without Loom. That's going to be tricky for Mihai. Okay, Mihai is walling, so if the scout... Oh wait, that's walled already though, it's walled already. I was going to say, if there's a deletion, and Mihai has to lure while microing gets the scout, that would be crazy for him. So it's still a gate war for Sorokuma, trying to get these Vils walled in so he gets his pond protected. I'm sure they'd love for Dan to boom in the pond, but I guess he is the Chimera, so if you're going to skip a pond, Chimera may be the sieve with which to do it. So Rooster will come over here. And Ringlord, thank you for the sub.
You must be wary on the road ahead. Our enemies, the British, are out in force, and their Burgundian allies are thick as rats. Discretion is the better part of valor.
I'll probably cast the League when Rage Forest is over. Personally, I'm much more interested in the team games that people actually play instead of some random maps. So I'm going to be casting Rage Forest, and if it's not live, then I might cast the League. So everyone go into the Rhinos under the TC, and we'll have... Oh, a sneak Vil for Sorokuma. Sorokuma somehow got a Vil forward. And we'll see if we can dock over here. Yeah, walling through the diagonal is allowed. So we'll have a few Vils, or a few Rhinos chasing the villager there. And a few walls going up. As that Vil's gonna... Nope, that Vil will be saved. And that Vil will be attacked. And Sorokuma. No, not like that, Sorokuma. No. No. That was very ambitious. So we'll have the Rhinos triple lure here. Let's see if they come in. What happened to Mihai's lure? He didn't get all the Rhinos. As I think he only got one. Let's check. He doesn't have a dead Vil, so I think he got one Rhino. I think he got one Rhino. So Sorokuma is the second try. Oh my gosh, Sorokuma. Second try. Is this better? Is this better? Anna's getting the Vil. And Rhinos will be taken under the TC. There we go. And this wall will go up. He learned in the Viper School of luring and quick walling. The watchtower there forward for Abenzuhalt. And settlement, will that go up? We'll have another tower there for Mihai. Hello, Petonzo. How you doing? So tower going up. And weak Vils can push back from the tower. And oh, thank you, Elscar, for the sub.
Barbarossa, I do hate to strike you when you're down, but the Lombard League has agreed that I would make a better emperor. So sorry.
Thank you very much. So this Vil will attack the tower diagonally. Bukolts? Yes, Bukolts. That's the tiebreaker. Striby's last spelling is correct. which is the number of wins your opponents have. But the challenge Buchholz is median Buchholz, which also throws out the most and least of those to remove outliers. So it is median Buchholz. So I think Andy gains 1 Buchholz after he faces Doubt, even if he gets swept by Doubt. Because the values used to calculate it change. So I think that's what Keller was writing in the chat earlier. As Men-at-Arms will break through the wall. And Kamigawa's telling him to wall. He wants him to wall. He doesn't have stone to wall? Oh no, Mihai. Mihai can't wall. He's got 48 HP on the gate. Or no, wait, no. That's the Palisade gate. That's the gate from Abendzuhalt. Yeah, that's the diagonal gate, which is allowed. And the Men-at-Arms are through. So Kamigawa, he's there. He's with the workshop. He wants to defend this. He wants to defend it. Yep, that is allowed. I'm actually surprised that diagonal gates are capable of being built through the walls, because no other building is. I'll need to do a deep dive into that. I'll need to do a diagonal gates video. Oh man, I just love watching Rage Force games. You get action right from the start, you get all these fish booms all over the place. We have a 3TC boom here from Kamigawa. Why is it allowed? It's because it's part of the game. There are a couple of specific things that are disallowed. But that one is something that is allowed. There's a diagonal gate. I mean, honestly, it's not a diagonal gate. It's a gate on the opposite side of a wall. So it's more... Diagonal gate isn't really the description. It's gate on the opposite side of a wall. The only thing that's disallowed, I think, is, well, obviously slinging, but also patrol stacking. Bugs are fun. Board lowering itself is a bug. That was never really intended. They're supposed to reset after a while. And a bunch of walls now going up there for Abendzuhalt, as he has gotten a very forward wall. And we'll have a castle for TeMo in a position where he's able maybe to push Sorokuma, but Dan and Sorokuma together will stonewall behind it. The castle itself will be on a hill. It's not immediately pushing the walls. And Sorokuma, well, he has not gotten a fish boom in this pond. So I think that Rooster now has a pocket, who has managed to get a decent fish boom going, should be in a great spot to boom and then carry the game as the Sicilians. It is stand ground patrol works for Rage Forest because no one wants to use it, so there's just players just agree to ban it. Instead, the rule is more strict than the World's Edge Handbook one, which is just absolutely no use of the stand ground patrol to fight. But the punishment is also, the great thing about not needing to do a Microsoft event is we don't need to follow their handbook. So we don't have any spectator delay for Rage Forest. So if there is a stand ground patrol, admins can look at it in real time and be like, well, you need to delete the units, and it's not just a strict admin loss. So we don't have to, like, admin loss the player for having one inconsequential stand ground patrol in one part of the map. So it kind of works for us because, one, we have ways to enforce it in real time, and two, we have ways of all the players just kind of agree they don't want it. And the rules Rage Forest follows for the tournament is basically what they do in the lobby, so they're used to it anyway. Oh, hopefully, eventually, they can fix the patrol mistake. But is it meta now in normal games? I mean, if you're playing on the ladder, it's the strongest way to attack, yes. but they don't do it in Rage Forest lobbies. The gate over a diagonal wall thing is something that's sometimes banned, but not universally. And it's not banned here. And okay, don't make Mangonel your own castle. That would be a disaster. Mangonel will go down. Nice job from Kamigawa. And he'll take out the tower now. And I'll have some repairs there from Kamigawa as the spears will clear some of these scouts that are through. Habanzua halt now up to the castle age. I'm still mostly worried about Rooster in this game. Yeah, Kamigawa, he's booming, but he doesn't have a pond. And Dan, yeah, he's the Khmer, he's booming, but he hasn't had a pond too, so Akuma is somewhat taking the pond.
आपकी सेवा में आदेश आपकी सेवा में हाँ आदेश.
The alarms here from TeMo attacking the dock as he is through. But Sorokuma does have more opportunity to wall him out, but the Vils will get to the pond. Well, that castle led to a quick breach in the wall, and Galley shouldn't be able to deny a dock from that many Vils. This is where I miss seeing demos. I'd love a demo on the Gulams now. And more docks going up for TeMo. As over here, the Mangonel and Ram will break through the wall. And the Ram is through. So the Ram through. We'll go for the workshop. Defensive Mangonel from Zac. I'll get a shot behind the Ram. Monks will go for conversions on the Vils. Get one Vil under the TC. And he'll try for a tower. The Mangonel, can it one-shot the tower foundation? No, but it can hit some of the Vils. And this Ram going through the workshop. And he'll take down the tower. Hill goes down. Mangonel clears the other one. And now Monk converting here from Zac. Kamigawa get a point. This is like the weirdest, like, transitional push from a Magyar pocket going Pikeman and Scorpion. Like if the Magyars are on the team, you're either going Paladins or a heavy Cav Archer, and this, it feels like this isn't really leading to anything. It's just Kamigawa trying to hold on. So yeah, they can breach the walls, they can fight a bit, but it's not really going to accomplish much. And over here, TeMo's taking more and more map control, and now Rooster, we're seeing the benefit of that fish boom. 1k food ahead. I have 50 fish traps in the pond. Monk wants a conversion. And there's Zack up to the Imperial Age. And what's that? Oh, that's a wall the castle's shooting at. Should probably be shooting at that wall. Mihai won't be too far away from being up. On 51 Vils, though. But this is the tricky thing about Mihai's playstyle. He likes to get Imp fast, but after those wall fights and kind of tower fights he's been in for a long time, it's not really going to be fast for him. It's going to be 30 minutes into the game, and his opponent now has a good 20 to 30 Vil lead. And Abunzuhal getting a lot of guard towers. Mihai loves to play fast imp monks and trebuchets while the pocket pushes. But I think that's well known enough that everyone knows what Mihai's playstyle is on the flank. And that's a lot of guard towers now, so that'll deal with the early monks. That's going to force trebs. And if there's one thing I learned from playing campaigns, is that trebuchets against towers is one of the most annoying things in Age of Empires. And we'll have a Treb and Onager push here on the castles. And Tusk Swords, will that come in for Dan? Will that come in for him? Castle, very low HP. And it will fall. So that castle falls for Dan. The rest of the Trebs go for the Blacksmith. And the Halbs will come forward. Monks want conversions on the Halbs. And that's a lot of Cav Archers from Kamigawa. So Magyar heavy Cav Archers. He does 4+4. Does he have recurve bow? Yes, he does have recurve bow. So we were talking about which Cav Archers were the best the previous game. He's missing armor, he's doing that now. But Magyar heavy Cav Archers should be, quote-unquote, the best, with the most attack and the most range. But still, Siege Ram not something Cav Archers like fighting. And if Mihai is going monks, that's not going to stop a Halb Ram push. So interesting how they're doing it. Both players, flank and pocket, kind of pushing at the same time. But just Vils from Abunzuhal going for guard towers. And the guard towers will take care of the monks. And the Cav Archers also won't like fighting under the guard towers. And then the pocket just goes Ram Halb. That's crazy. They don't even need onagers for the push. Just tower, Ram, Halb. That's why I love Black Forest. You see all these different unit combinations that you don't get on other maps. And then over here, yeah, Onager cut, but elephants for Dan. We've seen elephants be insanely strong so far on Rage Forest. The Hindustanis really don't have an option to counter the elephants. And if the Halbs can go down, whether it's to Ballista Elephants or to Scorpions, then maybe Dan can push it back on this side. But it's pushing back doesn't feel like what you want to be doing when the other side now is losing. And the farther they push, the more guard towers here that Abunzuhal will get. What do the Dravidians even have? They don't even have keep yet. Or they can do keep, but they don't have, what's it? Architecture, that's what I meant. They don't have architecture for the towers, so they have less HP. It really doesn't matter though for the attack, and if you're fighting Cav Archers, then you're probably happy just to have whatever tower you can. He'll add skirms. And that's another thing about the Cav Archers from the pocket. It gives the flank a trash unit that's useful. And if you don't have a gold unit, like the Heavy Siege from the pocket, then having a trash unit from the flank is incredibly valuable because you don't need as much of an eco. You can be stuck on 91 Vils on your way to Imp. And then you're going to go to one of the strengths of the Dravidians, the Dravidian Skirms. You've seen Dravidians as a pocket, as either an Elephant Civ or a Halb Siege Civ. I love all the different ways you can play this. Hello, Chipmunk. Imp Camel? Imp Camel's horrible against elephants. You do not want to go Imp Camels against elephants. Remember, camels don't have as big of an attack bonus against elephants as Halbs do. Halbs get plus 28. I don't think there are even any camels here from the Hindustani player. Yeah, honestly, you're kind of better off going Shiitake hand cannoneers and just hoping that your pocket has the halb. That's one of the things a lot of the camel civs that lack pikemen don't have good options against elephants. Camels simply don't cut it. I mean, halbs kind of lose to elephants too, but at least they have a big enough bonus attack that they'll be somewhat cost efficient if you have enough halbs. The Trebs all going down to this ram push. This is a crazy push by Zach. There's been no answer to the siege rams. I doubt anything can stop fully boon Persians with war elephants. I am still kind of sad we don't see war elephants. I would love to see them. And it's kind of weird. It's not just like what the unit composition is, but how you get to it. And the fact that we've had rams pushing Kamigawa this entire time. Yeah, I mean, if you micro the cav archers properly, the halbs won't kill them, but you just can't stop the ram push. And now, Mihai has lost more and more of his base. He's down to 59 vills. And even if the other side is kind of stabilizing now with the elephants. If Donjon's there from Rooster, they're not going to have the heavy siege that the Sicilians will have. Elephants here pushing into the halbs. Oh wait, they can get onagered. I don't see what Kamigawa can do over here now. Elephant Archer is now starting to come from Abenzuha Halt. He's pushed so far. He's gotten up to he's pop capped now at 109 vills. Or I think he might need some more houses. We can add more and more elephants. Nice traction trebs. As the now Hussars will attack the skirms. Skirms, halbs here. He's trying to get Magyar Hussars, so that'll be helpful against the skirms and against some of the siege. But now that the Scorpions are coming from Zach, he's got the Roman Scorpion swap. It's crazy that he didn't need Scorpions for such a long time, though. That he didn't actually need to fight the Cav Archers. He just used the Rams. Is the food is Corvinian army in? I'm sure it is, yeah. So Corvinian army is in for Kamigawa. So as long as he has farms, he'll have Hussars, or farms and castles. He's got 3 castles to pump the Hussars, and they are right there. So if we look at TeMo's side and they start trading, TeMo needs to add some caravanserais eventually. That'll speed up the trade as it runs past. Now that's one of the hard things about being the Hindustanis or the Persians. You need to remember that you have the caravanserai. Lushran's in the dock, or in the pond. I think he's lost the pond a bit too much here. Now there go the elephants. We'll see the elephants kind of consume the halbs. Yeah, I mean, at least Rooster has the halbs. We'll see what he does with the pond. I mean, this side feels like they're okay, even without onagers. The Shu are a tough civ to play in Imp, I think. faction Trebs not really all that great. As the cut starts to turn, I'll try to get now more into Dan's base. But Dan can just move his elephants around. I'll have the elephants there to head this off. Maybe should have chased it from behind and came from this direction with the elephants. But, I mean, Mihai is completely dead at this point. He's got 31 vills. And there's only so long Kamigawa can hold until he loses the castles. Oh man, I love it's Rage Forest is kind of like why I like King of the Desert too. Like that's my favorite 1v1 tournament. Because the map itself gives you so many different civ combinations and strategies that you can play on it. I feel like when you get like too specialized, sometimes you get like just the same strat or the same civ picks over and over. And here there's so many different ways we've seen Black Forest play out. Where sometimes it looks like a pocket civ is unstoppable, and then they look horrible. And the Hussars run forward, and they'll get to the Trebs, but can't really do anything there. And now I don't think heavy cav archers fight elite Dravidian elephant archers, even if they are Magyar ones. Even if they have more attack, that's just way too much HP for the elephants. And Mihai's reboom has been found. He's still trying to defend with monks. All of the elephants have trample damage, yes. I think that was a change at some point to give all elephants a bit of splash damage. I forget if it used to be elite only, and I think it's one of those things that has been changed a bit. Gosh, elephants, what? Raja's was 2016, or ended 2016, early 2017, December, January then. The elephants have been there a while, and I forget what all the changes have been. There's some GG's from Mihai, as TeMo's team wins, and I think that officially eliminates Team Mihai. I think he needed a sweep over TeMo to have a chance against if Doubt had swept Andy. So that should be TeMo's team going through. That'll be 101k res collected for Rooster. And 164 vills for Dan. How strong are Shu Arbs compared to Ethiopian Arbs? I think the Ethiopian ones are a bit stronger. It's hard to say, because like the Ethiopians as a civ are just a better civ. In terms of the other options they have, like the Siege Onager Halb. Has Viper Set over? Yeah, Viper Set is over. We did our best to cast that, and nope, that's still Viper's draft. Wait, I thought I swapped the draft out. Hold on. I could have sworn I swapped the drafts. There we go. Alright, so that will be her team TeMo wins with Sicilians, Dravidians, Hindustanis, and Romans. And for Team Mihai, they are losing with Khmer, Magyars, Shu, and Mihai was so dead, I forgot what civ he was. See, I don't trust DE to tell me the civs accurately. He was Muisca, alright, yeah. He had the monks there. Alright. So, 2 more games. We're casting 12 games today. So thank you all for the support. And also thank you for the subs. We're every 100 subs, remember, we're adding another $100 to the prize pool. So thank you for getting us up to there to 91 out of 100. We'll see how much we can squeeze out of that during the playoffs. And again, we have games starting tomorrow. So, they'll determine the final playoff seeds. Why do they double GG? Because DE is a very, very buggy mess. And right now there is a bug that it displays the chat messages twice. It displays the chat messages twice. So they don't double GG, but the recorded game double GGs. And, yep, Viper's team did win 2-1. And now if Doubt sweeps Andy, I think we have a crazy tiebreak situation. And I'm not sure what the final tiebreaker will be. But that's if Doubt sweeps Andy, right? That's an if. So here we are, game number 2. Again, TeMo's team, I believe now, should be safe to go. Well, I guess they're not safe yet. They need to win the set. I think Mihai's team is now, even if they win, they'll lose tiebreakers. Maybe I'm wrong about that, though. If this goes 1-1 into a tied game 3, it might still be interesting. This is where I think the tables have already been updated, so I can't go and check what the status is, because these games are wrecks. And I don't want to be spoiled. So there is the Palisade Gate for TeMo. Diagonal. Oh, he's going to try to wall this in. What are those walls from TeMo? The double gate Palisade wall. Oh my gosh. I love these build fights. I love how Rage Forest is right from the start, something happens. And there we go. TeMo kills a scout. And now Rooster will give up that advantage by sending his scout straight into the Vills and enemy scout. And Sorokuma will try to get some forward walls. He sent 3 Vills immediately. And now TeMo will try to wall this out and keep it open. Rage Force, Lidicor, hello Lidicor. And okay, Sorokuma gets the wall up. That's the wall up. Alright, and over here, forward wall for Abendzuhalt. But still more passages that have to be walled. This is why I love the crazy Dark Age for Rage Forest. Not just 19 pop Scout Archer. Actually crazy Dark Ages. So Scout on the hill here. Zach trying to go forward, so his team already got the forward wall by Mihai. Again, probably taking advantage of the fact they know Mihai doesn't fight for walls. He's going to go feudal and then tower rush men at arms. So Scout hits the other Scout. We have a Vil forward for Abendzuhalt. And Bearer under the TC. Vils will now go take the geese. And we'll have a triple Borlor for Abendzuhalt coming down the passage. And he will wall that a bit more forward. Thought he could have walled here. It's like the same position. Maybe he'll do 2 walls and then sneak the Vil. So in terms of pawns, looks like it's 2 pawns per team, both on the flanks, and on both teams it'll be the pockets taking the pawn. I guess this is more for the pocket. Kind of close to the flank too, but it'll be pockets taking every pawn. Oh wait, is this wait, no, never mind. Got the map wrong. Yeah, 2 pawns per team. It'll be Dan as the Bulgarians taking the pond here by Sorokuma, and then Kamigawa as the Kumans grabbing this pond. And Kumans with a pond are gonna have an insane boom. Is Zach no, Zach's not the Zero Empire Zach. Zach is a different Zach. Spelled the same way though, but this is a different Zach. I haven't talked to Zach in a while. I saw him at Red Bull briefly. I guess he's still working on H4. So I have some palisades up here across this middle passage. And sneak Vil for Abu. But wait. That Vil has 2 HP. 2 HP is all you need. Kamigawa's going to use a fishing ship here, and the fishing ship is going to try to block the dock location. And he needs 2 fishing ships, though. You need 2 fishing ships if you're going to do this, because the dock is now up, and he can't block the quick wall that far inland. And with 2 HP, Abun Zurhalt is going to disrupt now the Pockets Pond. And man, when the map is this open, you gotta keep an eye out for that. And I mean, maybe Kamigawa could have actually had an idea to wall from the pond to the edge of the forest early. But yeah, this is one of the changes we had made to Rage Forest, the map script, a while ago compared to normal Black Forest, is that the forests can't get all the way right up to the edge of the pond. There's at least this 2-tile gap. There's the beach and then 2 tiles of land. So you can't just place down a dock and be fully walled and stop Vils from chasing you. You actually need to do a bit of walling to keep the Vils safe, so it's not just a free, you're there and get a dock up. And you see Abu needed to work a bit, but does get the dock. Kamigawa tried to block it with a fishing ship, but I think he just needed to send 2. And now Mihai's scouts here, 5 HP, wishing he could kill the Vil. And another dock now for Abu, so he's going to go double docks in the pond. And, well, there goes the peaceful fish boom that Kamigawa wanted with 2 TCs. His name I haven't heard in years. Yeah, he's only a team game player, though. Doesn't really play 1v1s. Oh, still owns the bakery and pizzeria in Berlin.
Sim. Olá. Quais as vossas ordens? Sim.
So Vil gonna head out to the corner now. There's a black bear. Where's that Vil going? Sorkuma, where is that Vil going? He's just exploring? Oh, you're going for the boars out there. Okay. There are boars out. That's a long boar lore. And we saw Sorkuma have a bit of a disaster in the last game.
Olá. Estou pronto.
Да. Приказания. Здрав будь. Аз готова. Здрав будь. Приказания.
So Vil will come into the TC. And boars will go down. So nicely lured there from Dan. How's Sorkuma doing? He's doing it. Alright. He's getting the boars in. Much better than his lure last game around the pond. So he is going to be successful there. And then more boars in there. So once again, well, I've seen this happen to Doubt before, where you do 2 docks and then your ship spawns on the wrong side. So that Hulk is now trapped by the docks. Abu, not like this. He's trapping his own Hulk. But you'll have a dock on the other side there. Kamigawa not able to boom, and he's going for the Hulks. This is again where I say you go for the fires and you take down the dock faster. I still think the fires are maybe the better option, but I guess if Kamigawa isn't using the dock, it really doesn't matter. You're just trying to go for whichever ship is cheaper. And archery range now. Archery range from Kamigawa as a Kumin pocket? What? Is he just trying to kill the villager? I mean, archers can fight the... What? What is going through his mind here? Archery range is the Kumin pocket. He's making archers. I guess he's just overly worried about the sneak? I mean... Another Hulk from Abu. So, I mean, if Abu has to keep investing into the pond, that's going to be bad for him. But he has such a forward wall now with stone, he's not going to worry about Mihai pressuring him while he's fighting in the pond. We have a forward range from Mihai. And, yeah, a couple of archers here. Zac didn't quite wall that. So, yeah, instead of pressuring Abu, Mihai's going to go and try to get to the pocket. And that Vil not quite able to wall. See if the archers can get the scout. This wall is open. And that does mean, yeah, it looks like Rooster needs to be walled up. Okay, that's interesting. So wait, then why is Kamigawa going archers when Mihai is already going archers? Like double archers. I guess the Kumans can go cav archers, but then, yeah, they train faster with step husbandry, but they lack bracer, so it's not really that great of an option. I mean, you could preemptively do the range for upgrades to Kipchaks, but then the stable would give you the same thing since you need bloodlines and husbandry. And the castle here will almost get them through the walls. We'll have on the other side. Xing here. And this Abu was... I'm actually kind of surprised that Abu wasn't a captain himself. And I think it's kind of insane for TeMo to be able to get Abu on his team. And, I mean, other than this Hulk mistake, the fact that he was able to get forward in the pond is just completely disruptive of what Mihai's team wanted to do with Kamigawa with the Kuman's pocket. Now, Zach here can start booming up. He'll have a good fish boom himself. And now it's both pockets having a fish boom. But, finally, Mihai somehow... How did Mihai do this? He's now gotten... He couldn't break through these walls to get into Rooster's base. Rooster did a defensive workshop. So to run away from that, Mihai then went over to TeMo's base. And TeMo now has to run the fishing ships. Once you built a barracks, it's less wood for upbuildings to make a range and stable for Kumans. That is true. That is true. Why did he have a barracks in the first place, though, then? That is true. He does also have the market. But since they do get the discount, if you already do have the barracks, the stable and range are cheaper to build than a market and blacksmith to go up. So the archers here, I mean, they did disrupt the fish boom, so credit to Mihai for disrupting the fish boom. And now Rooster has to do the annoying task of putting all the fishing ships back on the fish traps. Oh, this is so hard. It's such a difficult thing to do. It's part of the fun of fish booming, though. And so, is the Vil still here? Yeah, the Vil is still there. So if the archers were to clean the sneak Vil, they haven't done it yet. She can hide behind the palisade gate. So yeah, we have one galley there from Abenzuahalt. We got 3 galleys then from Dan on his own pond here. So he's worried about the castle drop. So TeMo has gone for a castle drop. And we pushing through the walls. And some fish traps do go up. Turrets go through. And camel archers come forward.
Hola.
And Mangonel hitting the galleys. They'll force them back.
Esto pronto.
More Vils hit by the Mangonel. So we have now some Step Lancers from Zach trying to stop the push up the middle. The Step Lancer attacked a boar. Did the Step Lancer just get killed by a boar? Go boar. Zach with the misclick on the boar, and the boar kills the Step Lancer. And now this Vil won't be able to wall with the monk there. And somehow this is working for Mihai. He's stonewalled Abu now. Abu not applying any pressure to Mihai because Abu, I mean, he does delay himself going for the attack on the fish. Kamigawa there with a Mangonel. He feels so delayed, though. I mean, look at the Kuman pocket, 69 eco compared to 98 from Dan. 87 from Rooster. But Mihai's done such a good job pressuring the pockets. I thought the response would have been Mihai then pressures Abu after Abu goes for the pond. But now Mihai's actually done a much better job of getting through the middle to go for the pockets. That's why you gotta pay attention to the map. It's not the same thing every time. The passages are important. And here we have the castle coming forward here from Mihai. And it'll be defensive barracks from Rooster. 3 barracks immediately as the Celts. This will be the Woo with a castle. He'll have fire archers ready to hit TCs and other buildings. And there is the castle from Mihai. Fire archers from the castle too.
Hello. Kia.
And a Minganel coming forward for Rooster. So TC will go down, Steppies come forward, and I think this is looking good for Mihai's team. So I'm hoping that this, if they win, we actually have a game 3 that matters then. Because I'm still like, I wish I could go check the standings, but they've been updated, and I don't want to spoil myself. Maybe there's a chance that game 3 still matters if they have some weird tiebreak situation. Then Mihai's team still gets tied 2-2. Alright, well, the Hulk with 1 HP left will have to pull back. And the castle will focus on that TC. So where can the fire archers go now? A couple of siege units to defend them. Or to defend Rooster's base. And the fish boom from Rooster again disrupted by Jen's swordsman. And a step lancer. There is an X over here, but whatever that walling was, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, and okay, he's losing some fishing ships. There are limits to how far in the pond the Jin swordsman actually can destroy fishing ships. But if Rooster isn't running anything, then he'll lose all the fish that are around the shore. He's just adding more fish traps out in the middle of the pond now. And he'll need the camel archers to come and clear this. Take a bit to kill the Jin swordsman anyway. They still have good pierce armor. Camel archers go down to the steppies. And steppies will take down the cav archers.
Salam.
A castle up for Rooster. And all the pikes will come forward now. And can the pikes fight the steppies? Oh, that is a good fight. Oh, wow. The step lancers cannot get past. Kamigawa, what was that? That's not even like it was a patrol stack or anything. That's spread formation pikemen. Just massacred the step lancers. That was a crazy good fight for the pikemen for Rooster. So the knights go down to the camel. as the Steppies still defend. And, I mean, we got castles on the other side. So, the castle doing Caspa now for TeMo. I always forget which one is that. The team castles work faster here. Team castles work faster. That will finish, but he's in a Trebor. We'll have a forward castle from Sorokuma. And this forward is insane. This forward is absolutely insane. As the ram push for Dan continues. And Mihai, I mean, Mihai's base itself, it's not in the best of positions, but I feel that Mihai actually has more of a forward than he does a home base now. He'll get a castle to secure it, and at least that will secure his gold somewhat. Abu's still trying to add in stables and go knights. Kumans will not have heavy camel, remember. They can go paladins, they can go elite step lancer, but they won't have heavy camel. And the ram will go for the TC. Onagers keep coming forward for Dan. Fire archers are there, and now Rooster is basically dead. I mean, he still has some fish. 33, but 43 fish traps, so that's definitely been dealt a blow. And Elite Steppy is going to be fighting the Knights. And GG's from Team TeMo, and Mihai's team will tie it up 1-1. So they could be on the verge of making a very interesting tiebreak situation if they win Game 3. I don't even, like, what the heck was this game? Mihai from the flank goes for a forward range that Zach just misses walling out. He loses a Step Lancer to a boar. That Kamigawa wanted to be a Kuman's pocket with a fish boom. That Abu denies the fish boom. We had an archery range here out of nowhere. This side just kind of had a Trebor, but the push from Mihai then let Dan also come and push through the middle. So the Bulgarian's pocket can get forward with the two-handed swordsman. Mihai is dead. He's got 48 vills. The other team has everyone over 100 vills. But Dan just kind of overboomed. He's up to 163. I don't even know what happened there, but that range kind of just won the game for Mihai. The team maybe thought they were walled, and they weren't. Yeah, maybe once again it comes back to, I thought that Abu should have walled here rather than the two pockets separately, because then when he stonewalled this one, he was relying on Zach to do the stone walls, and the pocket was just a bit late to do the stone walls. And that can happen if you're putting down TCs, and then you need to collect more stone for the stone walls. It's a bit more disruptive for the boomer to do the walls, and he just didn't have them in time. And maybe if Abu had just walled here, he could have done stone walls, and then the range doesn't do as much damage. I don't know, but man, great result for Mihai. And let me, again, wait, why is the draft on... Oh wait, no, that is the right draft. Never mind, that is the right draft. I thought I had the wrong one again. I'm just being silly. I got one more game of Rage Forest to cast. This was actually much quicker than I thought, but we've casted most of the games, all 12 of them from today. So we will have, then that was a loss for Berbers, Tatars, and Celts, and Poles. Oh, and thank you for the follow. And then a win for Woo. Organ Guns, the Organ Guns, the Portuguese. The civ is called the Organ Guns. The Kumans and the Bulgarians. So that leaves Teutons, Huns, Wei, and Chinese against Koreans, Bengalis, Byzantines, and Khitans. Oh, no, I clicked play again. Wrong button. Wrong button. All right. So who's ready for one last game? Game number 3, Mihai TeMo. If Mihai still has a chance, he needs to win this game. He needs to win this game. So here we are, Mihai's team to the northwest, TeMo's team to the southeast. It'll be Mihai versus Abu on one flank. Why are they excluded from the stand ground patrol? Seems like it's the same thing. I mean, it seems like they are the units that are more abusive of the bug. So I genuinely don't know. The discussions I've had, it feels like it's just too hard to use the unit as a melee unit with one range without the unit stacking on top of each other. And the fact is, it just kind of, even without stand ground patrol, still in some ways kind of does the same effect. And they're excluded from the stand ground patrol rule because that's basically just how the unit works. But I genuinely can't really tell you. It is. I do feel like they are the absolutely more broken stand ground patrol units than I guess almost anything that doesn't have splash damage. Yeah, it's also kind of hard to tell, and also just from a player perspective, harder not to like accidentally do it. That is the World's Edge rule, of course. However, Rage Forest uses the same exception. Yeah, it does seem backwards to me too, but it's also kind of intrinsic to how the unit works that it's necessary that they can do that, and at least with how the pathfinding works too. So Sorakuma will. I feel like Sorakuma always has the worst luck in the wall-off wars. He's being chased by a bear, but I guess TeMo is too. TeMo, nice gates to de-aggro the bear and let the scout attack the bear. Steps need the help? I don't know, Steppies feel pretty strong. It's kind of situational, though. And we'll have a lame. Abu, he's laming on the flank. He's taking a boar away from Mihai. So Abu has to be careful with the forward pond. 2 pawns per team. Also more historically accurate. I don't know if being historically accurate is the point. When we have another unit that's excluded from the rule just because it's technically a ranged melee unit is the Mamluk. I don't think that throwing scimitars from a camel is the most historically accurate unit to use for the exception. And when Fall Stand Ground were banned? Honestly, I think they just... I missed the user patch level of pathfinding. Because Stand Ground Patrol has always been how you attack with units in AoE 2. They've just really clobbered the stacking, or made the stacking so much easier that it happens way too much now. If you go back and play CBA, back on, you can probably still do it on Voobly. It's all about using patrol tricks to micro units properly. I was, will the scout go down? The scout goes down. Kamiyuk Villager. She can stack patrol. Kamiyuk Villager kills the scout. Might die to the bear. 7 HP left. She can take another bite or 2. And will she wall herself? I think she walled herself in with the bear. Oh no, she locked the bear in the cage before she left. And now the bear will go for TeMo'sville. What animal would you sit on when throwing your scimitars? Obviously a llama. Obviously a llama. So now the bear attacking TeMo'sville. He's not going to bother with that. I'll let Zach's scout deal with it. We'll have... Oh, we do have another Sneakville, though, but found by the scout. That bear is not a Kamiyuk. The Ville kills the scout. So Sorakuma does have a Sneakville. Rooster will give... or TeMo will give chase. Zach will find the Ville with the scout, too. And now it's all about making sure you're blocking the Ville properly with the scout. Vil goes down there to that scout.
Hi.
예? 저요? 대기. 准备就绪.
Wait.
Man, how many Vils is Sorokuma trying to sneak in? I think he's trying to sneak all of them. He's got 19 Vils, and he's still going for the sneak. He's still going for the sneak. Yeah, how many? What's his KD? He's lost 3 Vils so far. Zach's killed 3. I feel like Sorokuma has actually been really struggling. Like, in a 1v1, he is far and away better than every player on TeMo's team. Like, it's not even close.
Hi.
But as a Rage Force flank, I feel like he's really been struggling figuring out how to get the Vil fights working.
Hey.
Sometimes I feel like I look at him and suddenly I see him 5 Vils behind. He's 22 to 24, so only 2 Vils behind right now. But he also has a lot of idle time. Yeah, like 129 to 19 seconds of idle time. And he's the Chinese. He's the Chinese, and he is behind by 2 Vils against the Bengalis, who are going to get free Vils. Well, he did get a very forward set of walls. Problem with walling this forward is you need to keep the Vils there to keep walling. He's left a Vil in the back. And over here, just pretty standard walls from Mihai and Abu. Mihai didn't bother walling one of the passages, so we'll see if he goes men-at-arms and towers like he usually does. Oh, and Abu's going to dock the pond again. Well, Mihai's not walled, and Abu has a Vil to dock a pond. Stone wall on the Vil even to keep her safe. Yeah, this is probably a Hulk situation, and Abu's so good at getting those docks up.
Hi.
And Sorokuma is still fighting with his Vils. He's got 11 Vils forward. He has 26 Vils total. 11 of them are forward. He's gonna lose another Vil to a scout. Wait, 12 of them are, well, after that loss, it's 11 again. He's gonna try to wall TeMo off from the rest of the team. Rooster still has some palisades there from when he was lowering a boar. How's Rooster doing? He's the Korean's pocket. And then a Hulk from the dock there from Abu. Yeah, and here when you don't know what the feudal timing will be from the pocket, Hulks are the safe option rather than fires. Yeah, that should destroy the fishing ships quickly.
Wait.
Vil and Scout go down. And some more Vils forward for Dan. He's going to get 5 Vils behind TeMo once TeMo gets the 2 free. We are with the Chinese. So 28 to 31 now. TeMo's not up, though. I guess if TeMo never gets up, he never gets the free Vils, but he just about has the food now. The mining camp... Does he have a lumber camp? The mining camp... Okay, yeah, he has the lumber camp. I was thinking that might be a second building. No, he has the lumber camp. It would have been a sick mining camp if he had put it on the right side of the gold, but that's fine. That's fine. He'll be up. He has boars under the TC. And the Hulks will now go for the dock. We'll have some walls up from Rooster. An X here from Zach. And let's see, he'll try to get the Vil in. He's going for another house with the Vil. And Dan up to the Castle Age. Has the Teutons. So our Teutons player, the first one up. He does get the cheaper farms. But okay, this is why Sorokuma sent his entire village forward. Because now Dan is going to go forward. So they won the previous game being aggressive. They will try to do the same again. Sorokuma is here. Dan, he doesn't have the stone for a castle drop, but he will probably do a workshop. Where is he doing it? He's going to try to pressure TeMo. Honestly, I think it might have been better to try to have pressured Rooster. Rooster's not up yet. Rooster, I guess he does have a bit of a fish boom. So Abu here has taken Mihai off of the pond. Kamigawa, as the Huns, doesn't have any fish. Now, the Huns usually pretty good with a fish boom. Abu... Abu has put Mihai's Vil in jail here. Or no, he got out. He got out. Okay, there's a gate there. Now, this is stone-walled now. Yes, this is somehow stone-walled. So fishing lines up for Mihai. So a couple of houses up. Zach not going to be able to push through. But some pikes will come out, and the ram will go through the house here. Also go through the palisade. So stone walls from TeMo. He needs to stonewall himself off from the pocket. Some spears can hop in the ram, but monks and mangonels will come out from behind. Now the spears will have to defend the monk. Nice quick wall from Dan. You can grab a relic if he wants to. Now, the monk will be important for stopping the rewall. Spears from Dan. This is tricky to get the micro just perfect because he needs it to be perfect. So Soroku is feudal now. He's going to stonewall this passage. And I mean, I do kind of feel like this isn't the right play to kill a flank with your pocket while the other pocket is just booming freely. As there's gill nets. I guess Rooster hasn't done another TC yet. He did have to open with the rocket cart. We'll see. I mean, if it is successful, then TeMo dies. If it is successful, TeMo's dead. And the team can go from there. They could quick wall those scouts in here somehow. That'd be crazy for them. But the farther the push goes, the more they have to worry about scouts getting between the monastery and the rest of the push. Maybe what they could do is get in and then just wall this again. Rooster, yeah, Rooster has a second TC. Yeah, Kamigawa does have the fish boom, but also both pockets on the other side have fish booms. Zack has the fish boom, and then Mihai doesn't. Abu has made sure of that. So more TCs. It's pastures, though, for the Khitan, so it's not a pure fish boom. And yeah, TeMo will be pressured, and he's not going to do a defensive castle. He's going to do a forward castle. And so Sorakuma has kind of looped around. He's got 3 vills in outposting TeMo's base. So he might be looking just to trade places. He's going to have a lot of vills on stone, and he'll be able to do a defensive castle soon. If he does a castle somewhere at the edge of this passage, even do it like right here, should be able to keep the Rathas out. The question is, does he want to go into a petard war? I mean, if there are enough rams from TeMo as he takes out rocket carts, part of the push also depends on how good the Mangonel Micro will be at stopping the rocket carts and light cap from getting in. That monk still wants a conversion. Redemption could be insane, but I don't know how well he can afford it. The monk doesn't have sanctity, so he'll have to dodge the rocket cart. I'll have to dodge the rocket cart again while maintaining the conversion on the scouts. And the Mangonel is down. So once this goes down, could Sorakuma benefit by stone walling here? Oh, wait, he's not going to do a defensive castle. He's going to do a forward castle. Okay, this is a risk. This is a risk. TeMo has a couple of Rathas. He's going to send his vills. He's not fighting yet. There are spears to fight the Rathas. That wall is not going to do anything. TeMo is not going to react properly. I think he could have denied the castle had he reacted right away. The Rathas were there. Maybe a tower denies it, but... Alright, Sorakuma, if this castle doesn't go up, he is dead. TeMo may die to this, you're right. He may die to this. Alright. So, yeah, Rooster has to outboom then. And he's 75 vills, but Kamigawa's on 107. Sorakuma is relying on lots of walls. I think you'll need to go heavy on stone to get another defensive castle at home at some point. He's going to be so far behind in vills. Team Mihai is actually up by 20 vills overall, though, thanks to Kamigawa's boom. So no fish boom or anything for Kamigawa. He's just fighting off the bears and 3 TC booming as the Huns. He's doing stone. Maybe that's a Tarkin push from him. Against Byzantines, I think it's going to be tricky. Because we'll have a Byzantine castle. Wait, Mihai? Why is Mihai not walled? What? Why is Mihai not walled? So Abu is going to come forward. He's got 500 stone. He can buy the castle. He's going to plop the castle right between 2 TCs and protecting 2 golds. They're a light cav there, so Mihai can't stop it. And Mihai will go for some anti-castle houses. The castle can still fit right here. Okay, the anti-castle houses are helping just a bit. And I'll keep some of his... See, that TC can still be hit. This TC will be out of range until Fletching and Botch can come in. Okay, the anti-castle house. Why is Mihai not walled? You didn't wall the passage. Okay, I think Mihai's dead. Yeah, the Huns are Huns, but to break through the walls now, Mihai is trying to ram from the opposite side into his own base so his pocket can save him when the Byzantine's castle already is up. That does not feel good. So imp on the way for Kamigawa. So Mihai and TeMo both kind of dead at this point. Mihai 40 vills, TeMo 54. So TeMo on the verge of losing 2 TCs. Lots of Chuko news here. Oh, that's a nice rocket cart hit. Chuko news actually a unit that might be able to fight Rathas? I mean, they'll do some damage to them at least. Ratha's trying to go melee mode. We'll see if they can path to them. Oh, wait, that's Sorakuma. That's Sorakuma I looked at. Mihai has 80 vills. Okay. Mihai has 80 vills. He's up to Imp. Imp is not in this TC. Imp is in this TC. It's okay. We have petards from Abu. Okay, he's going for the blacksmith. I was worried Abu might have just went straight for a TC and petarded it and denied Imp. Okay, so Mihai is Imp, and he still has stone. He still has a stone mine in play. Well, I guess that doesn't matter for him. He's the way. He can just do traction trebs. Traction trebs don't feel good against the Byzantine castle. As Abu's Imp. Abu will beat Mihai to Imp. 67 vills to 80. As the pond is gone. But Zach has the Katans, 91. Kamigawa may be overboomed. He has 52. Oh, wait, yeah, he does. Never mind. I forgot. He took the other pond. So he does have a fish boom. But 100 vills, 52 fish traps, and he's spamming knights. He's gonna go paladins. Abu doing what he can to wall Kamigawa out. Kamigawa will just keep adding more castles. And Hun's Skull, thank you for the follow. As the Cavaliers will push through the stone walls if they can. Castle now up for Kamigawa. There's more gates from Mihai. Mihai finally walling. But not entirely. We'll have fortified wall from Abu as the Byzantines. And once he gets up, 4,200 hit points for these walls. Alright, so here we have more workshops from Rooster. Rooster coming to now save TeMo from Sorakuma. Oh my gosh, this is why I love Black Forest. This is why when we have like archers, scouts on Arabia, or we have this. This is amazing. So who is the petards? Where are the petards? I don't even know where they are. 7 in queue? I don't see them. So we'll have a castle from Mihai. And he needs trebs now, traction trebs. That's a treb there from Abu. Okay, the walls don't really matter. They've been breached. Sorakuma kind of off of the front golden stone for now. He has more resources in the back. There are markets here from Dan, and he has to be careful. If Sorakuma gets pushed, the trade is exposed. Ratha is for TeMo. TeMo 75 vills. Sorakuma still 48. Treb's going for the town center. And okay, that's why I worried about Imp being there earlier. But Mihai is Imp. He has traction trebs to defend against the trebs. He's not going to defend his TC. We have some Shinbei Raiders now from Abu. Lots of Cavaliers now from Kamigawa. Remember, Kamigawa is the Huns. He cannot cut. He doesn't have access to Onager. He only has mangonels. And so it's going to take him a long time before he can get here and help Mihai. Or maybe, oh yeah, Kamigawa had the petards to get through. That's why. Because he's the Huns. It's his only way to get to Mihai. He is through. He is through now. Maybe Mihai could have cut with the traction trebs. And these Shinbei Raiders, they're killing a lot of Mihai's vills. Abu's catching up in vills. And the Cavaliers will get to the trebs. Wait, there's more mayhem from Sorakuma. That's not going to do much, though. He had a workshop and a barracks in the middle of the map. His castle is now being trebbed by Rooster. Kamigawa has a huge score lead, but he's also Huns, and outside of Paladins, Huns are kind of limited in what they can do on Rage Forest. Alright, that's there. I see the petards now. Oh, so I was thinking Huns with Siege? What is this? So now, he's destroying the castle with Paladins. Maybe he needs some Tarkans. Maybe he needs to research Marauders, research Dave, and then go Tarkans from the stable. So those petards, he's going to use them. He'll go for the castle. Castle will go down. Castle forward there for TeMo. And Watchtower there attacking the barracks. So will the traction trebs get through the Byzantine fortified wall? Not soon. And now, I don't know what the Huns pocket does now. They're against the Koreans. They need to get Dan rolling soon. They need to get Dan rolling. He's got some Teutonic Knights. Are Teutonic Knights the right unit against Koreans? I don't think so. I think Dan might need some siege onagers here, or some bombard cannon. Or some paladins. Not Teutonic Knights against Korean keeps. I don't think that's the right unit. Sorokuma will try to wall. He needs to run. He's only on 54 vills. His team now down by a few vills. And they need to keep Kamigawa's Fishboom safe because he doesn't have any farms. And he's trying to siege ram through all these walls. It's the intimidation factor. It is the intimidation factor. And Mihai here dying. Heavy camel now from the Khitans. And they love to be able to go heavy camels. I mean, fully upgraded paladins that produce faster from the Huns, but you still don't want to be doing them straight into heavy camels. Camel's going down. Paladins versus Halb Camel here right in the middle of the map. Paladins feel like, yeah, maybe they're the only option? But they need a combo of unit from Mihai as he's trying to get some Shinbei Raiders. Yeah, the castle here from Mihai will go down. Kamigawa will lose a treb. And now with Sorokuma demolished, I don't think there's much left this team can do. And yeah, just the pocket from Kamigawa. The Hun player. I'm still confused that the Hun player had the Fishboom and not Dan. Maybe they were hoping that they'd be able to keep this open and Kamigawa could come 3v1 this side with a Fishboom. But not the case. He had to go help Mihai. It took him forever to get there. And by the time he's there, now the counter units are out. He's Teutons was rushing. I mean, is that the right play then to have the Teutons player rush? Did he? I guess like Redemption would have been one thing, but if you're just gonna go like Mangonel and a monk or so, maybe Kamigawa could have been the rushing player as the Huns and done essentially the same thing that Dan did. I guess there's more potential for the Teutons for the monk rush. And I mean, we just the way things played out, he didn't really need Redemption or the monks all that much. Yeah, that's true. The Teutons do have the farm bonus, too. It just feels like the Teuton player is the one they needed imp faster. And Now, Elephant Archers from TeMo, who's fully boomed, and TeMo's team has over 100 extra vills, and Sorokuma is running and trying to reboom. But I think this is it, where I think this will confirm Mihai's team would be eliminated and TeMo's team would advance. So Treb's still going for that castle. Halbs forward, attacking the paladins, and this is finally getting pushed back as we have the full power of the cheap Byzantine Halbs from the flank now from Abu. Yeah, big if. Hello, TeMo. I mean, overall, I think that TeMo's team had the better civs, like just in terms of Rage Forest civs. I mean, getting Huns outside of a situation where they're just booming to paladins is exactly what they wanted, and the team did it over here, where they blocked the timing of the paladins. Versus TeMo? Ooh. That is a... I like that. I like that. TeMo. Did he sacrifice too much of their game on the push? It's hard to say, right? Because imagine... like it may be a different situation, right? Because we had Abu coming for the pond. Maybe Mihai wins the wall war a bit more. Then we have Kamigawa fish booming here. And then Dan can fish boom in his own pond while pushing. Yeah, maybe that makes the initial push a bit harder to get to, but your overall eco is better. And then you still have the same fish boom from Kamigawa. But I think maybe just... It's hard to say what happens because the early walls matter so much to how the game plays out. And not just Abu getting the fish boom, but also forcing Kamigawa back. That's also kind of taking advantage of they know Mihai's playstyle, and they know that he doesn't wall and prefers to fight in feudal. So they're able to get huge forward walls and the pond. And then somehow Mihai still wasn't stonewalled later on when they went for the castle drop. So it is a bit crazy to look at this side and say, yeah, Sorokuma went super far forward with all the vills. But it's also kind of the game happening on two sides. If he had Mo in his team, then he would have an amazing team name, right? If he had Mo-tastic. So, elephant push now, as Dan's trying to get to onagers. We're 47 minutes in, the Teuton has onager and not siege onager. And there goes Kamigawa's fish boom. Yeah, he was trying his best to slow down the captain. Yeah, I bet Sorokuma would have much rather played 1v1 Arabia against TeMo than Rage Forest, though. There's all the fishing ships here now in danger of going down to the elephant archers. Pew 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 from the rocket carts taking down the barracks. Are the Dromans? Oh, it's true. Huns can do Dromans. But, I mean, to be honest, he's probably not even paying attention to this side. Where's their dock? Naval. Yeah, Dromans now. He's probably more worried about the fact Mihai's about to die. But they're going to call the GGs. And Team TeMo will win 2-1. And we will go check out the scoreboard. There are the GGs. And let's see, Kamigawa, he's not calling it. He's like, I want my fish. He's probably too sad about his fish dying. He can't even go call the GG. Oh no. The man's crying. His fish were destroyed. And he didn't realize his team all called GG. There he goes. So there we are. We have 402 kills for Mihai. Honestly, it's crazy that he killed so many units, but that's when you're against the Byzantines. It's Byzantine trash. Kamigawa the most resources. I mean, super far ahead of everyone else. But got kind of stuck with having literally one option as the Huns. So that is then it for the games today. And let's take a look at the standings now that I think they are updated fully. Let me just refresh the page. And here we are with the standings. We have 2 more sets tomorrow. That will be TaToH versus freaking Andy and Lewis versus Jordan. Now, Lewis versus Jordan, this is the simple one. Lewis has 1 set win and 3 game wins. If he wins 3-0 over Jordan, he's 2-2, so they're tied on set wins, but then he gets 6 points. And he beats TaToH when it comes to the points outright, and then he would win the second tiebreak column. So if Lewis sweeps, he's in the playoffs for seed 4. If Lewis wins 2-1, then he's tied with TaToH on set wins and game wins. So it then goes to median Buchholz, and I'm not sure what the Buchholz will be there. Right now he's down, but after he plays Jordan, things change. Because it removes the number of wins of the best and worst scores. And I think that means Jordan is the worst. So the team that currently is the worst for Lewis then no longer is eliminated and becomes the second worst. So he will gain some Buchholz. And whatever Buchholz he gains, we'll need to beat TaToH on Buchholz. For Group A, we have Andy versus TaToH. Viper is 2-2. Andy is 2-1. They both have 5 points. Right now, if TaToH sweeps Andy and Andy is 2-2 with 5 points, I think Kellar said they did the calculation and Andy will gain 1 Buchholz and be tied with Viper. So at that point, I'm not sure what the tiebreaker becomes. There's a 4th number of match wins against tied opponents. I don't think that they have met each other. Yeah, Viper and Andy haven't played. So then points differential will be the exact same then. So yeah, that then we just have a tie and we need to figure out what we do then. If TaToH sweeps, right? If TaToH sweeps. A big if, but with TaToH, as someone said earlier, it could be 0-3, but it could be 3-0. You never know with TaToH. Is it Abuntual's real name? John Buchholz? So let's get, I guess, the rest of these civs checked off. Bengalis, Koreans, Byzantines, Khatans against Teutons, Huns, Chinese, and Wei. And this crab suggests we could do, instead of Team TeMo, TeMo. And just combine it. But I think that does mean TeMo is now qualified for the playoffs as the second seed, it looks like, because he won 1 more game than did TaToH's team. So TaToH actually falls to 3rd after the loss to Valas today. All right, I'll put that back. There you go, Team TeMo. So, teams in the playoffs, potentially, or for sure, Valas, TeMo, and TaToH, and then either Viper or Andy. Then on the other side, Barles, ACCM, Samaro, and either Lewis or TaToH. So Lewis controls his own destiny. Viper's destiny is in the hands of TaToH. I wonder who is more confident. Anyway, that'll be it today. I'll find someone to raid. Mihai instead of Mihai? I don't know, enough puns. And who's online right now? I see Andy and Doubt are both going to be playing tomorrow. I'll raid one of them. Who do we raid? Does Doubt need the support? It seems like Doubt needs to win 3-0, so we'll give him the support, I guess. Or raid Doubt. So thank you all for watching. Was the draft ever published? Yes, it's if you look for... Oh yeah, I had a problem, the YouTube stream didn't work when I streamed it, but it is highlighted on my Twitch channel if you want to see the draft, yes. The draft is there. The Hands of Doubt. So thank you all for watching. We'll raid raid Doubt on Twitch, and we'll end stuff on YouTube. And we'll be back tomorrow at 17 GMT. 17 GMT will be Jordan Lewis in the 19